Chapter 439, Special Privilege? Someone was already in the small room when he showed up. It was most likely the master artificer he employed to upgrade the inviolable before. Something was different though. Previously, the master artificer was completely invisible to his senses. But now, he could see her as clear as day. As it turned out, the master artificer who accepted his request was a sexy woman. She looked to be in her 30s and wore a floral pattern dress that clung tightly to her milky skin. It accentuated her curves wonderfully. At first, Lu Yi did not understand why this was happening. The first time they met, the woman was completely covered in mist and indistinguishable. He couldn't even tell from her voice if she was a man or a woman. He was pretty sure he appeared that way from the master artificer's perspective as well. The mist was the heaven's way of protecting the cultivator's identity. For various reasons, many people did not wish to reveal their true identity when dealing in the vault of providence. Therefore, the heavens bestowed the obfuscation to make it impossible for either party to tell the other person's identity. Clearly, that wasn't the case anymore. What is going on here? The first thing that came to Lu Ye's mind was that the master artificer had forgotten to activate her obfuscation or something. However, he immediately discarded the thought because the mist was an automatic protection bestowed by the heavens, and they, the target of its protection, had no way of influencing it. Whether one liked it or not, they would always appear to be obscured by a thick, impenetrable mist to the other person. Am I the problem? He was different from who he was 3 days ago. First, he had ascended from the Spirit Creek realm to the Cloud River realm. However, that could not explain why he could suddenly see through the other person's obfuscation. Is it the gift of providence? Lu Yi was still wondering what was going on when the woman said, "Boy, your spirit artifact is ready for inspection," before handing over the inviolable. Her voice sounded soft and cutesy. It was definitely nothing like the first time. Lu Ye's hand dipped for a second when the woman handed him the weapon. It was a much heavier weapon than before, but that was fine, because that was exactly what he ordered. The weight was perfect for his current cultivation level. There was a flash as he unsheathed the inviolable. The shape of the weapon hadn't changed, but the blade was now pitch black in color. It was like a camouflage that hid its killing intent and body count. The chips and edge damage had been fully repaired as well. The word, inviolable, was carved into the hilt, but it was not the work of the master artificer. The word had existed since the day he saw it in the Vault of Providence. What was new was the new image on the other side of the hilt, a feather. This one was definitely the work of the master artificer, though he did not know what it meant. In any case, he was very satisfied with her handiwork. The saber felt as heavy as it was unbreakable. After checking the enhancements within the inviolable and confirming that there were 18 of them, he sheathed the saber and nodded. Not bad. In that case, our transaction is complete, the woman declared before pulling out the sacred pact they had signed 3 days ago. She gave it a little shake, and the pact suddenly ignited on its own. At the same time, Lu Yi felt a stir in his battlefield imprint. 2,000 contribution points had been deducted from it. "May we meet again," the woman declared before acting to leave the room. At the last second, she added, "Do not come to me with a low-grade spirit artifact next time. This old man has better things to do." If the woman could see Lu Ye's expression, she would have noticed how weird he looked. It was something to hear a woman in her 30s addressing herself as an old man. The woman was gone, but Lu Yi did not leave the room immediately. He thought for a moment before declaring, "I would like to post a request to upgrade my spirit artifact." He then produced a low-grade spirit artifact from his storage bag and waited. A moment later, an old man entered the small room. Just like the woman, he wasn't obscured by the mist in the slightest. Lu Yi could see every inch of his body as clear as day. "You wish to upgrade your spirit artifact?" the old man asked in a deep voice. Lu Yi nodded and handed over the low-grade spirit artifact. The old man gave it a quick look before commenting scornfully, "A low-grade spirit artifact? Really?" It was exactly the same tone the woman had used before. It would seem that these master artificers considered it a dishonor to upgrade a low-grade spirit artifact. Still, the old man asked, "What's your price?" "Who knows, maybe he's a dumbass with more money than sense." 100 contribution points. The second Lu Yi said this, the old man immediately threw out the spirit artifact and vanished into thin air. Before he left, he swore, "Crazy bastard." A while later, Lu Yi exited the small room with a thoughtful expression. He now knew that the camouflage that was supposed to keep a person's identity a secret in the Vault of Providence did not apply to him anymore. His ascension to the Cloud River realm obviously had nothing to do with this, so it could only be an effect of the gift of Providence. Neither the woman nor the old man had reacted any differently to his appearance, so he could assume that he appeared camouflaged to them. Their camouflage didn't exist to him though. Did the heavens really grant me special privilege? It's not all that useful though. Maybe I could use the knowledge to extort someone, but really? Besides, they're master artificers. What can I even extort from them? After Lu Yi had stepped out of the sanctum of Providence, he unsheathed the inviolable, injected it with spiritual power, and gave it a couple of swings. The saber looked the same as before, but its quality had been increased to middle grade, and Lu Yi himself had ascended to the Cloud River realm. Naturally, his swings were far more powerful than before. He was a bit unused to the weight increase, but it was perfect for his current cultivation level. He only needed to reaccustom himself with it. He returned it to its sheath. Next, he touched his 9 flying weapons with a thought. They all exited his weapon holder with a clear ring. They were not the same flying weapons he used at the Spirit Creek battlefield. He had replaced them all with middle-grade spirit artifacts. He had tried to use them before he ascended to the Cloud River realm and found them rather taxing to control. The main problem was that his spiritual power couldn't quite keep up with the consumption. Now though, that wasn't an issue. Regardless, he would have to reacquaint himself with all of his skills and techniques. A short while later, Lu Yi sought out Shui Yuan and handed the inviolable to her. "Second senior sister, can you please check out this brand my artificer has left on the hilt of my saber? It's just a harmless brand, right?" Shui Yuan checked out the feather-like brand for a second before nodding smilingly. "Yes, it's harmless. Some artificers love to leave a mark on their works. Plus, do not forget that you've signed a sacred pact. They would be crazy or suicidal to tamper with your weapon with the heavens watching their every move. Speaking of which, I recognize this brand. I believe it's Master Yu's signature." "Master Yu? Do you know them?" "No, I've only heard of them. They're an excellent artificer who only produces high-quality spirit artifacts. However, no one knows who they were or even what faction they belong to." "Why would they hide themselves like this?" Shui Yuan shrugged. "Perhaps they do not wish to become famous? The cultivation world of Jianghu is a big place. There are plenty of capable people who prefer to devote themselves to their work without being bothered by the secular world. This is why Master Yu only accepts requests that are posted in the Vault of Providence. The heavens would naturally protect their identity." That might be true before Lu Yi had received the gift of Providence, but no more. Of course, he still didn't know who that woman was even though he had seen her true appearance. After Shui Yuan had returned the inviolable to Lu Yi, she asked, "How do you feel after ascending to the Cloud River realm?" "I'm still not used to my new power." "It's natural. You've crossed into a major realm after all. Take your time. You should return to normal in just a few days." They chatted idly for a moment longer before Lu Yi said, "I'm going to visit Lady Yun now. She told me to visit her after I ascended to the Cloud River realm." "Of course." Lu Yi jumped into the air and flew toward the summit of clarity. This time, he wasn't using his flying spirit artifact or soar. When a cultivator reached the Cloud River realm, they became powerful enough to fly completely without aid. However, Lu Yi had just become a Cloud River realm cultivator, and this was the first time he flew without aid. As a result, he wobbled constantly and couldn't quite steer himself in the right direction. At first, he was still making good progress toward Lady Yun's residence. A moment later, he found himself veering off course. It cost a lot more spiritual power to fly without any aid. That was why Cloud River Realm cultivators still needed flying spirit artifacts. Using a flying spirit artifact was just faster and less taxing on his reserves. Of course, that didn't mean he wasn't going to practice flying without aid until he was completely used to it. Lu Yi abruptly realized that he still had many things to do even after he had ascended to the Cloud River Realm. After he finally made it to the summit of clarity, Lu Yi followed the female attendant into the study as usual. He saw that Lady Yun was currently reading a book. "Greetings, Lady Yun," Lu Yi saluted her. "Have you ascended?" Lady Yun shot him a glance. "Yes, lady." "Not bad." She nodded approvingly before setting down her book and rising to her feet. "Follow me." Lady Yun left the study. Lu Yi followed closely behind her. On the way, Lady Yun said, "The way of glyphs is a broad and deep subject. Even those who aren't glyph warlocks use glyphs to augment their strength. Tattoos are one such example. I'm sure you fought someone like that in the Spirit Creek battlefield, no?" Lu Yi immediately recalled a mutant cultivator he had fought in the Scroll of Supremacy's battlefield. He had been wary of the guy at first because he was covered in tattoos. Later, he found out that most of them were fake, and only one was a real tattoo. "I have lady." Tattoos can be visible or hidden, temporary or permanent. Generally speaking, Spirit Creek Realm cultivators can only carry a few temporary tattoos at most. However, Cloud River Realm cultivators can carry at least one permanent tattoo. In the future, there is a high chance you're going to encounter opponents who aren't glyph weavers, but are capable of unleashing the power of glyphs. These tattoos are most likely their trump cards as well. You must be wary of such dangers and never underestimate any opponent you face. "I will remember this. The reason I told you to visit me after you ascended to the Cloud River Realm is because I would like to give you a permanent tattoo. Do you have a preference?" Chapter 440, A Tattoo of Void. Not every Cloud River Realm cultivator possessed a tattoo. It was because there were only a handful of tattoo artists in the entire Jianghu. To become a tattoo artist, one must be incredibly accomplished in the way of glyphs and the art of tattooing. Even if a tattoo artist was willing to perform the work, the materials needed to ink a tattoo were so expensive that most people couldn't afford it. All tattoos were based on glyphs. There were offensive tattoos, defensive tattoos, supportive tattoos, and more. Lu Yi did not need offensive or defensive tattoos because he already had sharp edge and protection. He did not need supportive tattoos either as he already had many supportive glyphs. There was one supportive glyph that he had been vying for a long time though. That was why he answered Lady Yun's question without hesitation, "Void." He had first read about void from the books. Since it wasn't something he learned from the Tree of Glyphs, he was unable to conjure it with a single thought. So far, the greatest thing he ever did with void was to arrange a teleportation ward. Unfortunately, the teleportation range left much to be desired, and the experience even more so. Void wasn't just used to set up a teleportation ward, however. For example, it could be used to forge special spirit artifacts that could be used to store items such as storage rings, storage bracelets, and more. The most common storage item used by a cultivator was a storage bag. It was because storage bags were sewn from a special spirit beast skin that could be bred in captivity. It was also why storage bags were incredibly cheap and could be owned even by the poorest cultivators. However, a storage bag's storage space was incredibly limited. It was nothing compared to a storage ring or a storage bracelet. Of course, their price was incomparable to a storage bag either. The sect master was the only one he saw who owned a storage ring. Not even his second senior sister owned one. Though to be fair, she didn't own a storage bag either. Once, Lu Yi indulged in his curiosity and asked his second senior sister how she stored her stuff without a storage bag. She had explained that a storage item wasn't the only way to store items. For example, a tattoo with void at the center could be marked on a cultivator's body to create a storage space. This way, The cultivator would not need to carry a storage bag anymore. The best thing about this storage method was its speed and convenience. Items in the storage space could be produced immediately with a single thought. On the other hand, items in a storage bag had to be extracted by hand. Besides that, a tattoo storage space was way bigger than a storage bag's. Lu Yi did not want to carry dozens of storage bags on his person ever again. Lady Yun nodded when she heard his answer. You are a glyph weaver, so void is a good choice. Very well. Lady Yun sat down and lay out a bunch of needles of all shapes and sizes beside her. She also pulled out a bottle of amber-colored blood that probably belonged to a spirit beast. The way of tattoos is an interesting one. If you are interested, I can teach you when you are experienced enough in the way of glyphs. With a skill like this, you'll never have to worry about cultivation resources anymore. People will pay you almost anything for your services, Lady Yun said while opening the bottle of blood. She then dipped a needle into the blood before pushing it into the back of Lu Ye's hand. The pain resembled that of a bee's sting. Every time Lady Yun inserted her needle into his flesh, she would have to dip it in blood. Lu Yi did not know what spirit beast it belonged to, but Lady Yun had done the same thing when she was tattooing wings on his back. This almost certainly meant that tattoos required special materials to create, and the beast blood used to create a void tattoo could not possibly be cheap. Sometimes, Lady Yun's movement was as slow as a snail's. Sometimes she moved so fast he could barely follow her. They heard all the same. Lu Yi quietly observed the work as time passed bit by bit. While Lu Yi was getting a void tattoo from Lady Yun, a new commotion had struck the Spirit Creek battlefield. Less than half a day after Lu Yi, one of the three Banes of Spirit Creek, was gone, a new Crimson Blood Sect disciple had appeared on the Scroll of Supremacy. She was Wuxia, a Heaven-grade 9th Order cultivator. To a Spirit Creek battlefield cultivator, the name could only be described as unfamiliar. Only a handful of people had ever heard of her. The reason they were paying attention to her was because she came from the same sect as Lu Yi, of course. Her association with the One Leaf wasn't the only thing that caught their attention, however. It was also rumored that she was a medicine cultivator. There were very few medicine cultivators on the Scroll of Supremacy as a matter of course, and none of them were in the top 50. It was because a medicine cultivator's strength was limited even if they dabbled in another cultivation faction. If that was all, then they would have put her out of their mind. The problem was that she was climbing the Scroll of Supremacy exactly like Lu Yi did. She had started from the bottom and challenged every 1,000 Demon Ridge ranker above her. More importantly, everyone she challenged had perished. This infuriated the 1,000 Demon Ridge as a matter of course. This was practically a reenactment of the tragedy from 4 months ago. 4 months ago, Lu Yi had slaughtered every 1,000 Demon Ridge ranker above him and allowed the Grand Sky Coalition to dominate the rank list for a time. Who would have thought that the same thing would happen again 4 months later, and by the hands of a Crimson Blood Sect disciple no less? As if that wasn't bad enough, Wuxia was just a medicine cultivator. Who gave her the gall to do this? For a time, every 1,000 Demon Ridge ranker above her was filled with righteous fury. It was true they couldn't beat that bastard Lu Yi, but there was no way they couldn't defeat a mere medicine cultivator. They were going to do everything in their power to stop Wuxia, if only to protect whatever remained of their tattered dignity. It wasn't long before they realized in horror that they couldn't. Not only that, Wuxia was killing their rankers and rising through the ranks at meteoric speed. Worse still, they could not figure out how she had done it. Lu Yi had a tamed beast whose roar could stun the mind and prevent his opponents from surrendering. But what about Wuxia? How did she manage to prevent her opponents from surrendering? Just what was the Crimson Blood Sect anyway? How did they manage to produce so many monsters? At the summit of clarity, Lady Yun had already left to catch some rest. Even a glyph weaver like her felt tired after marking a void tattoo for Lu Yi. Void was much more complicated than most glyphs. In the end, it had taken the entire bottle of blood to mark the tattoo. In the room, Lu Yi was examining the new tattoo and checking out his new storage space. It was easily 20 times the size of a storage bag's. Now, he no longer needed to worry about space anymore. He could even put the inviolable in it if he wanted to. He usually carried the inviolable on his waist because it was faster than having to retrieve it from a storage bag. Not only was it inconvenient, the slight delay might cost him the chance to kill an enemy. He did not need to worry about this anymore. The storage space was at the back of his hand. He could retrieve anything and everything with a single thought. Despite this, Lu Yi still chose to carry the inviolable like he always did. He had long since become accustomed to its weight and texture. It felt like he was missing something if he did not carry it on his person or his hand. He followed the female attendant out of the residence after that. He never saw Lady Yun again. When he was outside, he channeled his spiritual power and shot to the sky. He had just ascended to the Cloud River realm, and there were countless things he had had to acclimatize himself with. Flying without any aid was one of the simplest things he could learn. Most people would need several days to get used to flying without aid, and even then they had to be careful not to lose control and fall from the sky. Lu Yi had no such problems though. He might not have flown without aid until he ascended to the Cloud River realm, but he had flown many times using wings or soar. One might say that he was fairly experienced in flying. 2 hours later, he could fly without wobbling and straying off course anymore. Another 2 hours passed, and he could pull all sorts of moves in midair. He returned to the summit of fortitude when it was late evening. After enjoying a delicious dinner at his second senior sister's place, Shui Yuan said, "Junior brother, it is time you choose a spirit peak of your own." "I'm sorry." Lu Yi tilted his head in confusion. Shui Yuan explained, "There are over 100 mountains in Mount Ao, and in the past every mountain would be overflowing with disciples. 30 years of decline later, the old man and I are the only ones left who are still guarding the summit of fortitude because it is the heart of our sect. Even if we count Lady Yun, that is 2 out of 100 peaks that are unused and abandoned. Now that you're at the Cloud River realm, you have the right to own a spirit peak. Our sect is doing better and better, and it is only a matter of time before we get more Cloud River realm cultivators. They can't all stay at the summit of fortitude, can they? To be clear, I'm not chasing you out of the summit of fortitude. You might nominally be the 5th senior brother if you consider our history, but you're really the 1st senior brother of this generation. You are also the 2nd disciple in our sect to ascend to the Cloud River realm besides Jujia. It falls on you to set an example for the rest of the disciples." Lu Yi nodded in agreement. "Very well. I will search for a spirit peak then." Shui Yuan smiled and put some food on his plate. After he was done eating, Lu Yi flew out of the house and rose into the sky. He had flown circles around Mount Ao many times while practicing his flight, and he had seen just as many abandoned buildings on the spirit peaks. He could almost imagine how glorious his sect looked at its peak. The summit of fortitude and Lady Yun's summit of clarity were obviously out of the question, but he was free to claim any other spirit peak as his own. "Which one do you like?" Lu Yi asked. Yi was floating right next to him. She looked around for a bit before pointing, "That one." "Okay then." Lu Yi didn't have a particular preference in this regard. Any place that was hospitable was fine in his book. Chapter 441. The price went up. The spirit peak Yi chose had a massive bamboo forest that stretched from the middle section of the mountain all the way to the top, giving it a flowery and willowy appearance. It was incredibly beautiful. The spirit peak was aptly named Summit of Bamboos, but all the buildings were run down because it had been decades since anyone lived here. Lu Yi landed on the summit and walked between the buildings. He could imagine how prosperous his sect had been. The spirit peak was huge, and there were a ton of buildings here and there. For obvious reasons, it wasn't suitable for living at the moment. Having confirmed his selection, Lu Yi returned to the summit of fortitude and sought out their 2nd senior sister. He then requested her help to dispatch a mission to fix the summit of bamboos. The Crimson Blood sect's outpost had a couple hundred disciples right now, but they generally had nothing to do besides cultivating. He was sure they would welcome the change of pace and the opportunity to earn more contribution points. His 2nd senior sister had no problems with this. Lu Yi was the one who almost single-handedly earned all of the contribution points they currently possessed. If he wanted to spend some sect contribution points to rebuild a spirit peak, how could she possibly say no to that? Oh right, I forgot to tell you about this, but the spirit stones and spirit restoring pills you currently have are no longer suitable for you. You should head to the vault and replace them, Shui Yuan said before passing him the key to the vault again. The so-called key was really a control jade that could be used to unlock an enchantment. There were tens of millions of contribution points worth of goods in the Crimson Blood Sect's vault right now, and his second senior sister had requested Lady Yun herself to set up the enchantment. Anyone who tried to enter the vault without the control jade would be lucky to survive. Lu Yi would have asked Shui Yuan about it even if she hadn't brought it up herself. The spirit stones Spirit Creek Realm cultivators used were low-grade spirit stones, and the spirit restoring pills were basic as well. Once a cultivator had reached the Cloud River realm, they would no longer be beneficial to one's cultivation. When Lu Yi was Heaven 8, he already had to eat dozens of spirit restoring pills every day to cultivate. The mere thought of it made him feel like throwing up the contents of his stomach. There were cultivation-use spirit pills that were made for Cloud River realm cultivators only. He didn't know how they tasted, but at the very least he wouldn't have to eat dozens of spirit pills a day anymore. This wasn't the first time he visited the vault, so his second senior sister did not accompany him on his short trip. He arrived at a massive door installed into the wall of a mountain and gave the control jade a little shake. Once the door swung open, he stepped inside. The vault wasn't filled to the brim, but the amount of goods it contained was still very impressive. They had been paid to him by the 1,000 Demon Ridge to buy his piece, and they had been placed in different places by their categories. Lu Yi first placed his remaining spirit stones and spirit pills at the right locations. It was only then he picked up a couple thousand middle-grade spirit stones at the spirit stone area. He didn't take too many because he usually procured his cultivation resources by killing his enemies. In fact, he usually earned far more cultivation resources than he spent. Although he had a void tattoo now, he still hung a storage bag of food on his waist. The main reason he did this was to hide the fact that he had a void tattoo. Cultivators weren't idiots after all. Anyone could tell he had a void tattoo if he wasn't carrying a storage bag. Amber was also wearing a storage bag on its neck, though this one belonged to E and Amber. It was because E was an apparition and could not carry a physical object as easily and effortlessly as Amber. He also deposited a couple hundred middle-grade spirit stones in that storage bag. With that done, Lu Yi went to the spirit pill area. Spirit Creek Realm cultivators consumed spirit restoring pills to cultivate or restore their spiritual power. Cloud River Realm cultivators consumed vital spirit pills to achieve the same effect. Of course, a vital spirit pill was far more potent than a spirit restoring pill. A Spirit Creek Realm cultivator would only hurt themselves trying to eat one. Lu Yi grabbed a bottle of vital spirit pill and poured out a pill. He then tossed it into his mouth and gave it a tentative chew. He raised his eyebrows. The pill tasted surprisingly good. For a time, he was overflowing with emotions. Finally, he did not have to eat a Heaven's Damned Spirit Restoring pill anymore. This was easily the most delightful discovery he had made since ascending to the Cloud River realm. Speaking of eating, Amber was staring at him with a pleading look on its face. Lu Yi fed it a vital spirit pill and watched it just in case it had any adverse reaction. There was none. Amber simply stared at Lu Yi again with the same, "I want more," expression. He should have expected this. Amber was a spirit beast who could consume even spirit stones. Naturally, a mere vital spirit pill wasn't going to hurt it. A vital spirit pill was definitely a lot more potent than a spirit restoring pill. The second the pill made it down his throat, he could feel a stream of warm energy spreading inside his stomach and transforming into spiritual power. It merged with his river of spiritual power and increased its volume. At a rough estimate, a single vital spirit pill was equal to at least 10 spirit gathering pills. Of course, its market price was 10 times higher as well. Lu Yi deposited some vital spirit pills in his void tattoo and Amber's storage bag before circling the vault once. He left only after he confirmed that there wasn't anything else he needed. Lu Yi returned the control jade to Shui Yuan before going back to his room. Instead of cultivating, he took out his mystic fruit. He had just ascended to the Cloud River realm. Naturally, the first thing he should do was to acclimatize himself with his new power. The best way to do so was to enter the Rift of Illusions and fight. Last time, he had run into 1,000 Demon Ridge Cultivator and got killed 7 times in a row. After that, there was a long period where he did not use the mystic fruit. It wasn't because he was scared of running into the bastard again, of course. He was busy cultivating or fighting the 1,000 Demon Ridge during that time. He just didn't have the time for anything else. Suddenly, he recalled that the 1,000 Demon Ridge elite who killed him at the time was shrouded by mist, just like the people in the Vault of Providence. At the time, he wasn't able to identify his features at all. Now that he had the gift of Providence, the mist would not present a problem to him anymore. If he ran into them again, he was going to memorize their face and pay back the humiliation he had received tenfold. He was actually looking forward to running into the bastard again. If possible, he would like to figure out their identity in one go to save time. He channeled his spiritual power into the mystic fruit and found himself in the small space. There was no one here besides himself. Once he stepped through the door, he would enter the Rift of Illusions. Something was different this time. When he put a hand on the door, the line that appeared was not exactly the same as before. The price went up. When he was a Spirit Creek Realm cultivator, he only had to pay 50 contribution points to enter the Rift of Illusions. Now, it cost 100 contribution points to do so, double what it cost before. He wondered if the price would double again when he reached the real Lake Realm. That said, he still had 97,950 contribution points left. 100 contribution points was nothing at all. He passed through the door and looked behind him. Just like last time, the door had vanished as if it was never there, and there was nothing to indicate there was a small space behind him a second ago. It was like he had stepped into a different world. The arena was also different from before. When he was just a Spirit Creek Realm cultivator, he could only see as far as 30 or so meters. Everything else beyond that was shrouded by an impenetrable fog. Enemy insectoids or cultivators would burst out of the fog and usually catch him off guard. Now that he was at the Cloud River realm, the fog was much further away. Everything within 300 meters was as clear as day. He had just come to a standstill when the fog directly in front of him started writhing unnaturally. The next second, a massive insectoid the length of a human burst out of the fog and rushed toward him. The insectoid looked like a praying mantis, but was covered in a thick black shell. It also wielded a pair of sharp mantis blades. The distance between them quickly shortened as Lu Yi unsheathed the inviolable and charged the insectoid. In the Rift of Illusions, the insectoid that appeared initially should match his cultivation level, so the praying mantis was probably on the same level as a first-order Cloud River realm cultivator. However, Lu Yi could not possibly compare to a normal first-order Cloud River realm cultivator, not just because he was a man who had reached the end of the Spirit Creek realm, but also because he was the first ever human to reach the level of a tyrant. This was a feat not even Li Baxian and Feng Yuechan had achieved. Literally no one was stronger than him at the Spirit Creek realm level. Naturally, he was far stronger than the average first-order Cloud River realm cultivator as well. It took Lu Yi only a few breaths to annihilate the praying mantis. The increase in power was so drastic that he could hardly believe himself. His attack was also deadlier than ever before, especially after the inviolable was upgraded to a middle-grade spirit artifact. This time, 2 praying mantises burst out of the fog. Lu Yi met them halfway and brought down his saber. Nearly 1.5 hours later, Lu Yi finally opened his eyes in the real world. His head hurt a bit after being in the Rift of Illusions for so long, but it was gone almost immediately. His divine soul was far stronger than what it used to be. It got to the point where even the side effects of dying in the Rift of Illusions felt almost nothing to him. After checking his reserves and confirming that he could still fight, he channeled his spiritual power into the mystic fruit seed and entered the Rift of Illusions once more. Another 1.5 hours had passed, and he opened his eyes looking as white as a sheet. His mind was doing okay, but his spiritual power had nearly hit rock bottom. He chose to stop here and swallowed a vital spirit pill. He then took out a book on blade technique insights and began studying it. Now that he had formed a cosmic orbit in his body, he was no longer limited by his cultivation technique anymore. This meant that he could circulate any cultivation technique he had learned without disrupting his circulation system. In the past, he had had to switch his cultivation technique to the gluttonous feast to restore his spiritual power. Now, he could just activate it directly to digest the spirit pill he consumed and restore his spiritual power at an accelerated rate. The days came and went. When his spiritual power was full, Lu Yi would enter the Rift of Illusions to acclimatize himself with his newfound power and hone his skills. When he was resting, he would study the blade technique insights and absorb everything that was useful to him. Thanks to the combination of hard work and practice, Lu Ye's combat skills and blade techniques grew by leaps and bounds. Chapter 442, Hua Si the Poison Doctor. While Lu Yi was honing himself in the Rift of Illusions, activity was rising in the Spirit Creek battlefield once more. Every Thousand Demon Ridge cultivator was searching for Hua Si of the Crimson Blood Sect. Not only did the Crimson Blood Sect disciple rise to the 70s in just a day, every ranker she challenged had been killed without mercy. This angered the Thousand Demon Ridge as a matter of course. First there was Lu Yi. Now there was Hua Si. She challenged every opponent in their way and killed them all. Just when was the Crimson Blood Sect going to stop with this nonsense? Lu Yi was as powerful as he was skilled. Since he ascended to Heaven 9, he became so strong that they could stop him even if they threw their entire faction at him. He had essentially become invincible in the Spirit Creek battlefield. When the guy finally ascended to the Cloud River realm, they thought that the mountain sitting on their backs was finally gone. Then Hua Si popped out of nowhere and crushed their hopes and dreams. As if that wasn't insulting enough, she was just a medicine cultivator. What was she doing in the Scroll of Supremacy anyway? Medicine cultivators should just focus on healing the sick and saving people's lives instead of participating in a battle for supremacy that was basically the antithesis of being a medicine cultivator. Every bit of resentment they held against Lu Yi was transferred to Hua Si. By hook or by crook, the Thousand Demon Ridge was going to dig her out of her hidey hole and end her miserable life. They had to. These days, the Spirit Creek realm cultivators could not see the name Crimson Blood Sect and not feel a jolt of fear. They would not allow a Crimson Blood Sect disciple to appear on the Scroll of Supremacy a second time. However, the Thousand Demon Ridge was unable to find Hua Si even after mobilizing all their manpower and every contact they had. They couldn't even be certain if she was in the Spirit Creek battlefield because she hadn't appeared in any outpost. The next day, Hua Si was ranked 50 on the Scroll of Supremacy. While her speed was incomparable to Lu Ye's, it was the highest rank a medicine cultivator had ever occupied in Scroll of Supremacy. Most people thought that this was as far as she could go, but when the third day came, she continued to vanquish every Thousand Demon Ridge ranker she challenged and rise through the ranks at a steady pace. On the fourth day, Hua Si officially entered the top 10. Everyone in the Spirit Creek battlefield was stunned by this. There had never been a medicine cultivator who ranked in the top 50, much less the top 10. This meant that Hua Si of the Crimson Blood Sect had created history with her achievement. For a time, countless medicine cultivators took pride in her achievement and wondered if they could do the same. Perhaps this was the era of the medicine cultivators. They were deluded, of course. Many medicine cultivators tried to increase their rank only to suffer a humiliating defeat at the hands of their enemies. There were exceptions, but the top 10 rankers of the Scroll of Supremacy were rarely too far apart from one another in terms of overall fighting strength. Looking at Hua Si's speed, performance and result, she was definitely qualified to challenge the champion for the top spot. The current champion of the Scroll of Supremacy was Lan Zi, another woman. Naturally, everyone wanted to know who would be the strongest between the two. Then, something unexpected happened. Lan Ziyi's name suddenly disappeared from the rank list. It wasn't long before it was revealed that the woman had ascended to the Cloud River realm. It was a most peculiar timing to choose to ascend. It was almost as if Lan Ziyi was avoiding a clash against Wuxia. For a time, countless rumors rose, and the Thousand Demon Ridge felt deeply ashamed by their champion's avoidance. The fact that Infinite Island released no statement to defend themselves only served to affirm their suspicions. On a related note, they finally found out how Wuxia had killed her opponents before they could even surrender. Previously, everyone she fought had either rejected her challenge request or perished in battle. It wasn't until she fought her next battle after entering the top 10 that her methods were finally revealed to the world. According to the Thousand Demon Ridge ranker who barely lived after the battle, Wuxia of the Crimson Blood sect was just a medicine cultivator who used poison. When the battle began, she immediately tossed a shining green pellet at him that exploded and engulfed the entire battlefield in poisonous fog. The fog was so poisonous that the ranker collapsed on the ground before he even made it to Wuxia's side. He would have died if he hadn't surrendered in time. Although he managed to survive the battle, the toxin coursing through his body turned out to be incredibly difficult to purge. It was so bad that he had to be brought back to the headquarters and receive treatment from their medicine cultivators. Wuxia of the Crimson Blood sect was a poison doctor. For a time, the whole world was stunned by this revelation. There were countless medicine cultivators who were experts in the art of poison, but no one in the history of Jianghu had ever made it to the top 10 with this skill, much less defeat a top 10 ranker with it. After that, Wuxia's rank started rising faster than ever before. Everyone she challenged afterward had rejected her challenge request. They might be top 10 rankers, but even they weren't confident that they could survive Wuxia's poison intact. Even if they managed to defeat her, they would have to spend a great deal of time recovering from the poison. In that case, they might as well surrender and live to fight another day. As a result of this, Wuxia of the Crimson Blood sect became the champion of the Scroll of Supremacy 5 days after Lu Yi had ascended to the Cloud River realm. She was the first ever medicine cultivator to become the champion of the Scroll of Supremacy. The world was stunned by the unprecedented feat. Previously, the world thought that Lu Yi would be the only monster the Crimson Blood sect had produced in this generation. Now, Wuxia had joined him at the top. For a time, the woman was praised and revered by countless medicine cultivators, including those from the Thousand Demon Ridge. They might be enemies, but even they had to admit that Wuxia's achievement had brought their cultivation faction much glory. From the Thousand Demon Ridge's perspective, the one silver lining to this disaster was that Wuxia wasn't a troublemaker like Lu Yi. In fact, they, or even the Grand Sky Coalition, didn't know where she was to this day. It was almost as if the woman had appeared out of nowhere. She could not be spotted in any core circle outpost. At the Crimson Blood sect's headquarters, Lu Yi was studying his blade technique insights and feeding the tree of glyphs some flames of earthen spirits. He was also consuming spirit pills to restore his depleted spiritual power. After honing himself non-stop in the Rift of Illusions for the past few days, Lu Yi had come to master his new power completely. The difference between his Heaven 9 self and now was like night and day. He now understood why people considered entering major realms to be a qualitative leap in power. His cultivation hadn't improved a bit in the past 5 days because he had been using his power non-stop. He had spent 20,000 contribution points to purchase 100 flames of earthen spirits from the Vault of Providence. It took a few days, but he was nearing the end of the feeding. When the Tree of Glyphs had consumed the last flame of earthen spirits, Lu Yi finally put down his book and checked inside his body. He frowned when he saw the Tree of Glyphs. Based on his estimate, 100 flames of earthen spirits should ignite 50 to 60 leaves at the very least. In reality, he was way off. The number of ignited leaves was less than half of what he expected. Lu Yi checked them all and only obtained 4 glyphs in total. The rest were techniques and methods that were used during the construction of a glyph. While they weren't independent glyphs, they were incredibly important to Lu Yi. The more techniques and methods he obtained, the easier it became to build a glyph. Take the teleportation ward for example. If he hadn't obtained everything he had obtained from the Tree of Glyphs, he would not have been able to construct Void, a glyph that took over 3,000 yin and yang elements to build, with his current attainment, much less set up a teleportation ward. It was thanks to those techniques and methods that he was able to construct Void and make it work in a teleportation ward. The 4 new glyphs he had obtained were not very suitable for combat. They were Glyph, Leaf Dance, Glyph, Fire, Glyph, Water Arrow and Glyph, Earth Protrusion. He could use them as spell techniques if he constructed them individually. It would seem that he was venturing further and further down the path of a spell cultivator even though he wasn't trying to. Although his 100 flames of earthen spirits had ignited far fewer leaves than he expected, Lu Yi did not think that it was a waste at all considering the Tree of Glyphs itself needed some fuel reserves. When the Yuan metal storm had engulfed the Spirit Creek battlefield, he was able to survive the poison of the myriad poison forest only because the Tree of Glyphs had consumed a sufficient amount of flames of earthen spirits. Otherwise, he would have been in the same boat as Amber. Therefore, the flames of earthen spirits wouldn't be wasted even if none of the leaves were ignited. The vital spirit pill he currently consumed to cultivate was over 10 times more potent than a spirit-restoring pill. The amount of pill poison it contained was about 10 times greater as well. Naturally, he was going to need the extra fuel to burn away the pill poison. He didn't purchase more flames of earthen spirits even though he still had over 70,000 contribution points. It was never a good idea to rush a purchase, and assuming the information he received was accurate, he was going to need those contribution points in the Cloud River battlefield. 5 days after ascending to the Cloud River realm, Lu Yi stepped out of his room and noted that a lot of disciples were walking about in the headquarters. He later realized that they were disciples who had accepted the mission to rebuild the summit of bamboos. They all saluted him respectfully when they saw him. Lu Yi rose to the air and looked down on the summit of bamboos. He saw a great number of disciples removing the decrepit buildings and replacing them with brand new structures. A great palace was also being built at the peak of the summit. It looked pretty huge even from a cultivator's perspective. Work was progressing very quickly because they were all cultivators, not to mention that he counted around 100 cultivators participating in the work. At this rate, it should take 15 days or less for the summit of bamboos to be rebuilt. The bad news was that he would be long gone by the time it was fully rebuilt. The good news was that his departure wasn't forever, and he would witness the new summit of bamboos eventually. Lu Yi returned to the summit of fortitude and sought out his second senior sister. She asked as if sensing his intent, "Are you going to enter the Cloud River battlefield?" "Yeah. I have mastered my new cultivation. It is time to cultivate for real." "I agree." Shui Yuan nodded. "Have you packed enough cultivation resources? You may stock up some more if you think it's necessary." "I have enough." The Cloud River battlefield is vastly different from the Spirit Creek battlefield. I have told you some things, but there are many more things I cannot tell you without going on a lengthy and tedious explanation. When you enter the Cloud River battlefield, remember to visit the Divine Trade Association and purchase a basic information package and a 10-point map. They are very important. I will remember this. The Spirit Creek battlefield constantly pits its two factions against one another, and the Cloud River battlefield is more or less the same. However, the main focus of the Cloud River battlefield is cultivation resources. Given enough strength, you should be able to cultivate faster than most people. That said, you have just ascended to the Cloud River realm, so it is better to play it safe. If you run into an enemy you cannot defeat, saving yourself has to be your first priority. Only the living have a future, understand? One more thing. Remember to contact your fourth senior brother when you've entered the Cloud River battlefield. I will. Shui Yuan wasn't done yet. She could not stop giving him advice like a mother advising a son who was leaving for a long trip. A long time later, Lu Yi finally bade Shui Yuan goodbye and fetched Amber, and then he strode toward the Sanctum of Providence. Cloud River battlefield, here I come. Chapter 443, Cloud River Battlefield. In the Sanctum of Providence, Lu Yi put his hand on the Divine Opportunity column and connected his mind to it. When he was a Spirit Creek Realm cultivator, the only place he could enter was the Spirit Creek Battlefield. Now that he was a Cloud River Realm cultivator, a new option had opened up to him. He could still enter the Spirit Creek Battlefield, but he would have to pay 3,000 contribution points to do so. Moreover, his strength would be suppressed to Heaven 9, or more specifically, his peak form before he ascended to the Cloud River Realm, until he left the place. The fee was only worse for real Lake Realm cultivators or higher. This was the main reason high-level cultivators generally avoided entering a battlefield they didn't belong to unless absolutely necessary. Lu Yi wasn't going to enter the Spirit Creek Battlefield, of course. He was going to enter the Cloud River Battlefield. He did not enter the Cloud River Battlefield immediately despite having made his choice. It was because the Cloud River Battlefield was quite different from the Spirit Creek Battlefield. For starters, outposts did not exist in the Cloud River Battlefield. This meant that there were multiple ways one might enter the place. The first way was to appear at a random location. If the cultivator was lucky, then he would appear in a safe place. If they weren't, then they might appear at a hostile location such as an enemy encampment or the territory of a powerful spirit beast. There was a high chance he would get killed if he couldn't defend himself. The second way was fixed-point teleportation. There were arcane glades in the Cloud River Battlefield that were filled with rich world spiritual chi. Even better, most of them contained a Divine Opportunity column. If a cultivator had left an imprint in the Divine Opportunity column beforehand, they could teleport directly to the arcane glade. Unfortunately, this way only applied to those who owned an arcane glade. As Lu Yi had never even entered the Cloud River Battlefield before, he did not have an arcane glade as a matter of course. This meant that he could only rely on the third way. The third way was also a fixed-point teleportation, though there were many places he could choose from. The Cloud River Battlefield did not have outposts, but it did have a lot of Divine Trade Association hotspots. They were scattered throughout the battlefield and acted as supply bases and rest areas for the cultivators. Moreover, every hotspot had its own Divine Opportunity column. Any cultivator, no matter what faction they belonged to, could use them to teleport out of the Cloud River Battlefield. One could say that these hotspots were the busiest places in the entire battlefield. As Lu Yi closed his eyes and made contact with the Divine Opportunity column, dots of light began appearing in his mind. Each dot represented a hot spot belonging to the Divine Trade Association. He could choose any one of these dots and teleport there. The question was, which should he choose? Shui Yuan had told him to seek out his fourth senior brother, Li Baxian, after he entered the Cloud River Battlefield. However, Lu Yi wanted to find Zhu Jia first. The big guy was as wooden as he was tough, and it had been months since he entered the Cloud River Battlefield. He wanted to know where his friend was and how he was doing. If someone had taken advantage of him, he wanted to know as soon as possible. He could see over 1,000 light dots in his head. It showed just how vast the Cloud River Battlefield was. The Spirit Creek Battlefield was vast, but the Cloud River Battlefield was several times bigger than it. After all, even the lowliest Cloud River Realm cultivator could fly telekinetically. If the battlefield was too small, then the cultivators would not be able to unleash their full power. He pondered his choices for a moment before choosing the location at the center of the Cloud River Battlefield. This way, Zhu Jia could be on the other end of the battlefield, and he should still be able to reach him fairly quickly. "Are you ready, Amber?" Lu Yi asked quietly. On his shoulder, the tiger responded with a cute growl. Lu Yi smiled and thought, teleport. The next moment, he was struck by a small sense of vertigo. The feeling went away as quickly as it came. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in an unfamiliar hall. Not far away, an unfamiliar cultivator opened his eyes at the same time as him. It was clear he had teleported over from Jianghu and chosen this location as his destination as well. They did not try to communicate for obvious reasons. Lu Yi put his hand on the Divine Opportunity column again and tried to teleport back to Jianghu. He immediately received a notice that a large sum of contribution points would be deducted if he did this. He knew then that the intel he received was correct. All cultivators who entered the Cloud River battlefield must stay in it for at least a month. Otherwise, they would have to pay a huge sum of contribution points. This might be the first time he entered the Cloud River battlefield, but he had collected a lot of information through various channels. The only flaw in the information he collected was that it wasn't comprehensive enough. He wasn't sure why such a rule existed. His best guess was that the teleportation wasn't free, and the heavens had implemented it to prevent cultivators who had way too much free time on their hands from abusing the teleportation. By the time he came to, the cultivator that appeared at the same time as him had already left the hall. Lu Yi also left after he was done with his experiment. He was immediately struck by a cacophony of noises. This was the Divine Trade Association. It made sense that countless cultivators would frequent this place. Lu Yi tapped a finger on his battlefield imprint and attempted to contact his fourth senior brother. He was going to inform him that he had arrived at the Cloud River battlefield, but to his surprise, the message had failed to transmit successfully. His fourth senior brother's imprint still existed, so it wasn't because he was dead. This could only mean that his fourth senior brother was currently in a different world. The same thing happened when he tried to contact Feng Yuechan. Li Baxian and Feng Yuechan were inseparable for as long as he knew them. If one of them was unreachable, then the other person was most likely unreachable as well. He messaged Zhu Jia next. This time, the message transmitted smoothly, and Zhu Jia responded to it very quickly. Lu Yi frowned after communicating with Zhu Jia for a bit. Not only was Zhu Jia ignorant of his current location, Lu Yi himself wasn't sure where he was beyond the center in the Cloud River battlefield. He had no choice but to tell Zhu Jia to find a Divine Trade Association hotspot and purchase a 10-point map for himself before ending the communication. After that, Lu Yi sought out a manager and purchased a 10-point map and a basic information packet on all things in the Cloud River battlefield. What surprised Lu Yi was that the manager was only a Spirit Creek Realm cultivator. The Divine Trade Association might be the only organization in Jianghu who was capable of doing this. He already knew this, but Lu Yi still realized all over again that the Divine Trade Association was no ordinary organization. Lu Yi remained in his private room and checked out his 10-point map to learn about his current location. He then checked the basic information packet he received. It took 2 whole hours before Lu Yi finally put down his jade slip. He took his time to digest everything he just learned. As his second senior sister had told him, the Cloud River battlefield was a much more complicated and competitive place than the Spirit Creek battlefield. Here, cultivators did not just compete against enemies from an opposing faction, but also their own. That said, the strong could usually capitalize on this and rise through the cultivation levels very quickly. In the Spirit Creek battlefield, every sect had an outpost where the concentration of the world's spiritual chi was much higher than the wilderness. The more blessings they purchased, the more they could upgrade the world's spiritual chi of their outpost and accelerate the cultivation of the disciples. There was no such thing in the Cloud River battlefield, however. Instead, there were the arcane glades. An arcane glade was a territory where the world's spiritual chi was concentrated. In the Cloud River battlefield, the average concentration of the ambient spiritual chi was only equal to the wilderness of the core circle in the Spirit Creek battlefield. Suffice to say, this cultivation environment wasn't even good enough for a Spirit Creek realm cultivator, much less a Cloud River realm cultivator. If the cultivator cultivated using the ambient spiritual chi around them only, they would find themselves rising through the cultivation levels very, very slowly. The arcane glade was one of the most popular solutions to that problem. An arcane glade was identical to a Spirit Creek battlefield outpost in the sense that its world's spiritual chi was much richer than normal. That was where the similarities ended, however. An arcane glade wasn't divided based on sections. Anyone could own one, be it a small group of friends consisting of 3 to 5 cultivators, or a large group consisting of 10 to 20 cultivators. Generally speaking, it was incredibly rare to find an arcane glade accommodating more than 20 cultivators because that would reduce the amount of world spiritual chi each person got to a pittance. Arcane glades were split into 4 levels: Primus, Secundus, Tertius, and Quartus. Primus was the best, and Quartus the worst. To put it simply, the higher the level, the richer the world's spiritual chi, and the more efficient a cultivator's cultivation became. There were less arcane glades than there were cultivators, so cultivators often fought each other to claim one. In the Spirit Creek battlefield, it was incredibly difficult to occupy an outpost. The Grand Ward alone presented a nigh insurmountable challenge, and there was only so much a Spirit Creek realm cultivator could do. Lu Yi was an exception, not the rule. At the Cloud River realm, though, that was a different story. The cultivators weren't just much more powerful, their bag of tricks would have grown exponentially as well. Not even an arcane glade that was protected by a Grand Ward was safe from its would-be plunderers. Generally speaking, few people could hold onto a high-quality arcane glade for long. It almost always changed hands after a short period. Besides that, arcane glades did not exist forever. What was a Primus-level arcane glade today could up and vanish like a mirage the next day. The opposite was the same. A barren land could suddenly transform into an arcane glade as well. The Cloud River battlefield was vast, and its number of arcane glades innumerable. However, there were always cultivators who just weren't strong enough to claim an arcane glade of their own. How could these people grow stronger then? Spirit pills alone would not satisfy their needs, not to mention that it would be beyond inefficient. That was why there was another way to cultivate besides claiming an arcane glade: amulets. In the Cloud River battlefield, amulets could literally fall from the skies at any moment. An amulet's quality could be split into white, green, blue, purple, and gold. White was the lousiest and gold the best. When an amulet fell from the sky, everyone within 50 kilometers of ground zero was almost guaranteed to see it. Those who managed to claim an amulet only needed to find a safe place to crush their amulet. A massive amount of world spiritual chi would automatically appear out of nowhere and nourish the cultivator. No one knew where the amulets came from. Their best guess was that they were the gifts of the heavens. Each day, a large amount of amulets would appear all over the Cloud River battlefield. It was something all cultivators needed, as there could never be too many resources. It wasn't easy to claim an amulet, however. It was something every Cloud River realm cultivator wanted after all. It wasn't just a matter of speed and hand-eye coordination either. Those who weren't strong enough to keep the amulet they claimed usually perished to their attackers. The strong ones would fight for the gold amulets, while the weak ones could only aim for the white amulets. In the Cloud River battlefield, there was no such thing as an upper limit when it came to cultivation speed. Given enough strength and luck, a cultivator could ascend to the real lake realm in just 1 or 2 years. Chapter 444, Tetrachromatic Cloud. Ownership of amulets wasn't fixed, so this gave birth to a special kind of trade known as amulet auctions. Some cultivators would rather sell the amulets they owned for contribution points, so every once in a while the Divine Trade Association would hold an auction. Contribution points were the only accepted currency in an auction. Even if a cultivator was so unlucky that they could neither claim an amulet or an arcane glade for themselves, they could still cultivate very quickly, assuming they had the contribution points necessary to purchase these amulets. This part matched what Lu Yi had gathered from his friends and acquaintances. They had told him that contribution points were extremely useful in the Cloud River battlefield, and they were right. Though to be fair, contribution points were useful not just in the Cloud River battlefield, but everywhere else. This was the first time Lu Yi entered the Cloud River battlefield, so he didn't consider claiming an arcane glade as an option. Most of the arcane glades out there would already have an owner, and he wasn't so hubristic as to believe that he could defeat them as he was. He might be invincible in the Spirit Creek battlefield, but that status was stripped the moment he entered the Cloud River battlefield. He could be the strongest first-order Cloud River realm cultivator in the entire world, and a veteran could still kick his ass like it was nothing. He was tempted to buy an amulet or two and check how good they were. Although he could cultivate on spirit pills alone, he would rather cultivate more efficiently than otherwise. Also, he had over 70,000 contribution points in hand right now. That had to be enough to purchase some amulets, right? Unfortunately, he asked a manager about the amulet auction and learned that the last auction was 2 days ago, and the next would be almost a month away. He immediately ceased that thought. After obtaining everything he needed, Lu Yi left the Divine Trade Association. The sun hung high in the sky, and countless cultivators could be seen entering and leaving the hotspot. At first glance, it seemed that the Cloud River battlefield was a much livelier place than the Spirit Creek battlefield. In reality, it was because this was a Divine Trade Association hotspot. Considering that the Cloud River battlefield was several times bigger than the Spirit Creek battlefield, the chances someone might encounter another cultivator in the wilderness were even smaller than they were in the Spirit Creek battlefield, not to mention that there were far fewer Cloud River Realm cultivators than there were Spirit Creek Realm cultivators. Once outside the hotspot, Lu Yi checked the 10-point map and messaged Wuxia his current location. Wuxia responded, "Ain." It would be an incomprehensible response to most people, but Lu Yi had known Wuxia long enough to guess that it meant yes. Unfortunately, Wuxia still didn't have a 10-point map of his own, so he didn't know where he was. It would be difficult for Lu Yi to locate the body-tempering cultivator without even knowing which direction he should travel. Since he was already here, he might as well take the rough with the smooth. He decided to familiarize himself with the battlefield. With a thought, Lu Yi soared to the sky, picked a random direction and flew. According to the 10-point map, there was a Tertius-level arcane glade about 150 kilometers away from his current location. He wanted to know the difference between a Tertius-level arcane glade and the wilderness. The owners should not attack him if he just observed from a safe distance. There was a chance the Tertius-level arcane glade might belong to the Thousand Demon Ridge, but the reality was that the owners of an arcane glade often came from both factions. In the Cloud River battlefield, cultivators rarely exposed their affiliation to one another to avoid conflicts of interest. This was not possible in the Spirit Creek battlefield because the cultivators were centered around their sects and outposts, but in the Cloud River battlefield, most people either traveled alone or in groups. Even those who chose to travel in groups rarely gathered too many people. This was to avoid issues if they encountered a new arcane glade. The cultivators who found the arcane glade first would also sign a sacred pact and cooperate temporarily with each other. New environments gave birth to new ways of living. This was why his second senior sister, Shui Yuan, had told him that their factions weren't completely opposed to one another in the Cloud River battlefield. In some cases, they might even have to cooperate with each other. Worst-case scenario, the sacred pact would keep them from backstabbing each other even if their affiliations were opposed. Lu Yi didn't fly unassisted for long before he brought out his spirit boat. It was going to be a long trip, and flying on a flying spirit artifact was just less exhausting. On a related note, Lu Yi had switched out his spirit boat for a middle-grade spirit artifact. It was also a spirit boat, but it was faster and tougher because it had more defensive enchantments. At the very least, he would not be in danger of crashing after one direct hit or two. Yi poked her head out after confirming that there was no one around them. She sat down in front of Lu Yi and looked left and right curiously. So, this is the Cloud River battlefield. It doesn't look too different from the Spirit Creek battlefield though. The people are definitely different. From now on, almost everyone we meet will be a Cloud River Realm cultivator. It'll be fine. Amber and I will help you if we get into a fight, Yi declared while swinging her fist. Amber also let out a growl of agreement. Where are we going? Yi asked. We're heading toward a Tertius-level arcane glade. I want to check out what's so special about it. I see. Yi stopped asking questions and enjoyed the sights for a bit. Suddenly, she pointed a finger and exclaimed in surprise, Lu Yi, look at that pretty cloud. It has 4 colors. Lu Yi looked in the direction she was pointing and saw a tetrachromatic cloud as she said. It was moving quickly toward them. Lu Yi raised his eyebrows. It hadn't even been a couple of hours since he entered the Cloud River battlefield, and trouble had found them already. According to the basic information packet he bought from the Divine Trade Association, Iridescent clouds would always appear in the sky before they rained amulets. The color of the cloud decided the type of amulets that would be distributed. A dichromatic cloud would produce white and green amulets only. A trichromatic amulet would produce white, green, and blue amulets. A tetrachromatic cloud would produce white, green, blue, and purple amulets, and finally, a pentachromatic cloud would produce white, green, blue, purple, and gold amulets. There was no such thing as a monochromatic cloud, not one that produced amulets at least. It was always between a dichromatic cloud and a pentachromatic cloud. Since the cloud in front of them was tetrachromatic, it meant that it could produce purple amulets at best. Lu Yi immediately stopped in his tracks and stared at the cloud for a bit. He felt a surge of delight when he confirmed that the cloud was heading toward him. The delight only lasted for a moment though. It was because he saw a vast number of auras trailing beneath the cloud. The tetrachromatic cloud could be sighted from at least 50 kilometers away. Naturally, all nearby cultivators were going to flock toward it like bees to honey. He could tell that there were many elites within the group. At the Spirit Creek realm level, one could determine their cultivation level by their aura because it was proportional to the number of microcosmic orbits in their body. This did not apply to Cloud River realm cultivators or above, however. All Cloud River realm cultivators only had one cosmic orbit. Therefore, it was difficult to tell how strong they were based on their aura. Besides that, there was no cultivation realm with a bigger power disparity than the Cloud River realm. Take a cultivator who had ascended to the Cloud River realm with 240 spiritual points and another with 360 spiritual points, for example. Technically speaking, their cultivation realm was the same. In reality, the latter was way stronger than the former because they had unlocked far more spiritual points. This was why it was extremely unwise to judge a cultivator's strength based on their cultivation level at the Cloud River realm. It was all too common for a so-called low-level cultivator to kill a high-level cultivator. Here in the Cloud River battlefield, there were only the weak and the strong. And the only way to tell who was to fight them. This was why Lu Yi dared to roam the Cloud River battlefield alone. In the Spirit Creek battlefield, he was so infamous that he literally could not go 100 kilometers in one direction without being swarmed by a sea of 1,000 Demon Ridge cultivators. But here, few would even know his name. A cultivator could remain in the Cloud River battlefield for years before returning to Jianghu. His third senior brother, Xiao Xinghe, was one such example. The guy had not left the Cloud River battlefield until he had ascended to the real lake realm. This was good news for Lu Yi. In the Spirit Creek battlefield, he was the infamous vanquisher of Sex and Bane of Spirit Creek. Literally every 1,000 Demon Ridge cultivator in the battlefield wanted to kill him even before he was Heaven 9. Now that he had a fresh start, he decided that it was time to change his strategy as well. Ideally, he wanted to keep as low a profile as possible. Even if that wasn't possible, he wanted to avoid becoming so famous that he couldn't go anywhere without a tail, one that was made up of dozens, hundreds, or even thousands of cultivators, no less. Now that he thought about it, he had been hunted since practically the first day he became a cultivator. For once, he would like to lead a steady and relatively peaceful life. Lu Yi did not grow arrogant just because he became invincible in the Spirit Creek battlefield. He was well aware that cultivators who were stronger than him were a dime a dozen in the Cloud River battlefield. That was why he hurriedly descended on a small hill the second he saw the massive group of auras trailing behind the cloud. At least hundreds of cultivators had gathered beneath the tetrachromatic cloud. The group was only growing bigger as time passed. The cloud was as big as it was colorful. Excluding the blind, everyone within several hundred kilometers of the cloud should notice it. No one was fighting because it wasn't time yet. No one was revealing their affiliation willy-nilly either. Everyone here was a competitor unless they were a familiar, friendly face they could work with, faction be damned. The cloud would not stop until it was directly above Lu Yi's head. Then, it came to a complete standstill. Lu Yi could not help but lament his luck when he saw this. The tetrachromatic cloud wasn't too high up in the sky, a couple thousand meters above ground at best. Logically speaking, the Cloud River Realm cultivators should fly as close to the cloud as possible so that they could claim the amulets before anyone else. In fact, people used to do that until too many people were dead, and the grass on their gravestones was at least dozens of meters tall now. The amulets did not fly slowly when they were ejected from the cloud. To put it simply, they moved fast enough to kill any Cloud River Realm cultivator if they were too close. The amulets flew slower the further they traveled. That was why the cultivators scattered away from the tetrachromatic cloud instead of closing in. In a sense, luck played a huge factor in a contest like this. It was impossible to say where an amulet would appear until it did. Chapter 445, Claiming Amulets. In the wilderness, a tetrachromatic cloud was floating over 3,000 meters above the ground. Right beneath it was Lu Yi watching and waiting for something to happen. 5 kilometers away from the cloud, hundreds of cultivators were standing in a circle and getting ready to snatch the amulets it would soon spew as well. Some cultivators had eyes for the iridescent cloud only, but some were observing their surroundings in case there was any powerful competitor they needed to watch out for. Some had also formed temporary alliances and grouped up in 2s or 3s. Suddenly, several balls of light burst out of the cloud at high speed. It looked like there was something hidden within them. Lu Yi immediately stared at one of the lights and pushed his eyes to the limit, but he was unable to identify what it was. The streaks of light were so fast that they crossed thousands of meters in almost an instant. Seeing their travel speed, Lu Yi was stunned even though he had already read about this in the information packet. There was definitely a good reason why everyone stayed a good distance away from the iridescent cloud. Considering their speed, they weren't just too fast to dodge within a certain distance, they could also punch through their bodies with ease. The balls of light suddenly slowed down when they were about 300 meters above the ground. At the same time, their impenetrable radiance faded to reveal the objects within. They were hiding what looked like finger-sized objects that were about an inch wide. It was wider at the top and narrower at the bottom. They looked to be carved out of some sort of jade. They were 4 white amulets and 1 green amulet. The cultivators closest to the amulets immediately flew toward the amulets. The iridescent cloud had only spewed 5 amulets for the first round, but at least a dozen cultivators were gunning for them. Some were lucky enough to get an amulet without being contested. The others were fighting to claim the remaining amulets. This was especially true for the green amulet. At least 5 to 6 pairs of eyes were watching it, and the fight it caused was easily the fiercest of them all. Lu Yi did not move from his spot because the amulets weren't close to him. He would not have made it in time even if he had decided to chase after any of them. It was clear that the cultivators weren't going all out though. No one here was revealing their affiliation. Therefore, it was possible that the annoying competitor you were battling against could have the same faction as you. Competing against one's ally was inevitable in the Cloud River battlefield. For the first time, Lu Yi thought that his fellow cultivators weren't too loyal to their factions. In the Spirit Creek battlefield, conflicts between cultivators from the same faction were almost non-existent. A dozen more amulets emerged from the iridescent cloud before the cultivators were done fighting. There were clearly more than 1 green amulet as well. More cultivators joined in the contest for the amulets. The iridescent cloud would continue to spew more and more batches of amulets as time passed. It was like someone had poured salt in oil. Fights were happening everywhere within 5 kilometers of the cloud. The cultivators kept a close eye on their prize. If any amulet came to their position, they would immediately try to contest it. Soon, it was like a mini-war was happening in this area. Meanwhile, Lu Yi was still standing on the hill with an innocent look on his face. It wasn't that he didn't want to claim an amulet for himself, but it looked like he was pretty unlucky today. Not a single amulet had fallen anywhere close to him. Even the closest one was at least 5 kilometers away from him. Eventually, Lu Yi figured out that the iridescent cloud probably did not rain amulets directly underneath it. It was like there was an invisible umbrella beneath the cloud, and the amulets could rain anywhere except the area protected by the umbrella. Lu Yi was just wondering if he should change his spot when another batch of amulets appeared. At least 100 amulets had appeared this time, and one of them was flying straight toward him. Lu Yi was touched to say the least. After waiting for heavens know how long, he could finally take part in the contest. The light crossed thousands of meters of him in an instant before revealing itself. It was a blue amulet. He had seen some blue amulets, but their numbers were few. It would seem that the quality of the amulets was proportional to its rarity. For example, he still hadn't seen a single purple amulet until now. Lu Yi soared into the sky and crossed the distance between himself and the blue amulet in an instant. He caught it firmly in his grasp. At the same time, he felt a powerful gust of wind from his flank. He saw from the corner of his eye a spear thrusting straight toward his ribs. Lu Yi unsheathed the inviolable and clashed blades with his enemy. A loud clang later, he was sent sailing across the air like a sack. His hand was numb from the impact as well. This was the first ever Cloud River Realm cultivator Lu Yi had fought against, so he was having a hard time estimating his opponent's exact cultivation level. Judging from the outcome of the clash though, his opponent was clearly stronger than him. He had to be a 4th or 5th order Cloud River Realm cultivator at least. How annoying! As if that wasn't bad enough, a few more cultivators were flying his way as well. A blue amulet was very valuable. It was worth the effort to say the least. Lu Yi took a moment to decide what to do. Then, before his competitors could truly get close, he tossed the blue amulet straight at the spear wielder who attacked him earlier. The spear wielder caught the amulet immediately, but he didn't even get to turn the corners of his lips upward before the cultivators gunning for Lu Yi abruptly switched targets. He blanched as he brandished his spear and attempted to fight off his attackers. It took only a moment for the cultivators to beat the spear wielder black and blue. The man let out a mournful howl as he fell from the sky. In the end, he was forced to throw away the blue amulet. He had to unless he wanted to die. Generally speaking, cultivators avoided killing each other during a contest like this unless they recognized the other person as a true enemy. After all, most of them were unaware of the other person's identity or affiliation. Of course, someone was still going to die in this contest. A Cloud River Realm cultivator wasn't that much older or mature than a Spirit Creek Realm cultivator, not to mention that cultivators were generally full of energy and drive. Regardless of what they told themselves at the beginning, it was all too easy for them to lose control. Lu Yi was glad he had made the right decision before it was too late. There was a high chance he would end up like the spear wielder if he had tried to escape with the blue amulet. It was a shame that Zhu Jia wasn't here. It would have been perfect if he was. Zhu Jia was one of the most robust body-tempering cultivators he had ever met, and most people couldn't even put a scratch on his body. If he was here, he could have just tossed the amulet to him for safekeeping. The contest for the amulets wasn't over yet, though the tetrachromatic cloud above him had shrunk greatly. Lu Yi would make a couple more attempts only to discover that he just wasn't strong enough to claim an amulet and secure it. The strong ones were aiming for the green and blue amulets, so he could not keep them even if he managed to get one. The white amulets were easier to defend, but there were far more people who were contesting for them. So far, someone always managed to intercept them first. It took more luck than strength to obtain a white amulet. After returning from yet another failed attempt, Lu Yi looked at the tetrachromatic cloud above him and noted that it had shrunk to 30% of its original size now. It was at this moment the cloud started shaking violently before crumbling altogether. At the same time, hundreds of lights flew out in every direction. This was the last batch of amulets. There were a couple of purple amulets and nearly 20 blue amulets among them. The cultivators' excitement hit a new peak. Those who thought themselves strong and fast enough to get what they wanted and evade their pursuers flew straight toward the purple and blue amulets. Lu Yi terribly wanted to join in the contest himself, but he forced down the irrational impulse and searched for an amulet he could realistically obtain. He was pretty lucky this time. A green and white amulet were flying in his direction. He jumped into the air and soared straight toward the green amulet. When he was just 30 meters away from the green amulet, A ribbon suddenly appeared out of nowhere and reached the amulets before him. Judging from the aura on the ribbon, it was a spirit artifact. Lu Yi was well and truly pissed off. He hadn't gotten a heaven's damned strand of hair since the event began, and this woman thought she could steal what was his from right under his nose? Unacceptable. He swung the inviolable at the same time he channeled his vitality into his right arm. Flash! The saber struck the ribbon with all its might, but it did not split it in half as he thought it would. The ribbon was a middle-grade spirit artifact, not to mention that its flexibility greatly diminished the saber's cutting force. That said, the powerful attack still managed to shake the two amulets out of the ribbon's grasp. Lu Yi immediately caught the green amulet in his hand. He was about to grab the white amulet as well when a dainty hand caught it first and even struck him in the back of his hand. Lu Yi felt as if he had been bitten by a snake. His hand immediately turned red and painful. A beautiful woman brushed past him. A fragrant scent tickled his nostrils. Lu Yi immediately paused in his tracks and looked back. He saw a sexy woman standing not far away from him with a ribbon wrapped around her arms. It was the spirit artifact that had snatched his amulets earlier. The ribbon was very long. It was wrapped twice around one arm, stretched across her slender waist, and wrapped around her other arm. Her shirt did not cover her arms. They almost shone under the sunlight. Right now, the woman was staring at Lu Ye's green amulet with an innocent expression. She gave her white amulet a small shake before begging in a sweet voice, "Do you want to switch, handsome?" Lu Yi hurriedly threw the green amulet into his storage bag. "Stingy!" The woman pouted. However, she quickly turned serious and assumed a battle stance beside Lu Yi. She then put on a brave front and said to Lu Yi, "Let's cooperate." Why did she suddenly change her stance? It was because a group of cultivators were closing in on them, of course. Lu Yi nodded wordlessly and stood shoulder to shoulder with the unknown woman. Flames surrounded the inviolable's blade. The cultivators rushing toward them frowned as they had seen the amulets Lu Yi and the woman had got a hold of. If the duo had a blue amulet or better, a purple amulet, then they would be attacking them already. After all, they did outnumber the duo. But a green and white amulet? The risk wasn't quite worth the reward. Chapter 446, Purple Amulet. Since the tetrachromatic cloud in the sky was gone, the contest for the amulets was also approaching the end. The cultivators who managed to get a purple amulet had escaped a long time ago, though whether they could keep their amulet remained to be seen. It all depended on their speed and strength. If they lacked either one of these qualities, then all their efforts would still amount to nothing. People were already bashing each other's brains in order to obtain a purple amulet. If there was a gold amulet, a lot more people would have died today. The cultivators who got an amulet departed the scene happily, and those who didn't left with their heads hanging low. "Hey, handsome," the sexy woman asked suddenly. Lu Yi ignored her and turned around to leave. "What a miser!" The female cultivator harumphed with a disgruntled expression. Still, she was lucky all things considered. At least she had gotten a white amulet. Lu Yi zipped across the wilderness at high speed. More than ever, he thought that the Cloud River battlefield really was a different place from the Spirit Creek battlefield. Just now, every cultivator had fought to obtain an amulet or two without revealing their affiliation. Someone who was an enemy a second ago could be your ally in the next second. It all hinged on the word profit. This would never happen in the Spirit Creek battlefield. Cultivators between opposing factions would never cooperate with one another because their cultivation was weak, and their area of activity was limited. It usually took little effort to identify a stranger's affiliation. In the Cloud River battlefield, though, most cultivators chose to explore the world as they pleased. If they ran into a stranger, they might consider cooperating with them if the conditions were suitable. He had just flown a kilometer or two when, suddenly, he saw a cultivator flying in his direction. Behind him were a couple of cultivators. From the looks of it, the cultivator at the front was being chased. Lu Yi changed directions and attempted to stay out of their way. When they got close though, he abruptly discovered that the guy being chased was none other than the spear wielder who attacked him a while ago. The guy's face was covered in blue and black bruises, and he looked like he had taken a couple more hits since the last time Lu Yi saw him. It was quite amusing. The tetrachromatic cloud had disappeared a short while ago, but the guy was still being chased. Could it be? He was just thinking this when the spear wielder abruptly threw something straight at Lu Yi. It was none other than a purple amulet. Lu Yi could not help but marvel at the guy's luck. The tetrachromatic cloud had discharged only a handful of purple amulets, and hundreds of cultivators had beaten the crap out of one another to obtain them. But somehow, the spear wielder had managed to snag one for himself. It was clear he wasn't strong enough to keep the purple amulet though. That was why he ultimately chose to throw the purple amulet to Lu Yi. As for whether he was plotting to make trouble for Lu Yi due to their earlier interaction, that was something only the spear wielder could answer. Even if he was, it would be righteous payback considering what Lu Yi had done to him earlier. The second the amulet was thrown, the cultivators immediately abandoned the spear wielder and changed directions just in time to see Lu Yi catching the amulet. Someone yelled, "Throw it here, boy." Another person cried, "That's not something a young lad like you can keep, boy. Give it to me." And of course, there was the angry roar. "Surrender the purple amulet or die." As the cultivators approached, a pair of fiery wings abruptly Lu Yi appeared on Lu Ye's back. With a flap, he shot toward the opposite direction at high speed. He hadn't used soar before because it was pointless. With hundreds of cultivators scattered all over the place, there was almost no chance he could get to an amulet before someone who was already waiting in the right direction. This situation was different though. There were only a couple of pursuers, and he was holding a purple amulet, a cultivation resource that was inferior only to a gold amulet. The reward was worth the risk. If nothing else, it would make up for the half a day he wasted just to obtain a measly green amulet. Lu Yi was as fast as lightning when soar was activated. The spear wielder who tossed the purple amulet to Lu Yi was stunned by this as well. Clearly, he wasn't expecting Lu Yi to possess an ability like this. It took only a moment for the young man to vanish from view. In the sky, Lu Yi kept flapping his energy wings while expending spiritual power like a dam. Currently, he had 3 methods of flying: flying using a flying spirit artifact, flying unassisted, and flying using glyph, soar. Each method depleted more spiritual power and stamina than the last. Soar in particular used far more spiritual power than any other method, although it was also the fastest and nimblest flight method he possessed. Despite this, he discovered that he was unable to shake off his pursuers. It was clear that they were at least several orders stronger than him, and not someone a newbie in the Cloud River realm like him could shake off. Generally speaking, the greater one's cultivation level and skill, the faster they could fly. The only good news was that he hadn't encountered any other cultivators along the way. Otherwise, this would have ended poorly for him. An incense stick later, he was still only 1 kilometer ahead of his enemy. This distance might as well not exist to a Cloud River realm cultivator. Left with no choice, Lu Yi gritted his teeth and activated Windwalk. He had never combined Windwalk and Soar until now because Soar alone drained away at his spiritual power like a vortex. Even at the Cloud River realm, there was no way he could sustain the combination of glyphs for long. Now was not the time to conserve his strength, however. If even Windwalk plus Soar could not shake off the enemies, then he could only give up his purple amulet. Nothing was more important than one's life. Lu Ye's speed skyrocketed after he conjured Windwalk. Everyone chasing him blanched when they saw this. They already had to push themselves to their limits just to keep up with Lu Yi, and judging from his spiritual power, he had clearly just ascended to the Cloud River realm a short time ago. At best, the young man was a second-order Cloud River realm cultivator, and everyone here was at least 3 to 4 minor realms above him. Despite this, they were still unable to catch up to Lu Yi. It was so unbelievable that they wouldn't believe themselves if they hadn't seen it with their own eyes. As if that wasn't enough, this still wasn't Lu Ye's maximum speed. After he constructed Windwalk, He began pulling away from his pursuers at a visible rate. Just an incense stick later, they could only see a dot in the horizon. It wouldn't be long before Lu Yi vanished completely from view. The pursuers didn't give up though. They might not know what Lu Yi used to increase his flight speed to insane levels, but it couldn't possibly be without a cost. Considering that Lu Yi was only a first or second-order Cloud River Realm cultivator, he should run out of spiritual power in a short time. As long as they didn't lose Lu Yi completely, they could just wait until he had exhausted himself before snatching the purple amulet from him. Suddenly, Lu Ye's altitude declined sharply. The next second he vanished seemingly into thin air. After the group arrived and looked down, they saw a forest where Lu Yi had disappeared to. The young man was nowhere to be seen. The cultivators hesitated for a few seconds. Then they scattered and entered the forest to search for Lu Yi. These people were not friends. They were competitors whose interests happened to be aligned for now. In the forest, Lu Yi was hiding himself using glyph, concealment. He wasn't completely out of spiritual power yet, but he was nearing the end of his reserves. That was why he had no choice but to hide inside this forest. Glyph, concealment wasn't perfect, but it should keep him hidden until his pursuers had abandoned the pursuit. If his bad luck reared its head and exposed him, he would consider his options then. Once in a while, a cultivator would swoop close to the ground in search for Lu Yi. Clearly, they weren't going to give up without giving their all. Lu Yi simply stayed where he was and did not move a muscle. A quarter of a day later, when he could hear no more noises from his surroundings, Lu Yi finally began moving in a certain direction. He did not disable concealment just in case someone was hiding nearby and waiting for him to reveal himself. It wasn't long before Lu Yi found a dry cave. Once he was inside, he immediately took out his ward flags and set up a couple of simple wards at the entrance. Only then did he return to the cave and meditate. He had used up too much spiritual power, so he threw a couple of vital spirit pills into his mouth and activated Gluttonous Feast. The pills were quickly converted into spiritual power and injected into his circulation system. Finally, he took out the 2 amulets and inspected them. He had obtained 1 green amulet and 1 purple amulet from the contest. The green amulet was something he had obtained via his own strength, and the purple amulet was given to him by the spear wielder. In the Cloud River battlefield, the ambient spiritual chi of the wilderness was almost the same as the ambient spiritual chi in Core Circle. While it wasn't impossible to cultivate in such an environment, it was extremely inefficient. The best way to improve one's cultivation was to occupy an arcane glade or get amulets. The latter especially was the fastest way for a Cloud River Realm cultivator to climb through the ranks. Most cultivators treated spirit pills as a supplementary method of cultivation, not the main. Few people possessed the ability to purge pill poison from their bodies like Lu Yi after all. Of course, they could also cultivate via absorbing the spiritual power of a spirit stone. It was much faster than inhaling the world's spiritual chi in the surrounding, but slower than consuming spirit pills. In addition, there were numerous hidden realms in the Cloud River battlefield. Some of them opened at fixed times, so the cultivators knew when to enter. Some did not follow a pattern at all and could appear anywhere, anytime. Most of these hidden realms contained amulets as well. Those lucky enough to enter a hidden realm would be able to claim the amulets and the hidden realm's unique products for themselves. It was a massive opportunity to say the least. In comparison, the opportunities in the Spirit Creek battlefield were mostly made up of inheritances. For example, Hua Si had obtained the inheritance of a poison doctor. The world also thought that Lu Yi had obtained the inheritance of a glyph weaver in the Spirit Creek battlefield. The opportunities that could be found in the Cloud River battlefield were vastly different. They were mostly things that could improve a cultivator's cultivation. This intel was all recorded in the jade slip he had purchased from the Divine Trade Association. Lu Yi had had a strange feeling when he saw this information. It felt as if someone had purposely made the Spirit Creek battlefield and the Cloud River battlefield the way they were. Spirit Creek realm cultivators were weak and new to cultivation. Therefore, they needed inheritances far more than they needed items that could boost their cultivation level. That was why most of the inheritances were found at the outer circle and the inner circle. Few were located in the inner circle. When a cultivator had reached the Cloud River realm, they were considered to have carved out their path in the eternal journey of cultivation. Now, all they needed to do was to increase their power and cultivation level as fast as possible. That was why items that could boost their power and cultivation level became much more important than inheritances. Most of the opportunities in the Cloud River battlefield, such as the arcane glades, amulets, and hidden realms, were all aimed at increasing a Cloud River realm cultivator's power. The theme was so obvious that even the biggest skeptic could not claim that it was mere happenstance. Chapter 447, Champion Class Spirit Beast. Lu Yi quickly regenerated his depleted spiritual power as the spirit pills melted in his stomach. He did not use an amulet because it was a cultivation item, not a healing item. He should use it only when he was at maximum spiritual power. Besides consuming more vital spirit pills, Lu Yi also constructed gathering spirit funnels across his body to boost his recovery speed even further. Although Lu Yi was now a first-order Cloud River realm cultivator, that didn't mean that his spiritual points no longer existed. That said, there would be a time where the border between his spiritual points and his body blurred into nothing. It took him a quarter of a day to finally recover his strength. Lu Yi was just about to give the green amulet a go and see how much it would increase his power when, suddenly, he heard a faint noise from outside. It was immediately followed by an explosion. Someone or something had triggered his alarm ward. His explosion ward had triggered as well. He hurriedly put away the two amulets before rushing toward outside. A tall, imposing figure was blocking the entrance. It was a black bear who stood as tall as a tower on 2 feet. It was currently roaring in anger because its fur was singed, and blood could be seen seeping out of its wounds. It had clearly been injured by the explosion ward. Riled into a flying rage because of the pain, it struck the walls of the entrance with its meaty paws while thick energy rolled off its body. Lu Yi only needed one glance to tell that it was a champion-class spirit beast. A cultivator's strength could be divided by cultivation realms. The same applied to spirit beasts. The counterpart of a Spirit Creek realm cultivator was a spirit beast. Even a tyrant like Biki was still categorized as a spirit beast because it had reached the absolute ceiling of its current level, but not surpassed it. The counterpart of a Cloud River realm cultivator was called a champion-class spirit beast. The black bear in front of Lu Yi was one such example. There were plenty of brutal and powerful champion-class spirit beast in the Cloud River battlefield. Countless cultivators died to these deadly creatures every year. The counterpart of a real lake realm cultivator was a master-class spirit beast, and a divine ocean realm cultivator a warlord-class spirit beast. This cave was probably the black bear's lair. Lu Yi had noticed some black fur on the ground when he came in, but he had ignored it because he needed to hide and recover his strength. He did not think that the owner of the lair would choose now of all times to return. Worse, it was hurt by the ward he had set up earlier. He did not want to go up against a champion-class spirit beast in a cave. His speed and agility were non-existent in a cramped space like this. That was why the first thing he did after seeing it was yelling, "Eat!" He immediately flew out of Amber and poked her hand into the storage bag hanging beneath Amber's neck. She then unfurled the 9 Realms scroll in one smooth motion and threw it over the black bear's head. The black bear vanished into thin air just like that. After Yi gave Lu Yi and Amber a nod, the duo rushed into the 9 Realms scroll as well. Lu Yi and Amber appeared in a stone forest just in time to hear another furious roar. The next thing they knew, the black bear was charging toward them like a small mountain. Amber roared back while jumping off Lu Yi's shoulder. Once on the ground, it transformed into its true form and met the black bear head-on. Cultivation-wise, the black bear was stronger than Amber because Amber wasn't a champion-class spirit beast yet. In fact, the only reason it could enter the Cloud River battlefield was because it was Lu Yi's tamed beast. Anywhere Lu Yi had access to, Amber had access as well. Looking at their size, it looked like Amber was only slightly behind the black bear. In reality, they were leagues apart from one another. But what Amber lacked in strength, it made up for in agility. Right before the two spirit beasts were about to slam into one another, Amber leaped into the air and dodged the black bear's charge. At the same time, it swiped viciously at the black bear's back. The swipe was vicious enough to gouge a hole in an ordinary spirit beast's back, but the black bear was a champion-class spirit beast. Its energy coated its skin and stopped Amber's attack from doing much damage at all. Not only that, the black bear rose to its feet, spun around faster than expected, and retaliated with a swipe of its own. If the hit connected, it was going to leave Amber seriously injured at best or incapacitated at worst. It was at this moment the black bear's movements froze as if some sort of invisible energy was holding it in place. It lasted only an instant, but it was enough for Amber to dodge out of the way. It was using the power of the Nine Realms Scroll to slow down the black bear. Did not have full control of the Nine Realms Scroll yet, but she was now powerful enough to channel a sliver of its power. The owner of the Nine Realms Scroll possessed the power to interfere with anything within the Ward Scroll. This alone ensured that Lu Yi would always have the advantage when battling against a foe in the Nine Realms Scroll. The only way an enemy could neutralize this disadvantage was to break out of the Ward Scroll. Lu Yi wasn't idle when Amber was distracting the black bear. His flame-wreathed, sharp-edge-empowered saber struck the spirit beast in the waist and cut right through its thick energy, leaving a deep wound behind. Hurt, the black bear let out another angry roar and turned around to attack Lu Yi. However, Lu Yi was already backing away and holding the inviolable protectively in front of him. The attack sent him skidding 30 meters or so across the floor. Lu Yi had to swallow his surprise when he saw the outcome of his attack. The wound looked severe, but it was nowhere close to the bone-deep wound he had imagined. The champion-class spirit beast was even hardier than he expected. Amber pounced toward the black bear a second time while Lu Yi was distracting it. This time, it chose to employ a hit-and-run tactic by slamming into the black bear's back and knocking it off balance before biting off a chunk of flesh from its body. It then leaped away before the black bear could retaliate. The black bear was powerful, but it was facing Amber and Lu Yi. As if that wasn't bad enough, he kept tripping it up using the Nine Realms Scroll's power from time to time. The outcome of the battle was sealed from the moment it was whisked into the Ward Scroll. An incense stick later, the black bear collapsed after taking one final hit from Lu Yi. There wasn't a single part of its body that wasn't covered in blood and gore. Lu Yi let out a slow exhale as he stared at the black bear's body. If he were to judge the black bear's strength by its cultivation level alone, then it was almost as strong as a 5th-order Cloud River Realm cultivator. Of course, that did not mean that the three of them combined could take out a 5th-order Cloud River Realm cultivator. For starters, he would have a much harder time catching a cultivator off guard and trapping them in the Nine Realms Scroll. On the off chance she succeeded, it still would have been a difficult fight as cultivators generally had way more tricks up their sleeves than this black bear. Besides that, this black bear was obviously all brawn and no brain. Most of their tricks worked only because the black bear was too stupid to recognize them for what they were. Anyway, the flesh and blood of a champion-class spirit beast was extremely attractive to Amber. Lu Yi personally preferred a spirit beast's meat over an ordinary animal's as well. It was because a spirit beast's meat was more nutritious to a cultivator. Long-term consumption could even strengthen the cultivator's body. Almost as soon as the battle was over, Amber was already on top of the black bear and tearing off a chunk of delicious flesh. Lu Yi also walked up to the black bear and pressed a hand to its stomach. After probing around with his spiritual power and locating what he was looking for, he stabbed the inviolable into its abdomen and dug out what looked like a blood-red orb. The orb was about as big as a longan. It looked a little like a flesh orb after Lu Yi had washed the blood away. The orb was the mutant core. An ordinary spirit beast did not have a mutant core. Only those who had ascended to the level of a champion-class spirit beast would grow a mutant core in their body. It was the source and crystallization of the spirit beast's strength. Lu Yi probed the mutant core with his senses. He could definitely feel a rich amount of energy concentrated within the core. Amber ambled over with a blood-soaked jaw and bumped its head against Lu Ye's hand. It could not hide the desire in its eyes even if it wanted to. Lu Ye smiled and tossed the mutant core into Amber's mouth. The white tiger swallowed it in one gulp and let out a burp of satisfaction. Lu Ye called. The next second, Lu Ye, Amber, and the dead bear appeared in the open space outside the cave. Lu Ye stored the black bear's body in his storage space to use as food in the future. He then picked up the ward flags scattered across the cave entrance before leaving. He was going to try out the amulets, but it was too risky to stay after the earlier explosion. They would have to find a new place to rest. 1 hour later, Lu Ye arrived at a small hill. He sat down after finding a suitable spot. He was kneeling next to him and watching him eagerly. Amber's eyes were filled with curiosity as well. This would be the first time they used an amulet. Everyone wanted to know just how effective it was at their level. First, Lu Ye took out the green amulet. He had inspected it when they were at the cave. It was jade-like, warm, and shaped exactly the same as the purple amulet. The only thing that differentiated the two was the color. Lu Ye did not know what was so special about the amulet. How could it help a cultivator cultivate? I'll know once I give it a try. The green amulet disintegrated when he crushed it between his fingers, but the powder did not dissipate with the wind. Instead, it flew in front of Lu Ye and formed a green hole. The hole was only the size of a fist, but the moment it was formed, mist so thick that he could see with his naked eye began pouring out of it. The mist poured out of the hole like it was endless. Their new hiding spot was overflowing with it in just the blink of an eye. When Lu Ye probed it with his senses, he was surprised to note that it was spirit mist. Spirit mist was rare because it took a massive amount of world spiritual qi to form. This one in particular felt incredibly pure. Lu Ye was just breathing normally, and the spirit mist was automatically absorbed into his body and converted into spiritual power. The efficiency would only skyrocket when he cultivated for real. Moreover, the spirit mist wasn't affected by the elements in the slightest. The wind on the hill was pretty strong, but the spirit mist continued to circle around Lu Ye like it did not exist. He hurriedly entered a cultivation state when she saw this. Amber also opened its mouth and inhaled the spirit mist into itself. As for Lu Ye, he was already building many gathering spirits funnels in his spiritual points. Just an hour later, the spirit mist enveloping them vanished as if it was never there. Lu Ye checked the river of spiritual power running inside his body and noted that it hadn't changed much. At the Spirit Creek realm level, a cultivator grew stronger by unlocking spiritual points and forming microcosmic orbits with them. Every time they added a microcosmic orbit, their cultivation level would jump an order higher. At the Cloud River realm level, their goal became growing the size and volume of their river of spiritual power. Every time they reached a certain threshold, their cultivation would increase a level. Chapter 448, Good Luck. A single green amulet obviously wasn't enough to improve Lu Ye's cultivation drastically, though he could definitely tell that his river was bigger than before. This time he took out the purple amulet and snapped it as well. The exact same thing happened again. The purple amulet disintegrated into dust and formed a purple hole in front of him. A large amount of pure spirit mist poured out of the hole. Even the concentration of the spirit mist was the exact same as before. This meant that the difference between a green amulet and a purple amulet was probably the quantity of spirit mist they produced. He would have to wait and see if that was the case though. Previously, the spirit mist generated by a green amulet had lasted an hour. He wondered how long the spirit mist generated by a purple amulet would last before vanishing. Spirit mist kept pouring in from the purple hole until it had reached a certain scale. New spirit mist appeared from the purple only after Lu Ye and Amber had consumed the existing spirit mist. Lu Ye was starting to figure out how the amulets functioned. The amulets themselves could not create spirit mist out of nothing, or rather, the amulets themselves did not contain spirit mist. An amulet was just a medium to create a hole to an unknown space and obtain the spirit mist within. Moreover, the heavens had made it so that the spirit mist would not be wasted no matter what. The spirit mist surrounding the cultivator would never exceed a certain volume, and new spirit mist would not appear until the existing spirit mist had been consumed. An hour passed, and the purple hole was still pouring out spirit mist. 2 hours passed, and the phenomenon did not change one bit. 9 to 10 hours later, the purple hole finally vanished into nothing. The experience matched some of intel engraved in the basic information packet he had bought from the Divine Trade Association. The Cloud River battlefield had existed for years, and the cultivators had gathered enough data to conclude that the ratio between amulets of different colors was roughly 1 to 3. To put it simply, 1 gold amulet was equal to 3 purple amulets, 9 blue amulets, 27 green amulets, or 81 white amulets. In Lu Ye's case, a purple amulet provided 9 times more spirit mist than a green amulet. This was evident from the fact that the green amulet had only lasted an hour or so, but the purple amulet had lasted between 9 to 10 hours. When Lu Yi checked his river of spiritual power, he noted that it was bigger and faster than before. Unfortunately, he still hadn't reached the point where he could enter the next minor realm. That said, Lu Yi was certain that he could ascend to the second order if he used another 2 or 3 purple amulets. Naturally, this cultivation method was much faster than just consuming spirit pills. Before this experience, consuming spirit pills was Lu Ye's main cultivation method. He even thought that amulets were a good but unnecessary option for him. Now, he realized that he could not miss any amulet contest he might run into in the future. Amulets were extremely useful no matter the cultivator. It was to the point where amulets were considered a more valuable currency than even contribution points in the Cloud River battlefield. Given enough amulets, there was theoretically nothing you couldn't make happen. Finally, Amber and him could consume spirit pills to cultivate, but not eat. With the amulets, Yi could grow her strength swiftly as well. They had just arrived at the Cloud River battlefield, and already they had made a huge score. Lu Yi was pretty happy with this. While tossing a vital spirit pill into his mouth, Lu Yi checked his 10-point map. Originally, he was planning to check out the Tertius-level arcane glade close to the Divine Trade Association hotspot he had appeared. Unfortunately, one thing after another, and now he was anything but close to the arcane glade. He didn't have a better goal in mind though. Left with no choice, he brought out his spirit boat and took off toward the Tertius-level arcane glade once more. 2 hours later, when night finally fell upon the Cloud River battlefield, Lu Yi landed on top of a hill. It was never a good idea to travel at night, especially because he was no longer the invincible One Leaf. At best, he was an exceptionally powerful First-Order Cloud River realm cultivator. That was why Lu Yi decided to spend the night on the hill. The reason he chose here was because he spotted a couple of decrepit buildings on the peak while passing over the area. It was clear that someone used to live here until circumstances had driven them away. While checking his surroundings to confirm its safety, he discovered what looked like a dry spring. He immediately realized that this place used to be an arcane glade. The dry spring was proof of it. Every arcane glade had a spirit spout that spat out enough world spiritual chi to form an arcane glade. The spiritual chi of an arcane glade wasn't permanent, however. There would be a time where it ran out of spiritual chi and ceased being an arcane glade completely. Judging from the number and size of the abandoned buildings around him, this arcane glade was probably a small one, just big enough to accommodate 3 to 5 people. It was impossible to say the level of this former arcane glade though. The size of an arcane glade had nothing to do with its quality. It was decided by the size of the spirit spout. The bigger a spirit spout, the bigger the arcane glade would be. An arcane glade could encompass an entire hill, but only be at Quartus level. Just the same, a tiny arcane glade could be Primus level. Lu Yi randomly picked a building that looked relatively intact and walked in. It was too much to even call the decor simplistic. There was only a table, a bed, a chair, and a praying mat in the room. The cultivator who used to live here clearly did not care about acceptable living conditions. In fact, most cultivators were like this. They mostly cared about increasing their cultivation level and strength. Little else mattered to them. Lu Yi himself was one such person. That was why the non-existent decor suited him just fine. He set up a couple of simple wards outside the building before going inside. He then sat down on the floor and took out a dragon scale from his storage space. He inhaled the blood qi in the dragon scale, cultivated via consuming spirit pills, and read his books all at the same time. He had borrowed many books from Lady Yun's study as usual. He hadn't completely digested the 20-blade technique insights he extorted from the raving bladesmen either. As for the dragon scales, he gave one to Amber and kept the other 4 for himself. Amber loved it. After some time, Lu Yi suddenly straightened up and looked outside. He heard something, but it wasn't the sound of people. It sounded like water? There was no stream or river anywhere on this hill though. How could he possibly be hearing what he was hearing? Suddenly, Lu Yi recalled something and hurried out of the building. He ran toward the source of the noise and quickly found himself standing in front of the dry spring from before. It wasn't dry anymore. Water and incredibly rich world spiritual qi was pouring out of the spirit sprout. Already, the concentration of world spiritual qi around the spirit spout had risen dramatically. Lu Yi was speechless. While it wasn't impossible for a dry spirit spout to come back to life, so to speak, it happened so rarely that it was considered a once-in-a-century occurrence. This arcane glade had been dead for some time, but now its spirit spout had come back to life. It wouldn't be long before the arcane glade was revived as well. Originally, he was planning to check out a known Tertius-level arcane glade and collect information on arcane glades in general, such as the richness of its world spiritual qi. It would seem that there was no need to do that anymore. He could just collect all the information he needed from the arcane glade right in front of him. The arcane glade was still in the middle of reviving, so he couldn't tell what its level was. He could only decide after the arcane glade had stabilized. Also, Louis had no idea about what constituted a Primus-level arcane glade, Secundus-level arcane glade, and so on. Frankly, he wouldn't be able to tell even after it had stabilized. Lu Yi, do you think there'd be a treasure underneath this spring? He asked while staring at the spirit spout excitedly. That was a good question. Do you want to go down and take a look? Sure, Yi said before diving into the underground. Tens of breaths later, Yi returned to the surface with an unhappy look on her face. It was clear that she hadn't found anything. She was also muttering under her breath, things like, impossible, and how does this make sense? After she had calmed down enough to give Lu Yi an explanation, he learned that there was nothing underneath the spirit spout at all. In her opinion, a miraculous treasure must have produced the spirit spout they were seeing. In reality, there was nothing in the underground at all. It was as if the world spiritual qi had appeared out of nowhere. This morning, someone had tossed a purple amulet right into his hands. Now, he had accidentally stumbled onto a revived arcane glade. Lu Yi suddenly realized that his luck was pretty good today. For now, the arcane glade was his to use. That could change very quickly in the future though. In the Cloud River battlefield, it was perfectly common for cultivators to fight over an arcane glade. The higher the quality, the more attention it drew. If Lu Yi could not defend the arcane glade, then his discovery would only benefit someone else. There was no way he could defend this alone, not even if he factored Yi and Amber into the equation. He would need more helpers. He did have someone he could summon right now. The problem was that he didn't know where he was right now. He tapped a finger on his battlefield imprint and sent a message to Wuxia. He informed the body-tempering cultivator his current location and urged him to come over as soon as possible. Wuxia responded, "Ain." He tried contacting his fourth senior brother and Feng Yuechan next. Unfortunately, they were still unavailable. With that done, Lu Yi asked Yi to guard the spirit spout while he took out 16 ward keystones from his storage space. Lu Yi had several sets of ward keystones. In fact, he had dug hundreds from his enemies' outposts back at the Spirit Creek battlefield, though most of them had been given to Shui Yuan. He had kept several sets for himself just in case he needed them in the future. That day had come sooner than expected. Chapter 449, Please Take Me In. While recalling the arrangement of a certain ward, Lu Yi set down the 16 ward keystones around the buildings and the spirit spouts. Then he activated them. A defensive ward was at its weakest when it first took form. It was because its defensibility scaled in proportion to the amount of spiritual power it absorbed. The richer the ambient spiritual qi, the stronger its defense would become. In addition, the defensive ward kept the world's spiritual qi emanating from the arcane glade from leaking beyond its boundaries. The sky gradually brightened, and a considerable amount of spiritual qi had been generated in the arcane glade. It was nowhere close to reaching its limit though. Usually, it took several days for the arcane glade to stabilize enough to gauge its level. While this was going on, Lu Yi continued to install more wards in the arcane glade. Looking at Lu Ye's cultivation level alone, it would not be inaccurate to call him a bottom feeder. However, his strength could never be defined by his cultivation level, not to mention that he was fairly proficient in the way of wards. Given enough preparation, he could deal with ordinary 4th or 5th order Cloud River Realm cultivators. If the arcane glade hadn't revived, then he could have stayed under the radar. Now that it had, it wouldn't be long before he, the current owner of the arcane glade, attracted all sorts of attention. He was sure that trouble was on the horizon, so he needed to prepare as much as possible before the inevitable happened. He was still working when he sensed something and looked up. An alluring woman was looking down at him with a curious and amazed expression on her face. She had clearly noticed the unusual activity beneath her. When their eyes met, the woman exclaimed in surprise, "It's you!" Lu Yi was plenty surprised himself. The woman was none other than the one who had tried to rob him of his amulets before circumstances forced them to work together. He did not think he would run into her again. The Cloud River battlefield was massive, but already they had run into each other twice in 2 days. No wonder people said that coincidences could happen even in the unlikeliest of circumstances. The female cultivator looked back and forth between her 10-point map and Lu Yi. When she confirmed that the arcane glade beneath her definitely wasn't marked on the 10-point map, she asked, "Is this a newborn arcane glade?" She was mistaken, but Lu Yi wasn't going to explain things to her. He simply watched her in silence. The female cultivator slowly descended until she was outside the grand ward. She brushed her hand against the screen of light before asking, "Are you a ward cultivator, handsome?" Ward cultivators were easily the most popular faction in the Cloud River battlefield. It was because they could set up wards that made an arcane glade so much more defensible. In fact, nearly every arcane glade in the Cloud River battlefield was guarded by a ward cultivator. It was because it was impossible to protect an arcane glade for a prolonged period of time without one. This was an arcane glade, and Lu Yi looked like a ward cultivator. Naturally, the woman could not help but be excited about this. Not even Lu Ye's cold indifference could extinguish her passion. "Are you alone, handsome? I can help you if you want. I know I don't look like a strong fighter, but I assure you that judging this book by its cover will be a mistake." The female cultivator tried really hard to promote herself. Consciously or not, she even puffed up her huge breasts to further appeal to Lu Yi. In Amber's body, Yi clicked her tongue loudly when she saw this. "If you really are alone, you should understand that you cannot defend this place by yourself even if you are a ward cultivator. Please take me in, handsome. I can help you." She was practically making puppy eyes at him at the end of her sentence. Despite his outward indifference, Lu Yi agreed with her. He had never plotted to claim this arcane glade all to himself because he knew that it was unrealistic. According to the rules of the Cloud River battlefield, the discoverers of a small arcane glade could form a temporary alliance with each other. They would share the arcane glade and defend it from outside threats. Of course, rules were made to be broken. Assuming Lu Yi had enough manpower, he would have rejected the woman already. However, Zhu Jia was nowhere to be seen, and his fourth senior brother and Feng Yuechan could not be contacted for whatever reason. This meant that he could not turn her down even if he wanted to. If she spread word of the existence of this arcane glade, his would-be competitors would show up sooner than expected and attempt to drive him out of the arcane glade. He had no doubt that they would succeed. This was why the first few cultivators who discovered a virgin arcane glade always banded together. "What's your cultivation?" Lu Yi asked. The female cultivator puffed up her chest and declared proudly, "I'm a 5th Order Cloud River Realm cultivator. Not only that, I was a Heaven 9 cultivator and the 46th ranker on the Scroll of Supremacy. May the heavens smite me if anything I said is a lie." Lu Yi had to admit that her accomplishments were pretty impressive, though of course it was nothing compared to his. She must come from a powerful Tier 3 sect at minimum if she could enter the Scroll of Supremacy. As for her faction, that wasn't important in the Cloud River battlefield. "If you take me in, I promise to cooperate with you and protect this arcane glade to the best of my abilities. Anyone who dares to challenge our ownership will face my wrath." "Come in," Lu Yi finally said while waving his control jade. A gap immediately appeared on the defensive ward. The female cultivator stepped in while cheering in delight. Hell yeah! Of course she was happy. She had been wandering aimlessly until she stumbled upon this virgin arcane glade that hadn't even stabilized yet. Even better, the first discoverer lacked the manpower to secure it. If this wasn't good luck, then she didn't know what was. Lu Yi took a moment to examine his new companion. He had to admit that she was both beautiful and sexy. She was wearing a sleeveless shirt, and her soft, white skin kept catching his attention like a magnet. The female cultivator examined her surroundings curiously before realizing too late. Wait, this isn't a newborn arcane glade. Did the spirit spout revive? If this was a newborn arcane glade, there wouldn't be so many abandoned buildings in the area. The fact that there were buildings meant that someone used to live here, and seeing as this hill was located in the middle of nowhere, an arcane glade was the only reason anyone might choose to live here. Yeah. You must be insanely lucky then. Arcane glade revivals happen so rarely that some people even thought they're myths. Of course, I'm pretty lucky myself, hee hee. Alright, where are my manners? What is your name, handsome? The female cultivator possessed a carefree personality, but she also had a distinctly feminine charm. Lu Yi declared, "My name is Yi 6. It took leaving the Spirit Creek battlefield altogether to obtain a new beginning. He wasn't going to waste it by spilling his own name, especially since Lu Yi of the Crimson Blood sect was infamous throughout the Spirit Creek battlefield and Jianghu. Even the reclusive in the Cloud River battlefield must have heard of his name. That was why Lu Yi had decided to change his name before he even entered the Cloud River battlefield. I see. Well, my name is Kitty Shin. Nice to meet you, fellow cultivator Yi. An awkward silence hung between them after the introduction. It was because Yi 6 was obviously a fake name, and Kitty Shin was no better. Then again, it was pretty common for cultivators to use fake names in the Cloud River battlefield. Let us make a sacred pact then. I leave the terms to you. Lu Yi broke the silence. He knew that it was common practice to make a sacred pact when forming a temporary alliance and sharing an arcane glade with a stranger. It was the only way to guarantee full cooperation and ensure that there would be no betrayal down the line. However, Lu Yi had never done this before, so he wasn't sure what kind of terms he should outline in the sacred pact. That was why he left it to Kitty Shin. It would be a good learning opportunity. Okay. Kitty Shin agreed without hesitation before muttering something under her breath. A few seconds later, a beam of golden light descended from the sky, and Kitty Shin grabbed a sacred pact from it. Lu Yi had seen his fourth senior brother doing the same thing during the Battle of Golden Tip, so he wasn't surprised by it. Please take a look, fellow cultivator Yi. If you think it's okay, then we can sign it right away. Kitty Shin passed the sacred pact to Lu Yi. Lu Yi read it carefully and discovered that the terms and conditions were quite comprehensive. It clearly stated the obligations and responsibilities both of them were expected to fulfill. It did not allow them to harm each other or reveal the existence of this arcane glade without the other person's permission. This was mainly to prevent one cultivator from summoning friendlies and kick out an existing owner. For example, Kitty Shen would be in a disadvantageous position if Lu Yi were to summon his fourth senior brother and Feng Yuechan to this arcane glade. She would have to worry constantly if Lu Yi and his friends would attempt to drive her out or harm her in some way. It was due to these considerations that temporary alliances were a thing in the Cloud River battlefield. Kitty Shen even mentioned future allies in the terms and conditions. A small arcane glade like this was normally occupied by 3 to 5 cultivators only, and there were only 2 of them right now. Their defense would hold up better if they could recruit more allies. There's something I need to tell you before I sign this pact. Lu Yi looked up from the sacred pact and said. Sure. Go ahead, Kitty Shen replied candidly. I've already told a fellow disciple about this arcane glade. However, I'm not sure when he'll show up. You've only told one person about the arcane glade. Just one. Then it's okay. Just make sure you discuss it with me if you plan to reveal it to more people in the future. If there are no more problems, then let's get this over with. Lu Yi bit his finger and pressed a bloody thumbprint on the sacred pact. Kitty Shen did the same. The heavens' mysterious power enveloped them both, and a sacred pact was formed just like that. Lu Yi put away the sacred pact. Kitty Shen visibly relaxed when all was said and done. She might look like a careless person, but she had been on her guard until the sacred pact was signed. Kitty Shen looked around for a bit before asking, "Where do you live?" After Lu Yi pointed out his building, Kitty Shen pointed at the opposite building and said, "I'll be staying here then." She held up the hems of her skirt and hopped into her chosen building. It wasn't long before he heard the sounds of cleaning. Lu Yi returned to his wards as well. It wasn't until evening did Kitty Shen finally finish tidying her room. She was covered in dust when she was done. She said to Lu Yi, "I'm going to take a bath." After Lu Yi had opened the defensive ward, she flew into the sky and vanished in the blink of an eye. It was impossible to say where she had gone. It was nighttime when Kitty Shen finally returned. Lu Yi was already resting inside his building. After a full day and night of accumulation, the world's spiritual qi in the arcane glade had become very rich. When Lu Yi was at the Spirit Creek battlefield, he had visited many Core Circle outposts. Their world spiritual qi was rich enough for Core Circle cultivators to cultivate. Using that as a reference, the world spiritual qi in the arcane glade was 3 times thicker than any Core Circle outposts. Naturally, the environment was good enough for a Cloud River realm cultivator to cultivate. Even better, the arcane glade hadn't stabilized yet. It was going to be even better when it had fully stabilized. Technically speaking, it was still way faster to cultivate using an amulet. However, an arcane glade was a stable and long-lasting cultivation resource, while it was questionable if one could even obtain an amulet, much less a good one. Chapter 450, A Client's Waiting for You. In the arcane glade, Lu Yi was sitting casually on a rock with the inviolable by his side, a book in his hand, and a spirit pill in the process of getting crushed between his teeth. The spiritual qi in the arcane glade had completely stabilized. According to Kitty Shen, it was just an above-average tertius-level arcane glade. This stunned Lu Yi because its spiritual qi was between 3 to 4 times better than a Core Circle outpost's. How good would a secundus-level arcane glade be? A primus one. It was no wonder Cloud River realm cultivators coveted arcane glades as much as they did. As most cultivated via breathing spiritual qi, an excellent cultivation environment was critical to their growth. Kitty Shen was much more experienced and knowledgeable than Lu Yi in terms of surviving in the Cloud River battlefield. He was able to pick up much general knowledge from her, including the way to determine an arcane glade's level. According to her, the spiritual qi of Quartius-level arcane glade was about 2 times richer than a Core Circle outpost's, 3 times for a tertius-level arcane glade, 4 times for a secundus-level arcane glade, and 5 times for a primus-level arcane glade. Going by this standard, Kitishin was correct to call this arcane glade an above-average tertius-level arcane glade. On a related note, the reason he was cultivating outside his accommodation instead of inside was because he was hoping to encounter a lucky fellow cultivator or two. Lu Yi and Kitishin were the only two cultivators occupying the arcane glade right now. Lu Yi was at the First Order Cloud River Realm, and Kitishin at the Fifth Order Cloud River Realm. Although Lu Yi had laid down a massive number of wards around the arcane glade, their defense was still relatively weak, all things considered. They would need more manpower if they wished to truly secure this location. In this regard, both Lu Yi and Kitishin were in full agreement. Generally speaking, a small arcane glade like this could accommodate between 3 to 5 people. Lu Yi had already invited Zhu Jia, but they could use another 1 or 2 cultivators. Due to the sacred pact they had signed, neither of them could privately invite a friend to join them. Therefore, they could only wait and hope that a suitable candidate or two would stumble upon their location. According to Kitishin, the quality of their arcane glade was neither too good nor too bad, so they shouldn't need to worry about being attacked by powerful Cloud River Realm cultivators. The truly strong ones would rather target a Secundus or Primus level arcane glade, and an above-average tertius level arcane glade was perfect for 4th to 5th order Cloud River Realm cultivators. It was a good thing that the quality of their arcane glade was if it was a Primus level arcane glade, then it would most likely draw the attention of an 8th or 9th order elite. They were almost certainly going to lose their arcane glade if that happened. Lu Yi did not know there were so many things one should consider when occupying an arcane glade until Kitishin had kindly enlightened him. Unfortunately, their location was fairly remote. Despite waiting outside for a full 24 hours, not a soul had passed through their area. The next day, it was Kitishin's turn to wait outside. Lu Yi had just entered the Cloud River battlefield, so growing his cultivation was, of course, among his highest priorities. Skill without strength was weak, and he would like to be able to protect himself as soon as possible. That was why he spent the past few days cultivating non-stop. His spiritual power grew at a visible rate thanks to the massive amount of vital spirit pills he ate and the rich spiritual chi of the arcane glade. A Cloud River Realm cultivator's cultivation goal was to grow their river of spiritual power. Every time it reached a certain threshold, his cultivation level would increase by 1 minor realm. This would continue until the river had filled up his entire body and transformed into a lake. When that happened, he would have reached the real lake realm. He was in the middle of cultivating when he suddenly heard Kitishin conversing with an unfamiliar voice outside. He immediately set down his book and listened in silence. A moment later, Kitishin called out to him, "Come out, fellow cultivator Yi. A client's waiting for you." Lu Yi grimaced at the terrible joke. It was a line that was commonly heard in a brothel, but rose to his feet. When he stepped outside, he saw Kitishin waiting for him and another woman standing outside the ward. The woman had a tear mole and a fragile, sympathetic appearance. Kitishin introduced her warmly. "Our long wait has finally borne fruit, fellow cultivator Yi. Her name is Wan Qingzhu," said the unfamiliar woman while giving him an elegant bow. Even her voice was sweet and gentle. Her personality and behavior were the complete opposite of Kitishin's. "That's right," Kitishin said with a nod. "I've asked Wan all the necessary questions, fellow cultivator Yi. She is willing to join us, and she is a 4th order Cloud River Realm cultivator. She is exactly who we need." Wan Qingzhu held her hands in front of her chest and bowed again. "If you are willing to accept me, this one swears to cooperate with you to the best of my abilities." Lu Yi examined her for a moment before nodding. He then opened a gap in the defensive ward with the control jade. Finally, he handed her the sacred pact he and Kitishin had signed and said, "Take a look. If it looks all right with you, then please sign it right away." Wan Qingzhu accepted the pact and read it carefully. A while later, she replied smilingly, "It is acceptable." She then bit her finger and pressed her fingerprint on the sacred pact. After Lu Yi had put away the sacred pact, Kitishin declared while rubbing her palms, "And now there are 3. A friend of fellow cultivator Yi will be joining us soon, so we can only accept one more person into our little group. Personally, I think we can loosen our requirements a little for this last person, if only to make our lives a little easier. What do you both think? Sure. Lu Yi did not have an opinion regarding this. Yuan Qingzhu was a newcomer. In this case, the only position she was allowed to take was a yes man's, so she replied smilingly, "Whatever you say, sis." Kitty Shin beamed. It's decided then. The Cloud River battlefield is vast, so it would not be an exaggeration to say that fate has brought us together. I hope our time together will be a harmonious one, and I shall be depending on you too in the coming days. Yuan Qingzhu replied with a soft giggle. I'm the one who should say that, sis. Lu Yi did not say anything. In fact, he was already walking back to his house. Kitty Shin said to Yuan Qingzhu, fellow cultivator Ye's a bit reserved, but he's not a bad person. You'll find out eventually. Of course. Since you've just arrived, allow me to help you in tidying your new house. Where would you like to stay? This one's my house, by the way. I'd like to be your neighbor then, sis. I'm very happy to hear that. In the building, Lu Yi frowned deeply while listening to their conversation. As he thought, women are strange creatures. He just couldn't fathom how they could behave like fast friends when it had only been a couple of minutes since they met one another. And so Yuan Qingzhu joined their little group. A fourth-order Cloud River Realm cultivator was a good addition to their arcane glade. With the three of them in Lu Ye's wards, it would take a massive group or a handful of powerful cultivators to drive them out. An ordinary group of 5 would not be able to threaten them in the slightest. The days passed slowly. Lu Yi was so engrossed with cultivation that he went through his stock of vital spirit pills at a tremendous rate. At some point, he realized that he hadn't brought enough vital spirit pills with him. It was because the Cloud River battlefield was a vastly different place from what he had imagined. In the Spirit Creek battlefield, prey would automatically flock to him and supply him with their cultivation resources. Here though, he hadn't even killed a single person. It was why he didn't have quite enough vital spirit pills. He cultivated mainly by consuming spirit pills. Without them, his progress would slow tremendously. He took out his 10-point map and checked his location for a bit. There was a Divine Trade Association hotspot about 400 kilometers away from their arcane glade, which wasn't too far considering his current speed. It should take him only a quarter of a day to make a round trip. The next day, he stepped outside and stood in front of Kitty Shin's house. He then knocked on the door once. Kitty Shin opened the door and asked him curiously, "What's the matter, fellow cultivator Yi?" "I'd like to head out for a bit." "Sure." Kitty Shin nodded. "Come back soon." Lu Yi passed her the control jade and said, "Be careful." "Don't worry. We'll keep the arcane glade safe while you're gone," Kitty Shin declared with a slap to the chest. Her breasts shook so wonderfully that Lu Yi accidentally glanced at them a second longer. All good things must end, however. He summoned his spirit boat and took to the sky. Next door, Yuan Qingzhu poked her head out of her door and asked curiously, "Where is fellow cultivator Yi going?" Kitty Shin shook her head. "He said he's heading out for a bit. I didn't ask why. He's an adult. He's old enough to take care of himself, don't you agree?" Yuan Qingzhu giggled softly in response. Lu Yi flew toward the Divine Trade Association hotspot in a straight line. He hadn't made a breakthrough yet, but he was close. He could feel his river reaching some sort of threshold. It just needed one final push. Of course, it was just a breakthrough to the second order. His cultivation level would still be among the lowest in the entire Cloud River battlefield. That said, all great things have small beginnings. He just needed to scale the peaks one step at a time. Lu Yi stepped into a building after arriving at his destination. He sought out a manager and spent a large amount of spirit stones to purchase vital spirit pills. He saved some of them in case he needed them for other things in the future. He hadn't brought too many spirit stones from his headquarters either. He would have to find a way to gather more cultivation resources once he used up this batch of spirit pills as well. He was just about to leave when the manager said, "There will be an amulet auction tonight, and one of the amulets being auctioned is a purple amulet. Do stay behind if you're interested, dear customer." Li was interested, of course. Amulets were ridiculously good at boosting one's cultivation. He had been hoping to relive the sensation ever since he had used the green and purple amulets. Unfortunately, amulets did not rain from the heavens all the time. He not encountered such an event yet. The currency used to bid for the amulets was contribution points. He had over 70,000 contribution points right now, and he was fairly sure that only a handful of people in the entire Cloud River battlefield had more contribution points than him, if at all. That was why he wasn't afraid to go into this auction at all. He had wanted to experience an amulet auction since the day he entered the Cloud River battlefield. Unfortunately, he had missed the previous auction by 2 days. Now that he was given the chance to catch up with lost opportunities, he did not hesitate to seize it with both hands. He messaged Kitty Shin and told her that he would be heading back later than expected. Kitty Shin acknowledged the message before advising him to take care of himself, don't trust strangers easily, and so on. It made him feel a bit of warmth in this unfamiliar world. Chapter 451, Amulet Auction. Lu Yi had exchanged imprints with Kitty Shin and Ruan Qingzhu because they had signed a sacred pact together. They were companions he could trust. He stayed at the hotspot until it was nighttime. Then, he attended the amulet auction. Unlike the usual auctions Lu Yi had attended, the Divine Trade auction gave every participant a small object. He didn't know what it was made of, only that it looked like a jade finger. After a manager of the Divine Trade Association had instructed him on how to use the jade finger, he sat in his private room, held it in his grasp, and poured his mind into it. The scenery before his eyes changed immediately. The experience was similar to when he entered the Vault of Providence. His mind had appeared in a small, confined space in an instant. There was nothing in the room besides a ton of floating amulets. He counted 100 white amulets, a dozen or so green amulets, a few blue amulets, and a single purple amulet. He wondered who was the lucky cultivator who managed to nab a purple amulet for themselves. He also wondered why they chose to auction it instead of using it themselves. The answer came to him as soon as the question passed through his mind. Cultivating cost a lot of resources, meaning that there were always more poor cultivators than otherwise. Their financial situation wouldn't improve just because their cultivation level had increased. Every amulet was labeled with a number. Lu Yi also noticed that these numbers were rising continuously. He immediately knew that they represented the bid price of the amulets. Countless cultivators must be immersed in this small space and taking part in this auction just like him. It was an unusual way to carry out an auction because the participants' anonymity was preserved. This way, the participants would not need to worry about being identified and ganged up on afterward. Lu Yi had a feeling that the auction was held this way because the currency involved was contribution points. To cultivators, the only safe place to trade in contribution points was the Vault of Providence. In fact, he reckoned that the heavens were involved in the auctions in some capacity. That was generally the case when contribution points were involved. Lu Yi had a small problem. He wasn't sure what was considered a fair price for each type of amulet. So he messaged Kitty Shin about it. "You're at the Divine Trade Association?" Kitty Shin replied, "White amulets are worth around 200 contribution points. If the price goes over 220, just forget it and move on. As for the other amulets, just do the math based on the conversion rate I told you before." Lu Yi thanked her for her swift and candid response. If white amulets were worth around 200 contribution points, then green amulets must be worth around 600 contribution points, blue amulets around 1,800 contribution points, purple amulets around 5,400 contribution points, and gold amulets around 16,200 contribution points. Also, anything that went over 10% of its estimated price wasn't worth getting. Lu Yi checked the amulets again now that he had a base of reference. It was as Kitty Shin said. The white amulets were generally sold at 200, green amulets at 600, and blue amulets at 1,800. The one and only purple amulet was currently sitting at 5,500 contribution points. Lu Yi was gunning for the purple amulet, of course. He tapped the purple amulet once and saw the bid price changing to 5,550 contribution points. It was also shining slightly compared to before. Seeing this, Lu Yi tapped a white amulet next and saw its price changing. The white amulet started shining a little as well. So, amulets he bid for would shine, and only if he was the leading bidder. Otherwise, they would turn dim or remain lightless. Lu Yi started bidding for real after he had figured things out. It wasn't long before a massive amount of amulets were lit. However, they quickly turned dim when someone surpassed his bid. Lu Yi had over 70,000 contribution points though. Knowing that it was highly unlikely that there existed anyone who could stop him from getting what he wanted, he bid away without fear or worry. Time passed bit by bit. From time to time, an amulet would vanish into thin air and enter the possession of the highest bidder. So far, Lu Yi had won a dozen or so white amulets. They were all priced below 220 contribution points. More time passed, and he managed to get his hands on a handful of green amulets and 2 blue amulets. The amulets would continue to disappear until finally, the purple amulet was the only one that was left. According to Kitty Shen, it wasn't worth bidding for the purple amulet if its price exceeded 6,000 contribution points. However, Lu Ye's current priority was to increase his cultivation level as soon as possible. He did not mind paying more to obtain the purple amulet. The shining amulet turned dim not long after he entered his bid, and the price changed to 5,950 contribution points. Clearly, someone had outbid Lu Yi for the moment. The young man did not hesitate to respond to the challenge. The contest would continue for a while longer until finally, the price stopped at 6,200 contribution points. His unknown competitor had finally given up either because they deemed it too expensive to continue, or because they physically did not have the contribution points to challenge Lu Yi further. A while later, when the purple amulet had flashed 3 times in succession, it abruptly shone like a mini sun. All the amulets he had won the bid on had reacted like this at the end of the bid. Lu Yi knew then that the purple amulet was his. He immediately grabbed the purple amulet and stored it in his storage bag. Lu Yi withdrew from the small space after the auction was over. He tallied his gains and confirmed that he had obtained 15 white amulets, 6 green amulets, 2 blue amulets and 1 purple amulet at the total cost of 16,800 contribution points. This meant that he only had a little over 57,000 contribution points now. Lu Yi was very satisfied with this harvest. With this many amulets, he should have no problems hitting the second order in a matter of days, though he wouldn't use them until he had returned to the arcane glade. While it was unlikely he would reach the third order before he used up his haul, he had still saved himself a considerable amount of time. The moon hung high in the sky when he exited the hotspot, though there weren't many stars. It was unsafe for a low-level cultivator like Lu Yi to travel at night. Logically speaking, he should spend a night at the Divine Trade Association and leave in the morning. Despite this, he still set out because the arcane glade was much more vulnerable without him. Moonlight cast down a silvery sheen across the land as Lu Yi flew on his spirit boat. On his shoulder, Amber looked even more energetic than it was during the day. Ever since Amber learned how to cultivate using the essence of the moon from Jia, clear, moonlit nights like this had become its favorite weather. It was visibly inhaling the essence of the moon into its stomach. They were making good progress when suddenly, Lu Yi saw a streak of light heading straight toward him. It was too fast for him to escape as well. Lu Ye's face darkened as he lamented his luck. He did not know what the newcomer was plotting, but he was certain that it couldn't be good. As if that wasn't bad enough, the cultivator was at the 7th or 8th order realm at least. By now, Lu Yi had encountered enough Cloud River realm cultivators to form a subjective base of reference. He wasn't arrogant enough to think that it was perfectly accurate, but it definitely wasn't far off the mark either. The point was that he was certain that the cultivator was beyond his ability to defeat. Lu Yi immediately turned around and buffed himself with Windwalk. But despite pushing his spirit boat to the max, the distance between them was shortening slowly due to the massive discrepancy between their cultivation levels. He was just wondering if he should use Soar when suddenly Yi said, "Lu Yi, something isn't right with that guy. Look, he's falling to the ground." Lu Yi turned around and saw that she was right. Not only had their pursuer's aura dimmed to almost lightless, he was also falling toward the ground. He was unable to control himself despite his best efforts. "He looks injured." Lu Yi stopped in his tracks and watched as the man fell. The man managed to catch himself right before he would hit the ground and turn into a splatter of gore and blood. If the guy was perfectly unharmed, then Lu Yi was going to escape as far as possible. But if he was grievously injured, then he supposed that there was little risk in interacting with him. Now that he thought about it, the guy had chased him probably not because he wanted to hurt him, but because he wanted Lu Yi to save him or something. A moment of hesitation later, Lu Yi flew toward the fallen man. When he landed on the ground and looked up, he saw a bloodied man leaning against a large tree and barely keeping himself up. There was a fist-sized hole at the center of his chest deep enough to reveal wriggling organs. He was also covered in wounds from head to toe. It was clear that he had fought a great battle, and it was just as clear that he wasn't going to survive his injuries. Lu Yi could tell because he had taken more wounds than he had eaten rice his whole life. The man was breathing shallowly when he sensed Lu Yi and met his eyes. While gripping his blood-drenched sword, he shot Lu Yi a weak smile and commented, "Your flight speed is impressive, fellow cultivator." "Why were you chasing me?" Lu Yi asked. The guy looked like he could die at any moment, so he did not understand why he would choose to chase a random stranger at night. Otherwise, Lu Yi would not have thought that he held malicious intentions and escaped with his tail between his legs. The guy said, "I'm dying. You're the only cultivator I found in miles. I would like to ask you to carry out my last wish." "What is it?" "Can you please return this sword to the Divine Freedom Sect for me?" the man asked while raising the blood-drenched sword. The Divine Freedom Sect, that's 1,000 Demon Ridge sect, isn't it? Lu Yi replied. If he remembered correctly, the sect had paid him the mercy fee when he was at the Spirit Creek battlefield. This meant that the Divine Freedom Sect was a core circle sect that was Tier 3 or higher. "Do you hail from the Grand Sky Coalition, fellow cultivator?" The dying man caught Lu Ye's meaning immediately. When the young man remained silent, he said, "That's fine. You do not need to bring the sword to my sect yourself. You can simply entrust it to the Divine Trade Association. If you agree, you may have all the wealth I carry on my person. I'll have you know that I'm pretty wealthy." "I can do that." Lu Yi nodded. All the man asked was that he bring the sword to the Divine Trade Association to return it to his sect. It was but a simple matter. "Thank you." The man relaxed before letting out a bitter chuckle. It was a long and hard journey. In the end, it amounted to nothing at all. Lu Yi did not say anything. He wasn't moments away from death, so he could not possibly empathize with the man. This was how the cultivation world had always been, though. Death was the constant companion of all cultivators. Chapter 452 Luck. Pull your saber. Underneath the tree, the man said while staring at Lu Yi with a carefree expression. Lu Yi stared at him in silent inquiry until he added, "I'm a 7th Order Cloud River Realm cultivator, and you don't look like you're very high level. If you kill me, you'll get at least several hundred contribution points. Just think of it as my parting gift to a fellow cultivator." In the Spirit Creek battlefield, killing stronger enemies rewarded exponentially more contribution points. The rule wasn't just usable in the Spirit Creek battlefield, but also the Cloud River battlefield and Jianghu. Not only that, the base reward was way better after one had entered the Cloud River realm. At the Spirit Creek realm level, the base reward for killing a 5th Order cultivator was just a measly 5 contribution points. It was 9 for the 9th Order, 10 for Heaven 7, and 12 for Heaven 9. At the Cloud River realm level, the base reward for killing a first-order cultivator was a whopping 20 contribution points. Not only that, the number went up by 5 for each jump in the minor realm. Take the dying man before Lu Yi for example. He was a 7th-order Cloud River realm cultivator, so the base reward for killing him was 50 contribution points. If Lu Yi killed him, he would be killing an opponent who was 6 minor realms above him and earning 350 contribution points, which was 7 times greater than the base reward. That was great value even to a wealthy cultivator like Lu Yi. While killing enemies above one's cultivation level would net greater rewards, unlike the Spirit Creek battlefield, there was no punishment for killing cultivators below one's cultivation level. In the Spirit Creek battlefield, bullying the weak would result in deduction in one's contribution points. It was the Heaven's way of protecting the low-level cultivators and why the Spirit Creek battlefield was separated into multiple circles. At the Cloud River realm, though, the cultivators had overcome the first stretch of their cultivation journey. They should have learned to differentiate between enemies they could and couldn't make at the very least. If they were too stupid to make the distinction, then their inevitable deaths were no one's fault but their own. The Heavens would only protect those who were just beginning their cultivation journey. That protection was non-existent after they reached the Cloud River realm. It's fine. The payment you promised is sufficient. I promise to bring your sword to the Divine Trade Association and have it delivered to the Divine Freedom Sect. Lu Yi had killed countless thousand Demon Ridge cultivators since he began his cultivation journey. He had no qualms adding one more to the tally. However, killing a defenseless man who was but moments away from death was a completely different story. The man let out a bitter chuckle. That's not it. I simply don't want to suffer any longer than is necessary. Lu Yi was silent for a time. Finally, he unsheathed the inviolable. The man let go of his sword and closed his eyes. Lu Yi channeled his spiritual power, crossed 30 meters in an instant, and stabbed them in the solar plexus. Perhaps it was because of the sudden pain, but the man abruptly opened his eyes and grabbed Lu Ye's arm. Despite being on the verge of death, there was enough strength behind the grip to hurt Lu Yi a little. Of course, the strength didn't last. Just a second or two later, the man's hand fell limply by his side. The light in his eyes swiftly faded into nothing as well. A shower of blood spurted out of the man's chest when Lu Yi pulled out his saber. Seeing as his eyes were still wide open, Lu Yi wiped them close with his hand. The man was a complete stranger to Lu Yi. Therefore, Lu Yi didn't feel too bad despite killing him this way. What did affect him was the fact that even a 7th-order Cloud River realm cultivator wasn't strong enough to keep death at bay. Growing increasingly aware of the cruelty of the cultivation world, he swore to be twice as careful during his time in the Cloud River realm. He was no longer the untouchable king of the Cloud River battlefield. Here, the amount of cultivators who could kill him with ease could only be described as innumerable. He appeared out of amber and stood next to Lu Yi. She looked down because of what had happened. Lu Yi stepped forward and untied the man's storage bag from his waist. He then picked up the blood-drenched sword before wiping the blood clean with a towel. He did not know what the sword meant to the cultivator, but it was important enough that he would entrust it a stranger, no, an enemy, to return it to his sect during his last moments. He inspected the sword for a bit and found 2 words engraved above the hilt of the sword: Qing Yun. It could be the name of the sword or a person. The one person who might answer his question was already dead. It was probably the latter, though. The sword could be a token of love between him and his partner. That would explain why he wanted it returned so badly. Can I bury him, Lu Yi? Yi broke the silence suddenly. Yi had killed plenty of thousand Demon Ridge cultivators herself, but this was the first time ever she wanted to give one of them a proper burial. Of course, it is only right. Moral quandaries aside, he had accepted the man's payment. Giving him a proper burial was the least they could do for him. Lu Yi did not bury him where he was, however. He hadn't forgotten how they had stumbled upon one another. It was very possible that the person or group who had dealt this man a fatal wound would show up very soon. That was why he carried the body and flew for a long time until they reached a beautiful location. Then he dug a big hole in the ground and buried him properly. She even bowed to the grave a couple of times before finally returning to Amber's body. Originally, the plan was to return to the arcane glade as soon as possible. Now though, they needed to make a trip to the Divine Trade Association first. On the way, Lu Yi studied the sword for a bit and found nothing special about it. It was just a middle-grade spirit artifact with 18 enchantments in it. At best, it was worth several hundred contribution points. Next, Lu Yi took out the guy's storage bag and began dismantling its restraining lock. On a related note, Lu Yi discovered that his luck had been great since he entered the Cloud River battlefield. First, he had encountered the iridescent cloud and participated in a Token of Providence event not long after he entered the battlefield. The cloud had stopped directly above his head as well. Although he only managed to nab a green amulet with his own strength, the ending did not go the way he expected it to go at all. Not only did someone throw a purple amulet into his hands, he had gotten away with it. Later, he was looking for a place to rest when he stumbled upon a once-in-a-century arcane glade revival event completely by accident. He had basically gotten an arcane glade for free. That wasn't the end of his good luck, however. Originally, he was planning to spend the night in the Divine Trade Association. He was just so worried about the arcane glade that he decided to risk traveling during the night. On the way, he was wondering how he could solve the issue of his cultivation resources running low when a dying man came up to them and surrendered everything he had to him. Suffice to say, this would never have happened if he had chosen to stay the night at the Divine Trade Association. Lu Ye's luck had never been this good, not to mention that it hadn't even been 10 days since he entered the Cloud River battlefield. That was why he suspected that divine intervention was involved in the string of good luck he had had recently. To be specific, he suspected that it was one of the effects of the gift of providence. The gift of providence was a highly praised blessing, but so far the tangible benefits had not met his expectations. However, it was a completely different story if it improved his luck. Luck was an ephemeral, strange thing. An exceptionally lucky man could rise to the top with little to no effort, while an exceptionally unlucky man could choke on water if they weren't careful. Personally, Lu Yi thought that his luck was just average. It made no sense to him that his luck would improve so drastically after he entered the Cloud River battlefield. Therefore, the gift of providence was the only answer. Of course, this was just a theory. He would need to find a way to verify it in the future. Considering Lu Ye's current attainment in the way of glyphs, the task of opening a restraining lock was almost as easy as breathing air. It took him only a moment to unlock the storage bag. When he looked inside, he found that the man had not lied to him. He was fairly wealthy compared to the average Cloud River realm cultivator. For starters, he saw a bunch of rare ores and strange plants that he couldn't name in the storage bag. He reckoned that it was the loot the man had collected during his journey. The reason he thought this was because he counted at least a dozen middle-grade spirit artifacts in the storage bag. There were a handful of flying spirit artifacts as well. There wasn't a single cultivator in the world who needed this many spirit artifacts. That was why it had to be the loot he had lifted off his enemies' corpses. Most of the loot didn't mean much to Lu Yi. He supposed he could sell them for contribution points at the Divine Trade Association, but that was it. The rest of the stuff was very useful though. As it turned out, the man had several bottles of healing pills and over 20 bottles of vital spirit pills. Not only that, he had a ton of spirit stones. He saw low-grade spirit stones, middle-grade spirit stones, and even high-grade spirit stones, though he wasn't 100% sure because he had never seen a high-grade spirit stone before. In total, the man had over 10,000 spirit stones. Lu Yi considered himself a fairly worldly man at this point, but the deceased man was easily one of the wealthiest cultivators he had ever encountered. To make a comparison, Lu Yi himself did not have 10,000 spirit stones on his person. In any case, the man had unwittingly solved Lu Ye's resource scarcity problem. Although he had purchased a large amount of vital spirit pills at the Divine Trade Association, he fully expected to run out in a matter of weeks. That was why he was thinking about ways to obtain more cultivation resources until he stumbled upon the man. Now though, that wasn't necessary anymore. At the very least, he wouldn't have to worry about this for the near future. He transferred everything that was useful to him into the storage space at the back of his hand. Then he took out what looked like a copper plate from the storage bag. The copper plate was palm-sized and, at first glance, looked completely ordinary. Lu Yi was unable to figure out what it was used for despite inspecting it for a long time. It wasn't until he channeled his spiritual power into it that a beam of light suddenly shone from it. Then he felt something pulling at him from inside the copper plate. It felt like it was pointing him in a certain direction. This basically confirmed that the copper plate contained some sort of secret. Lu Yi didn't know where the copper plate was pointing him to, but he was fairly sure that he would find something if he followed its instructions. For a while, Lu Yi simply held the copper plate and weighed his options. In the end, he decided to store it in his storage space and put it temporarily out of his mind. Right now, his first priority was still increasing his cultivation to an acceptable level. Only then could he protect himself from the dangers that might be associated with the copper plate and the Cloud River battlefield itself. After arriving at the Divine Trade Association, Lu Yi descended in front of a building and walked inside. He then sought out a manager and inquired about the procedure to deliver a sword. After learning the ins and outs of the situation, the manager offered Lu Yi a solution. He told him that the Divine Trade Association could safekeep the sword while sending a message to the Divine Freedom Sect. When a cultivator of the Divine Freedom Sect showed up, they would then pass the sword to them. Lu Yi saw no problems with the solution. His only request was that his information be kept a secret. Chapter 453, Second Order Cloud River Realm. By the time Lu Yi was finally finished with the tasks at hand, it was well past midnight already. He was just wondering if he should stay the night at the Divine Trade Association after all when he suddenly felt something from his battlefield imprint. It was a message from Kitty Shin, and her tone was incredibly urgent. The arcane glade is in danger. Come back quick. Lu Yi hurriedly sent a reply but received no response from Kitty Shin. Realizing that the situation was bad, he hurriedly exited the hotspot and took to the sky on his spirit boat. An incense stick later, Lu Yi finally received a reply from Kitty Shin. He was stunned after briefly conversing with her and figuring out roughly what had happened at the arcane glade. He had imagined countless scenarios in his head, but reality still found a way to surpass his expectations. Lu Yi did not stop flying until dawn broke, and he arrived at the location where he and Kitty Shen had agreed to meet up with each other. However, the woman was nowhere to be seen. She did not respond when he tried to message her either. He searched around for a bit and saw a few drops of blood on a tree leaf. He knew then that Kitty Shen was probably in a bad spot. Lu Yi was scrounging for a way to locate Kitty Shen when Amber abruptly jumped down his shoulder. It then started walking down a certain direction with soundless footsteps. Lu Yi hurriedly followed behind the white tiger. A while later, Amber stopped in front of a small, pitch-black cave and let out a cute growl. Lu Yi had to bend down and walk all the way to the end of the cave. As the thick stench of blood wafted against his nostrils, he saw a voluptuous figure lying on the cave floor and a pool of blood. Her face was deathly pale, and her breathing was shallow. The woman was Kitty Shin, of course. No wonder she hadn't responded to his message earlier. She was hurt so badly that she had fallen unconscious. Although she was unconscious, Kitty Shin still sensed his approach and woke up immediately, or at least she tried to. Her eyebrows wrinkled as if she was trying to open her eyes, but she was ultimately unable to wake even her own consciousness. Her features were scrunched up in deep pain. Lu Yi frowned deeply as he briefly inspected her injuries. She definitely wasn't faking it. At this rate, the likelihood she would succumb to her injuries was pretty high. He immediately produced some healing items from his storage space while saying, "Treat her please." Okay. He appeared from Amber's body and began working immediately. While he was working, Lu Yi exited the cave and began setting up some wards. Suffice to say, last night's events had gone almost entirely different from his expectations. It was supposed to be a quick and uneventful trip, but not only had they lost their arcane glade, Kitty was injured so severely that she could have been dead. She would be if she wasn't as alert as she was. Lu Yi had learned the outline of what had happened during his brief interaction with Kitty, but not the details. From the looks of it, he would have to wait until she was awake before he could ask her about it. Right now, one question occupied the forefront of his mind. How on earth had that person gone around the sacred pact? Were the terms and conditions not as airtight as they thought it was? After setting up a simple alarm and concealment ward, Lu Yi sat at the cave entrance and took out the sacred pact. He then went through each and every line as carefully as he could. He was unable to find a single flaw in the pact, however. It had been prepared by Kitty, and it showed that she was a meticulous woman. The terms and conditions were well-woven, well-organized, and extremely logical. He just could not find that loophole that his enemy had apparently exploited. It was an eye-opening experience. When he was at the Spirit Creek battlefield, most matters could be resolved with martial might alone. He rarely had to contend with schemes and intrigue. Unfortunately, that was no longer the case. After he appeared from the cave, Lu Yi put away the sacred pact and asked, "Will she live?" "I think so. It'll take her at least 10 days to return to full health though, if not half a month." "That's not a problem," responded Lu Yi with a nod. By now, the sky was completely bright. Lu Yi ate some food before pulling out a white amulet and crushing it between his fingers. If there wasn't the urgency to increase his cultivation level before, there was now. After Lu Yi used up all of the white amulets and a green amulet, he felt his river of spiritual power shaking a little as if it had broken through some sort of limit. Not only did it grow a size bigger, it also flowed faster than before. For a moment, Lu Yi basked in an indescribable sense of comfort and release. Frankly, cultivation at the Cloud River realm wasn't easy at all. At this level, a cultivator's goal was to increase the volume of spiritual power within one's body. When the river had reached a certain limit, the cultivator would feel like their spiritual power was threatening to burst out of their body until they surpassed their limit and entered the next minor realm. Only then would the tension vanish like it was never there. This relieving state wasn't going to last, however. After all, this was hardly the end of Lu Ye's cultivation journey. This state of affairs would continue until he had entered the real lake realm. With this, Lu Yi had officially entered the second order of the Cloud River realm. This was easily the fastest he had broken through to the next minor realm. Back when he was still a Spirit Creek realm cultivator, it usually took him 2 to 3 months to enter the next minor realm. In fact, it took him over 3 months most of the time. On the other hand, it had only been half a month since he ascended to the Cloud River realm, and he was already at the second order. Assuming he could ascend the rest of the levels at the same pace, he could reach the 9th order in less than half a year. Of course, the assumption was both unrealistic and dangerous. The main reason he was able to reach the second order so quickly was thanks to the amulets. Not only did they drastically shorten his cultivation period, Lu Ye's main method of cultivation was his pills, not world spiritual qi. That was why he was able to accomplish the miracle that was entering the next minor realm in half a month's time. Currently, he still had 1 purple amulet, 2 blue amulets, and 5 green amulets. He did not think they would be enough to push him all the way to the 3rd order, however. Yet, he was still excited from his ascension, and there was nothing to do while waiting for Kitty to recover. He decided to continue his cultivation. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye, and Kitty had barely recovered from her ordeal. Although her injuries weren't healed yet, she was no longer in danger of dying. She was also capable of speech now. Lu Yi had used up all of his amulets as a matter of course. As expected, his spiritual power hadn't grown enough to enter the next minor realm, but he had made great strides in the second order and saved himself a lot of time. In the cave, Lu Yi was sitting cross-legged in front of Kitty. He did not notice that her face was red because the cave was dark, and her head was lowered. Why was Kitty blushing? It was because her clothes were changed, and her body was carefully bombed and bandaged, including her private parts. She thought that Lu Yi was the only person here, so naturally she thought that he had seen everything. She could not bring herself to criticize him or even think badly of his actions, however. After all, he had done it to save her life. That said, she could not stop herself from thinking about it no matter how many times she told herself that cultivators were above such trivial matters. Lu Yi carefully fed Kitty Shen a few mouthfuls of water. Then he passed her a piece of jerky. Kitty Shen took her time to eat her food. A long time later, Lu Yi finally asked, "Can you tell me what happened?" Kitty Shen recalled the night's events and uttered through gritted teeth, "Ruan Qingzhu had planned this from the beginning." That night, when Lu Yi was participating in the amulet auction, he had messaged Kitty Shen and checked if everything was all right at the arcane glade. At the time, everything was still as fine as rain. It wasn't until past midnight when Kitty Shen suddenly sensed a disturbance and exited her cultivation state. Before she could even exit her house and check what was going on, two strangers abruptly rushed in and engaged her in combat. None of her enemies were small fries, and she was fighting one against two. She eventually suffered serious injuries and was forced to flee. Worried for Ruan Qingzhu, she had called out to her companion the second she escaped into the open, only to find her watching her quietly from her doorsteps. There was a third stranger standing next to Ruan Qingzhu as well. He joined the fight as soon as she saw her. She would have died if she didn't have a life-saving trump card that she had saved for crises like this. After that, Kitty Shen escaped all the way to this cave and hid her tracks as well as she could. She fainted almost as soon as she had messaged Lu Yi using the battlefield imprint. The next time she woke up, her wounds were already treated, and Lu Yi was right beside her. Kitty Shen was certain that Ruan Qingzhu and the three strangers were in cahoots. The woman hadn't attacked her because of the sacred pact, but she was definitely the one who let the strangers in since she was the one holding the control gem and keeping watch after midnight. Otherwise, there was no way the trio could have made it all the way to her house without alarming her. The only thing I still don't understand is how Ruan Qingzhu managed to circumvent the sacred pact and contacted her allies. It was clearly stated in the sacred pact that none of them was allowed to leak the existence or location of the arcane glade, and yet somehow Ruan Qingzhu had done the seemingly impossible. Lu Yi had been thinking about this for the past few days. In the end, he was able to arrive at one and only one possibility. "You said she had planned this from the beginning and you were right," he started. "It is true that she was unable to leak the arcane glade's location after signing the sacred pact, but what if she had leaked it before she signed it?" Kitty Shen's mouth fell open. "Are you saying?" "Remember the first time we met her? She was clasping her hands in front of her, and they were hidden within her sleeves. I bet she was already contacting her allies using her battlefield imprint then. The reason she waited so long to act was because she was waiting for a suitable opportunity, and my absence was exactly that." Lu Yi had set up many wards around the arcane glade, so Ruan Qingzhu knew him as an expert ward cultivator. With him gone, the wards he left behind weren't nearly as threatening as they could be, meaning that the only threat they needed to deal with was Kitty Shen. The plan was honestly perfect. The only mistake they made was underestimating Kitty Shen. If they hadn't, the poor girl would have died 3 days ago. That cunning bitch! Kitty Shen swore even as a wave of lingering fear washed over her. She recalled every interaction she had had with Ruan Qingzhu for the past couple days and could not find a single flaw in the woman's acting at all. It honestly frightened her how the woman could call her sis and smile to her face while plotting her death the whole time. Forget Lu Yi, even she, a veteran of the Cloud River battlefield, had never encountered such deviousness until now. Ruan Qingzhu had taught them both a lesson in regards to the ugly side of humanity. Chapter 454, Infiltration. "Sorry, Yi Six," Kitty Shen said suddenly. "Excuse me? We lost the arcane glade because I wasn't careful enough. We wouldn't be here if I could have seen through her sooner." An arcane glade was one of the most sought-after resources in the Cloud River battlefield due to how beneficial it was to one's cultivation. It was why Kitty Shen was so happy when she ran into Lu Yi by accident and successfully convinced him to accept her. She had been dreaming about her wonderful future when Yuan Qingzhu had given a harsh reality check and nearly killed her. Naturally, she was overflowing with regret and self-blame right now. It's only natural that a kitty is no match for a fox, so don't beat yourself over it. Losing an arcane glade is still better than losing your life, no? So, what now? Are we just going to give up? Kitty Shen was clearly reluctant to let things slide. Just focus on recuperating for now, Lu Yi shot her a glance. Okay. An above-average tertius-level arcane glade honestly did not matter too much to Lu Yi. In fact, arcane glades in general were good to have, but not critical to him because of his abnormal cultivation methods. If Yuan Qingzhu and her gang had defeated him and Kitty Shen and taken the arcane glade fair and square, then he wouldn't be worked up about it. After all, the strong usually came out on top in a contest for treasures and opportunities. If his enemies proved to be his betters, then so be it. As long as he was alive, he could always grow stronger and pay back his enemies in the future. To betray his trust, wound his companion, and steal his possession while he was gone, though, that was a different story. It was written in stone that he was going to make Yuan Qingzhu regret her decision from the moment he learned of her betrayal. Even if that wasn't the case, Lu Yi was the first person to discover the arcane glade. The wards he had set up, the ward flags and the ward keystones were all there as well. The Grand Ward alone cost over 10 to 20,000 contribution points. Of course he wasn't going to give it all up to his robbers. It was night and Kitty Shen was recuperating in the cave when Lu Yi stepped out into the open and took to the sky on his spirit boat. Kitty Shen was a 5th-order Cloud River Realm cultivator. Despite being seriously injured in a 1 versus 2 fight and being ganged up on by a third enemy later, she still managed to escape in the end. This meant that their enemies weren't too powerful. He suspected that they were 4th or 5th order at most. Yuan Qingzhu, for example, was only a 4th-order cultivator. Lu Yi was only in the 2nd order right now, but most of the enemies he fought were, in terms of cultivation, stronger than him since he embarked on this journey. Rarely anyone at the same cultivation level as him was a match for him. That was why he wasn't afraid to fight multiple 4th to 5th order cultivators alone. Plus, he hadn't fought a true battle since he entered the Cloud River battlefield. He really wanted to know how he measured up to his so-called seniors. An hour and a half later, Lu Yi arrived near the periphery of the arcane glade and looked. At first glance, the area looked completely empty and lifeless. Most people could pass through the area and never notice that there was an arcane glade not far away from them. This was because Lu Yi had set up not just a grand defensive ward made up of 16 ward keystones in total, but also a concealment ward with glyph, invisibility as the core. The arcane glade was pretty small, and he was perfectly capable of setting up a concealment ward that could conceal it all. Weak presence was a valuable trait when one was trying to conceal their valuables. The fact was that they would still be in possession of the arcane glade if they hadn't been betrayed by one of their own. Lu Yi observed the area for a bit before descending about 1.5 kilometers away from the arcane glade. Then, he concealed himself using invisibility and slowly made his way over. An incense stick later, Lu Yi was right outside the arcane glade. The place was pretty quiet since it was already nighttime. The only sounds that entered the ear were the chirps of insects and the occasional frog croaks. Lu Yi applied insight to his eyes before looking at the seemingly empty space in front of him. The hidden arcane glade and the grand defensive ward surrounding it immediately appeared into view. It didn't look like the ward was altered in any way. It was impossible to say if one of Yuan Qingzhu's companions was a ward cultivator, but even if they were, he did not think that their ward creation skill was better than his. If it were, they would have made some changes to the ward to improve its security. Lu Yi was the creator of this defensive ward. Naturally, he knew exactly where the nodes were and how it functioned. Lu Yi tossed out a couple of ward flags and channeled his spiritual power into them. Then he opened a corner of the grand ward like he was opening a tent flap and walked inside. As he withdrew the ward flags and concealed himself once more, a figure suddenly dashed out of one of the houses and glanced left and right warily. He was holding the control gem. Clearly, He was the watchman for the night. Lu Yi had caused almost no disturbances when he slipped through the ward, but the watchman still noticed it and responded immediately. His unusual activity alarmed the others and caused them to step out of their houses as well. Among them was Ruan Qingzhu. "What's going on, junior brother's son?" A big, burly man asked the cultivator holding the control gem. The guy was still looking left and right when he answered with a frown. "I felt something weird from the defensive ward just now." "Can you elaborate?" the burly man asked again as his face turned serious. Junior brother's son shook his head. "I'm not sure, but the ward definitely fluctuated just now." He turned toward a lanky cultivator and asked, "Can you please check the ward, junior brother Cheng?" His companion responded, "Of course." Junior brother Cheng accepted the control gem from junior brother's son and poured his spiritual power into it. He then began inspecting the ward closely while adjusting its power with the control gem. Judging from his actions, he was most likely a ward cultivator. While junior brother Cheng was inspecting the ward, junior brother's son asked, "Do you think it might be that kitty Shin?" The burly guy answered, "I don't think so. She was hurt enough to be dead. Even if she managed to survive the ordeal, there is no chance she had recovered enough to come back for revenge. I'm more worried about the ward cultivator, to be honest." Junior brother Cheng mentioned that his ward skills are quite impressive, did he not? Junior brother's son laughed. "Sure, but junior sister Juan also said that he is just a first-order Cloud River Realm cultivator, a newbie to the Cloud River battlefield. I don't think we need to worry about him." After signing the sacred pact, Lu Yi had revealed his cultivation level to both Ruan Qingzhu and Kitty Shin. Both women were visibly astonished when they learned that Lu Yi was just a first-order cultivator, though now he realized that Ruan Qingzhu's astonishment was less pure. Kitty Shin was astonished because she had fought him briefly during the amulet contest. His performance was so that she would not have believed him if not for the fact that they had signed a sacred pact. A while later, junior brother Cheng ended his inspection and returned the control gem to junior brother Sunday. "The ward is fine, mostly. Perhaps the creator made a mistake during the setup, but I sensed that the spiritual power in some areas is not flowing as smoothly as it should. I'll give it a thorough inspection tomorrow." Junior brother's son relaxed after hearing this. They all returned to their houses after that. Junior brother's son was sitting cross-legged in his house and cultivating in silence. He was also holding the control gem tightly in his hand. This way, he would be able to sense any abnormality within the Grand Ward. It was his duty as the Night Watch to notice such things. Time passed slowly when suddenly he felt as if someone had dunked his whole body into a pool of ice. Alarm bells were ringing inside his head as well. His reaction was swift, all things considered. He had immediately opened his eyes to see what was going on. Unfortunately for him, a mysterious power was already enveloping him and temporarily throwing him into disarray. By the time he caught himself, he found himself standing in the middle of a stone forest. As he looked left and right in alarm, he saw a young man standing about 300 meters away from him. He looked to be 17 or 18 at most. His head was bowed slightly, and his right hand was holding a saber. Junior brother's son immediately yelled, "Who are you?" That was what he said, but the question he actually wanted to ask was, "Where the hell am I?" A moment ago, he was still in his accommodation. The next, he found himself standing in a stone forest. It just didn't make sense to him. The stone forest was a terrain in the Nine Realms scroll, of course. Lu Yi had snuck into junior brother son's house while the four cultivators had exited their dwelling to check on the Grand Ward. The reason he chose him was because he was the holder of the control gem. Lu Yi needed to get his hands on the control gem because it was the only way he might secure his escape. Even if he was the creator of the Grand Ward, he could not pass through it without spending some time on it. As for the reason he didn't just kill this junior brother's son after he returned to his dwelling and resumed his cultivation, it was because he couldn't be sure he could kill the guy in one blow. Even if he succeeded, there was no guarantee he could stop junior brother's son from screaming or causing some sort of disturbance that would alert his companions. He would be at a disadvantage if his 3 remaining companions tried to gang up on him. They were all stronger than him in terms of cultivation after all. That was why he decided to use the 9-realm scroll instead. As expected, Junior Brother's son failed to respond to it until it was too late. He doubted the guy even knew that a ward scroll had trapped him in its terrain. In Junior Brother's son's room, he was keeping the 9-realm scroll active and suppressing the fluctuations of spiritual power as much as possible. The entire reason they were using the ward scroll was to ambush an enemy without being noticed after all. Unfortunately, this meant that she could barely keep the 9-realm scroll going, much less activate its power to aid Lu Yi. Lu Yi would have to defeat Junior Brother's son entirely by himself. In the 9-realm scroll, Junior Brother's son was beginning to feel an onset of panic when he received no response from Lu Yi. At the same time, he realized that a treasure that could teleport a person instantaneously must be incredibly powerful. It had to be a spirit treasure like a ward scroll at least. He grew certain that he was trapped in a ward scroll the second the term passed through his head. At the same time, he could barely believe that it was true. Most Cloud River Realm cultivators could only afford middle-grade spirit artifacts. The mysterious young man before him must possess an unimaginable background to own a spirit treasure at his level. Lu Yi wasn't going to give Junior Brother's son time to recover from his shock. He was already running toward the guy and channeling his spiritual power. This exposed his cultivation level and riled Junior Brother's son into a disbelieving, angry outburst. Second order? Is he stupid or crazy? How dare a second-order Cloud River Realm cultivator challenge me? I may be an average cultivator, but I'm still 2 minor realms above you, bastard. Anger replacing his panic immediately, Junior Brother's son launched a few flying weapons at Lu Yi. As it turned out, he was a combat cultivator as well. The anger vanished practically the next second, however. It was because the young man abruptly unleashed 9 flying weapons at once and sent them toward him at insane speeds. Just a few exchanges later, Junior Brother's son discovered in horror that he was no match for the young man, be it in terms of the quantity or the power of his weapons. The telekinetic clash turned completely one-sided in no time at all. The spinning blades broke through his own and flew toward him like a deadly storm. Chapter 455, Ambush. In the 9-realm scroll, Junior Brother's son brought out his spirit artifact in a flurry when he saw Lu Ye's 9 flying weapons toward him. It was a long stick. While he was able to send all 9 weapons flying via a series of flicks and swipes, his weapon could not stop vibrating, and his hands were shaking a little from the impacts. His expression changed from anger to shock. He knew then that Lu Yi was no ordinary opponent. At first, he thought that Lu Yi would be easy to defeat seeing as he was only a second-order Cloud River Realm cultivator. Now, he realized that the young man was far stronger than his cultivation level suggested. The Cloud River Realm was the cultivation realm that showcased the largest strength disparity between cultivators because of the difference in foundation. The minimum requirement to ascend to the Cloud River Realm was 240 spiritual points, but the maximum a cultivator could attain before ascending was 360 spiritual points. Both cultivators could be in the same minor realm, but the power gap between them was like night and day. Junior Brother's son and his allies were all disciples of Tier 5 sections. Naturally, not a single one of them had ascended to the Cloud River Realm with 360 spiritual points. The burly man was the best among 5 as he had ascended to the Cloud River Realm with 312 spiritual points. On the other hand, Junior Brother's son had ascended with a measly 290 spiritual points. There were countless Junior Brother's sons on the Cloud River battlefield. In fact, cultivators who had unlocked all 360 spiritual points before ascending like Lu Yi were few and far between, not to mention that Lu Yi had bathed in the pool of divine purification 4 times and received the gift of providence. I'm no match for him. The thought had flashed across Junior Brother's son's mind as soon as they clashed. The flying weapons were so powerful that Junior Brother's son was pushed back repeatedly. He hadn't even caught himself when Lu Yi reached him and brought down his flame-wreathed saber in one mighty swing. Junior brother's son was able to block the attack, but there was so much force behind the swing that he was almost driven to his knees, and his spiritual artifact threatened to break free from his grip. Lu Yi gave him no time to breathe. He attacked again and again like a relentless storm. The inviolable was even more comfortable to use after it had become a middle-grade spirit artifact. Junior brother's son clenched his teeth and defended against the assault as best he could. Sparks flew everywhere, and metallic clangs resounded throughout the stone forest as he was driven lower and lower. Suddenly, Lu Yi changed his attack from a swing to a thrust. Junior brother's son saw the switch but was unable to respond to it. His arms had turned completely numb after all the punishment they had endured. The saber pierced in and out of junior brother's son's shoulder blade. A painful scream immediately escaped his lips. Lu Yi pulled out his saber and launched a mighty kick into junior brother's son's stomach. The man was sent flying like a rag doll before he crashed heavily on the floor. This would be a great opportunity to end the man's life, but Lu Yi did no such thing. Instead, he simply stayed where he was and frowned. Is it just me, or is the guy kinda weak? He had entered this battle thinking that it would be a hard fight in favor of his opponent. At best, he thought that they would be evenly matched. In reality, this junior brother's son was far inferior to him, be it in terms of strength or reaction speed. He knew then that his opponent must have unlocked less than 300 spiritual points when ascending to the Cloud River realm. It was the only explanation why he was weak despite being 2 minor realms above him. Wait! Junior brother's son cried out in fear and panic as he climbed back to his feet. He put some distance between himself and Lu Yi before asking, "Are you Kitty Shin's helper or something? If you are, please let me live. My allies and I can leave right away, and we promise we won't ever come back. We can even swear a sacred pact if you don't trust our words." Instead of answering, Lu Yi raised his hand and displayed his battlefield imprint. Junior brother's son turned deathly pale. Lu Yi knew that he was a 1,000 Demon Ridge cultivator. Lu Yi would have hesitated if junior brother's son had turned out to be a Grand Sky Coalition cultivator. After all, he had received a lot of help and kindness from his fellow coalition members during his time in the Spirit Creek battlefield. He was glad he didn't have to make that choice. Lu Yi empowered himself with Windwalk before dashing toward junior brother's son, moving so fast that he literally left a trail of afterimages behind him. He reached the combat cultivator in an instant and sent him flying again in a single strike. Junior brother's son screamed as blood sprayed out of his wound. This time, Lu Yi did not wait for him to land. He caught up to the combat cultivator, brought down his saber, and ended his screams once and for all. 2 soft thuds entered Lu Ye's ears. One of them came from junior brother's son's head, and the other his headless corpse. His bright red blood stained the ground red like dye. Lu Yi called out while sheathing his saber. The next moment, he felt himself pushed out of the pocket space and returned to junior brother's son's room. The guy's head and corpse had appeared on the floor as well. Lu Yi bent down and picked up the control gem and the storage bag. With this, the only enemies left were the burly man, the ward cultivator called Junior Brother Cheng, and Ruan Qingzhu. The question was, how should he assassinate them? It wasn't like he could slip into their dwellings. In fact, it worked the first time only because junior brother's son wasn't in his room when he slipped in. He could try to lure one of them out and kill them as quickly as possible, but he would still have to deal with a 1 versus 2 battle immediately after. If he failed, then it would be a 1 versus 3. Junior brother Cheng was probably the easiest to kill of the 3. Most ward cultivators spent the majority of their time on studying wards and not enough on their combat skills. On the other hand, the one who would give him the most difficulty was probably the burly man. It was obvious from his rich vitality that he was a body-tempering cultivator. And Amber could probably keep one of them busy for a time. He only needed to kill the other 2 in the shortest time possible. This would be easier if the protection wards within the arcane glade were still functional, but alas, it would seem that junior brother Cheng had removed some of them. Otherwise, he could have taken all of them alone. The plan was rough, but it was better than nothing. Lu Yi quietly snuck out of Junior Brother Sun's dwelling and activated invisibility. He left Amber in the room just in case. So far, everything was going smoothly. No one even realized that Junior Brother Sun was dead. Like a ghost, he soundlessly crept his way to the burly man's house. The burly man was the most difficult opponent of the remaining three, so it made sense to take him out first. Should he succeed, he should easily wipe the floor with the rest. Otherwise, it would be a much harder fight than it should be. Lu Yi was just about to use the control gem to cause a stir and draw out the enemy when the top of the Grand Ward shook unnaturally. When he looked up, he was surprised to see none other than Kiddishin herself floating outside the ward. What is she doing here? She should be resting right now. She looks a bit worried for some reason. Kiddishin was the one who attacked the Grand Ward just now. Sensing an opportunity, Lu Yi immediately turned off the Grand Ward using the control gem. Outside the ward, Kiddishin watched as the Grand Ward surrounding the entire arcane glade suddenly dissipated after her one attack. The concealment effect had been turned off as well. She was resting in the cave when she woke up and found that E6 was nowhere to be seen. Her first thought was that the young man had abandoned her. However, that made no sense as E6 had not only saved her life, but also guarded her for 3 whole days until she awoke. When she recalled her conversation with E6 earlier, she had a bad feeling and hurriedly exited the cave. She then flew all the way to the arcane glade despite her injuries. She did not know if her prediction was true, but if it was, then E6 would need her help. He was stronger than expected, but he was also just a first-order Cloud River Realm cultivator. Whatever he was planning, there was a good chance he might fail and be captured by the enemy instead. That was why she had attacked the Grand Ward. She wanted to check if E6 was here. Even ignoring the fact that he had saved her life, they were allies who signed a sacred pact. What happened next caught her completely off guard, however. She did not expect the Grand Ward to disappear in one attack at all. She scanned around quickly. She did not see any signs of battle or E6. She knew then she had screwed up and tried to leave immediately. Unfortunately, the unusual activity had alarmed the 3 remaining cultivators in the arcane glade. They immediately burst out of their doors. The next moment, the burly man detonated his vitality and punched out. There was a flash of light as an arm flew into the air. Blood gushed out of the wound immediately. Lu Yi exited his invisibility and stared at the burly man with his eyes lowered and his saber pointed toward the ground. Clutching his stump, the burly man staggered a few steps away from Lu Yi in shock and disbelief. He wasn't expecting an ambush at his doorstep at all. If his perception wasn't as strong as it was, the blow would have taken his head instead of his arm. E6. Both Kiddishin and Ruan Qingzhu exclaimed in unison when they saw Lu Yi. Junior Brother Cheng was caught off guard when he heard the exclamation. However, he recovered quickly and acted to pounce Lu Yi. Unfortunately for him, Kiddishin reacted first and blocked his path. Assuming that Kiddishin hadn't lied to him about her strength, she should have been stronger than Junior Brother Cheng. Anyone who managed to enter the Scroll of Supremacy was a force to be reckoned with. However, it had only been days since she nearly died from her injuries, and it showed. Despite her best efforts, she was actually being pushed back by Junior Brother Cheng, a ward cultivator. While Kiddishin was buying time for Lu Yi, the combat cultivator was attacking the burly man relentlessly. His aim was to kill the guy as soon as possible. Had the burly man been perfectly unharmed, this would have been a much harder fight. Not only was the burly man a 5th-order cultivator, he was way stronger than Junior Brother Sunday. He had lost an arm to Lu Ye's ambush, however, and he could barely keep his circulation system going, much less handle the unending storm that was Lu Yi. The only thing he could do was to dodge his attacks. On the other side, Amber had rushed out of Junior Brother Sun's room and manifested its true body. It pounced toward Ruan Qingzhu and attacked her ferociously. He hadn't shown herself yet because she was waiting for a good opportunity to deal her a fatal blow. Just a moment later, a blood-curdling scream pierced the air, followed by a great shower of blood. Despite the burly man's greatest efforts, he was unable to withstand Lu Ye's relentless attacks. Lu Yi had cut right through his spiritual power and vitality and landed at least a dozen slashes across his body. Both junior brother Cheng and Ruan Qingzhu were stunned. In fact, Ruan Qingzhu was so distracted that she was unable to break free from Amber's harassment despite the power disparity. How was it possible for a mere ward cultivator, a first-order cultivator no less, to be so powerful? And where was junior brother Sun? Why hadn't he shown up to help them? Shock and doubt churned within Ruan Qingzhu until she felt like throwing up. She felt like she had one foot in the grave, and there was nothing she could do to stop her downward momentum. Chapter 456, Special Treatment. 6 figures were duking it out in the arcane glade right now. The fiercest fight of them all was easily the one between Lu Yi and the burly man. The burly man was a body-tempering cultivator and a 5th-order Cloud River Realm cultivator. He also ascended with over 300 spiritual points, meaning that he was way stronger than the combat cultivator Lu Yi had assassinated, junior brother Sunday. This was evident from the fact that he still lived despite having lost an arm to Lu Ye's ambush and took a dozen injuries all over his body. Not only that, he was still capable of putting up a fight. He chose to take an injury so that he could bring out a shield spirit artifact that he held with his remaining arm. It allowed him to block Lu Ye's attacks and launch a counterattack or two from time to time. An explosive amount of spiritual power and vitality were discharged to the surroundings every time the saber clashed against the shield. It was never a good idea to drag out a fight unless that was the plan. Seeing as his normal strikes weren't good enough to settle things, Lu Yi decided to reveal one of his trump cards. After separating them both with a powerful strike, Lu Yi took 2 steps to the back, raised his saber in front of him, and assumed a stance. At the same time, vitality began flowing into his right arm. Alarm bells rang in the burly man's head when he saw this. He hurriedly rushed forward and attempted to run Lu Yi over with his shield. Lu Yi leaped into the air as his arm abruptly swelled like a balloon. Then he brought his saber down like a swooping eagle. Flash! A mist of blood-red energy steamed out of the pores of his right arm. Combo! When the first attack came, the burly man's eyes had immediately widened into saucers. He felt an unimaginable amount of force impacting his shield spirit artifact and shaking his whole body like a gong. Despite being a body-tempering cultivator, the attack still brought him closer to the ground. Before he could correct his posture, Combo struck him with even greater force. This time, he dropped to his knees, and his shield spirit artifact hit the ground so hard that a literal crack had appeared on its surface. Lu Yi wasn't done though. A third attack came, and the shield spirit artifact emitted an explosive flash. He swung for the 4th time, and its light was much dimmer than before. The 5th attack finally did the trick and shattered the octodecupal enhancement middle-grade spirit artifact. Not only that, the attack also cut into the burly man's left shoulder and out of his right waist as easily as tofu. The burly man's vitality and protective spiritual power were powerful, but they just weren't tough enough to withstand the explosive attack. Lu Yi had shattered his spirit artifact and cut him in half in one strike. For a moment, the burly man could only stare at Lu Yi with shocked, disbelieving eyes. He moved his mouth as if he wanted to say something, but in the end no words came out of his lips. Lu Yi maintained his stance as his right arm shook violently, and tearing pain assaulted his senses. When he was at the Spirit Creek realm, he could only use Flash 3 times while Combo was active. Today, he could execute Flash 5 times in a row. In fact, this wasn't his absolute limit. He could execute a 6th Flash before his right arm became unusable. But of course, the aftereffects of the combination move were incredibly severe. There was no need to push himself that far unless absolutely necessary. 3 breaths later, Lu Yi straightened his back and glanced at the other 2 battlefields. What he saw surprised him tremendously. Amber was currently fighting against Ruan Qingzhu. The strange thing was that the woman was bleeding from all her orifices and looking deathly pale. It looked like she had suffered some serious injuries as well. Did Yi succeed in ambushing her? I haven't sensed any spell activity though, not to mention that she's nowhere to be seen. But in that case, how did Amber manage to push a fourth-order cultivator this far by itself? He did not have the time to puzzle out the answer. Amber might be doing okay, but Kitishin was having a difficult time holding junior brother Cheng back. The growing bloodstains on her clothes made it clear that some of her wounds had reopened during the fight. The fight was going in junior brother Cheng's favor, but the burly man's horrific death and Ruan Qingzhu's surprising inability to handle the tiger had thrown his mind into disarray. When he sensed that Lu Yi was looking in his direction, he immediately forced Kitishin back with a feint and tried to leap into the air. Unfortunately, he was too late. Lu Ye's flying weapons surrounded him before he could make a run for it, and Lu Yi himself was charging him like the wind. As Lu Yi had predicted earlier, junior brother Cheng was not a good fighter. He was at best on the same level as the combat cultivator Lu Yi had assassinated junior brother Sunday. He might be able to gain the upper hand against a heavily injured Kitishin, but Lu Yi? He did not stand a chance to escape, much less defeat the young man. A moment later, a bloody junior brother Cheng hit the ground with a hoarse scream. His screams eventually petered out when all life had departed his body. With that done, Lu Yi turned around and walked toward Ruan Qingzhu. The woman was currently leaning against the wall and looking quite afraid. She instinctively tried to run when she saw Lu Yi heading toward her, but her injuries were severe enough that she couldn't even rise to her feet. Kitishin also walked up to Ruan Qingzhu despite the fact that blood was still pouring freely out of her wounds. She and Lu Yi stood side by side as they looked down on their former ally. Ruan Qingzhu stared at Kitishin tearfully as she said in a pitiful tone, "Sis? Don't call me that. You don't deserve it," Kitishin said with eyes as cold as ice. If she wasn't as capable as she was, she would have died to Ruan Qingzhu's scheme 3 days ago. She felt not a sliver of sympathy for the traitor in front of her. Ruan Qingzhu dropped her act and smiled. "Fine, I won't call you that. I admit that I have made a grave mistake, but so what? You haven't forgotten that we've signed a sacred pact, have you? You can neither hurt me nor kill me. This means that releasing me is your only option." Kitishin clenched her teeth in frustration. Lu Yi was inspecting his battlefield imprint because he had sent him a message. He finally realized what had happened when he read it until the end. As it turned out, the reason Ruan Qingzhu looked like this was because of the sacred pact. One of the terms clearly stated that they weren't allowed to injure one another. Since Amber was Lu Ye's tamed beast, it was included in the effects of the sacred pact as well. When Amber appeared to block Ruan Qingzhu, and she attempted to send it flying, she immediately suffered a severe backlash from the sacred pact. In fact, it was so bad that she, a fourth-order cultivator, didn't even have the strength to escape. This made sense. It was the backlash for breaking a term in the sacred pact that severely injured Ruan Qingzhu, not Amber. It would seem that his decision to send Amber after Ruan Qingzhu was wiser than he thought. This created a new question, however. Why hadn't Amber suffered a backlash from attacking Ruan Qingzhu? If Ruan Qingzhu could not attack Amber without suffering a backlash, then the opposite should be the same. However, it was clear that the white tiger was as fine as rain. He asked Yi about it. The response he received caused his eyebrows to rise up. "If there is nothing else, then I'd be taking my leave," Ruan Qingzhu declared almost arrogantly before rising to her feet. The backlash was bad, but she had recovered enough to move again. That was when Lu Yi surprised them all by stepping forward and slashing at Ruan Qingzhu. "Stop!" Kitishin screamed. She had fought on the Cloud River battlefield for way longer than Lu Yi. That was why she knew full well just how terrible the backlash was. One could go as far as to say that it was impossible for them to hurt each other from the second they signed the sacred pact. It was too late. By the time she had finished screaming the word, Lu Yi was already flicking away the blood on his blade and returning his saber to his sheath. Before him, Ruan Qingzhu stiffened as her eyes turned horrified. She clutched her neck with both hands, but blood still seeped out of the fatal wound uncontrollably. She stared at Lu Yi in disbelief. She just could not believe that Yi 6 would dare to kill her while still under the effects of the sacred pact. She wasn't going to survive this, but the price was Yi 6's own life. See you on the way to the Yellow Spring. Ruan Qingzhu forced out her final words before collapsing on the ground, her head rolled away from her now necklace corpse. Kitty Shen stared at Lu Yi in horror as she waited for the inevitable. However, a few seconds passed, and it did not look like Lu Yi was injured at all. Stunned and confused, she asked, Are you okay? This day just kept getting stranger and stranger. She was the one who had prepared the terms and conditions of the sacred pact, so she knew its contents like the back of her hand. Logically speaking, Yi 6 should 100% be dead for breaking the non-aggression term in the sacred pact and killing Ruan Qingzhu, but for whatever reason he wasn't affected at all. If Lu Yi hadn't spoken with Yi via the battlefield imprint earlier, he wouldn't have dared to gamble his life either. The girl had been watching the fight from the shadows, so she knew that for whatever reason, Amber did not suffer a backlash while it was fighting against Ruan Qingzhu. Armed with this confirmation, Lu Yi reasoned that if Amber, his tamed beast, did not suffer a backlash for fighting and wounding Ruan Qingzhu, then he should not suffer a backlash either. In the end, he was proven right. As for why they hadn't suffered a backlash, Lu Yi could not say. He had a feeling that it had something to do with the gift of providence, but he had no way to prove it. Regardless, he was never going to let Ruan Qingzhu walk away without repercussions. Although she hadn't laid a finger on them from the start until the end of this business, it didn't change the fact that she harbored malicious intentions from the moment she laid her eyes on this arcane glade and acted against their common interests. That she had brought 3 fellow disciples to their arcane glade was just the icing on the cake. She only had herself to blame for the consequences of her actions. To be fair, Ruan Qingzhu would have survived if Lu Yi was anyone else. He was the man who received the gift of providence, though. It would seem that one of the benefits of the gift was special treatment from the heavens themselves. Are you really okay, Yi 6? Kitty Shen asked. She was still checking Lu Yi to see if he was truly okay. No. I'm tired, Lu Yi replied before sitting down on a nearby rock and setting down the inviolable. Although the battle wasn't long, he had used flash 5 times while under the effects of combo. Judging from how swollen his right arm was, it would take him at least 2 to 3 days to recover. This was Lu Ye's first true battle since entering the Cloud River battlefield. As he replayed the battle in his mind, he realized that he was probably strong enough to kill any average cultivator below the 5th order. Anyone who underestimated him because of his cultivation level would definitely pay the price. He was aware of the strength disparity between Cloud River realm cultivators. He could now confirm that the rumor was true. In fact, he could have killed the burly man without using his trump card. He just didn't want to drag out the fight unnecessarily and risk an unexpected accident. You must tell me if you feel uncomfortable at all, okay, Yi 6? This is no joking matter, Kitty Shen added worriedly, even though Lu Yi was obviously fine. Lu Yi shot her a glance and said, You should take care of yourself first. Chapter 457. This is my sister. After retaking the arcane glade, Lu Yi and Kitty Shen spent the next period of time resting. Kitty Shen especially needed the rest because the great battle had worsened her already serious injuries. In comparison, Lu Yi was only suffering from the aftereffects of using flash 5 times in a row. He recovered after just 2 days of rest. Lu Yi reinstalled the wards as soon as he was ready. After the bad experience with Ruan Qingzhu, neither Kitty Shen nor him were keen on expanding their current roster despite the disadvantages they brought. While Kitty Shen recuperated, Lu Yi focused on cultivating his power. He just couldn't shake the feeling that he was progressing slower than usual. It was because his experience with the amulets had spoiled him. There was a poem that went something like this. Had I not seen the sun / I could have borne the shade / but light a newer wilderness / my wilderness has made. It was a perfect description of his current feelings. He was well aware that impatience was the bane of cultivation, but he still couldn't stop himself from recalling the rush and exhilaration he felt when using the amulets from time to time. Kitty Shen's condition improved over time. Recently, she had healed enough to walk outside. Kitty Shen's impression of Yi 6 had drastically improved after the incident. At first, she thought that the young man was just a newbie first-order Cloud River Realm cultivator. However, not only had he ascended to the second order without her realizing, he had displayed the impressive ability to slay enemies far above his cultivation level. It was true that his opponents had ascended with less than perfect spiritual points, but it was no easy feat to defeat multiple foes who were 2 to 3 minor realms above one's cultivation level almost single-handedly. This realization made her certain that he was pretty famous when he was still a Spirit Creek realm cultivator. What puzzled her was the fact that Yi 6 had received no backlash despite breaching the sacred pact by killing Ruan Qingzhu. It was all she could think about while being holed up in her dwelling for the past few days. No matter how hard she thought, she just could not find a loophole in her listed terms. Does he have some sort of special art that allowed him to hide from the heaven's scrutiny? While this meant that Yi 6 could harm her one-sidedly if he wanted to, she wasn't too worried for her safety. If Yi 6 wanted her dead, he could have just left her to die back then. She hadn't known him for long, but she was fairly certain that he was a trustworthy man. 5 days later, Kitty Shen personally cooked a meal for Lu Yi. It was both to celebrate their success in retaking the arcane glade and to thank Lu Yi for getting revenge for her. At the table, Kitty Shen could not stop drinking until she was completely red-faced. For whatever reason, she looked incredibly happy today. Lu Yi did not have a problem with her being happy, but he did have a problem with her toasting him every time she downed a glass. Eventually, he chose to ignore her altogether and focus on the food in front of him. "Can I ask you something, Yi 6? Kitty Shen asked him drunkenly. "Sure. Why didn't you tell me about your plans before attacking the arcane glade? Were you worried that I would be in danger?" Lu Yi shot her an incredulous look. He wanted to tell her, "Are you serious? Considering your condition, you would have far more of a liability than an asset." Before he could say anything though, the young woman's head hit the table with a loud thud. He did not think it was possible for a fifth-order Cloud River Realm cultivator to drink herself under the table, but here he was. A while later, after Lu Yi had fully satiated himself, he rose to his feet and pushed Kitty Shen lightly on the shoulder. The woman waved languidly at him and muttered something he couldn't hear before falling silent once more. Frowning, Lu Yi grabbed her by the waist before throwing her across his shoulder. Then, he carried her back into her dwelling like he was carrying a sack of potatoes. After tossing her onto her bed, he backed out of the room and locked all the doors behind him. In the room, Kitty Shen abruptly opened her eyes. They looked bleary, but not so bleary that she couldn't have walked herself back to her bed. She smirked a little before muttering to herself, "I hadn't misjudged him after all." After she woke up at the cave, she found that her whole body, including her private parts, had been treated and bandaged meticulously. This bothered her greatly, even though she told herself repeatedly that Yi 6 had only done it to save her life. She was a woman after all. How could she not be bothered by her nude form being seen by a stranger, not to mention that she was at her most vulnerable at the time? He could have violated her, and she wouldn't know because she was completely unconscious at the time. That was why she had drunk herself under the table on purpose. It was a little underhanded, but she wanted to test if Yi 6 was the man he appeared to be. It would seem that her worries were unfounded though. While Yi 6 could stand to be more articulate, he was overall a reliable man. She was now certain that he hadn't done anything untoward when he was treating her. Her smile grew wider. In Lu Ye's room, Yi suddenly appeared out of Amber's body with an angry expression. She then sat in front of the combat cultivator and glared at him fiercely. Lu Yi asked in puzzlement, "What's wrong?" "She did it on purpose." She erupted while puffing up her cheeks. "You're going to have to elaborate on that." "She got drunk on purpose. She wasn't completely drunk either." Surprise bloomed across Lu Ye's features. "How could you tell?" "I just know, okay? Gee." A red-faced Yi clenched her tiny fists tightly like she wanted to punch something. It wasn't until a long time before she finally managed to say, "She was trying to seduce you." "Really?" "Yeah." Yi nodded like a chick. "You mustn't drink with another woman alone, okay, Lu Yi? There are a lot of bad women out there. You need to protect yourself," she added through gritted teeth after warning the combat cultivator. "Damn it. I would have left her to die if I knew this would happen." Stupid me. "Understood. I will watch myself in the future," Lu Yi said with a straight face. In his mind though, he thought sadly, "Damn it. I would have gone along with it if I knew that Kitty Shen was trying to seduce me. She is very busty." The next day, Lu Yi was cultivating and reading a book when suddenly he heard an exclamation of surprise from outside. "Who are you?" The sounds of fighting immediately broke out after that. Lu Yi rushed out of the door just in time to see Kitty Shen and Yi standing a far distance away from each other. They were both wearing wary looks on their faces. Lu Yi was surprised. Yi usually kept herself hidden from strangers because she fancied herself as one of his trump cards, and trump cards should not reveal themselves willy-nilly. Most people did not even know that she existed besides their mutual acquaintances and close friends. This was probably the first time she willingly revealed herself to another person. It was as if last night's incident had lit a flame in her. "She's a spell cultivator, Yi 6. Kitty Shen yelled in warning, but she didn't look too worried. It was because she could tell from the brief exchange that Yi was no match for her, much less Yi 6. She couldn't figure out how the young girl had infiltrated the arcane glade though. Yi 6 had been holding the control gem and keeping watch for the past few days since she was still injured. Moreover, he was the one who had set up all the wards. She could not believe that someone could slip through the ward without being detected by Yi 6. "She's my sister," Lu Yi introduced while standing at the entrance. He changed her surname to fit with his own fake name. At first, Kitty Shen thought he was joking. When she looked back and forth between the two and confirmed that he wasn't, she finally withdrew her hostility and chuckled awkwardly. "She's your sister? Sorry. I thought someone had infiltrated our arcane glade." She then looked at Yi and apologized. "Sister Yi, is it? Sorry for attacking you." "Humph." To her surprise, Yi let out an arrogant humph before turning her back on her. She then walked straight into Lu Ye's dwelling. It would seem that Yi wasn't a very friendly girl, but Kitty Shen did not understand why she was acting so hostile. What confused even more was her presence in this arcane glade. According to the sacred pact, neither of them were allowed to reveal the arcane glade's existence in private. Therefore, this girl should not be able to enter the arcane glade without triggering a backlash. That obviously wasn't the case, however. How did he do it? Did Yi 6 really have a way to avoid the heaven's scrutiny? During the next few days, Kitty Shen would come to realize that she hadn't misjudged Yi in the slightest. Not only was she difficult to interact with, she could clearly sense a great amount of hostility from her. Sometimes they inevitably crossed each other's path, and she would try to get acquainted with the young girl. Sometimes she would answer flippantly, and sometimes not at all. There was a clue though. Yi was living under the same roof as Yi 6. When she discovered this, she realized that Yi probably wasn't Yi 6's real sister. No wonder she dislikes me so much. She made sure to avoid causing any more misunderstandings after that. In the room, Lu Yi was advising Yi seriously, "I know you don't like her, Yi, but you don't need to be so obvious about it. We're going to be living together for the foreseeable future, and you're practically treating her like she's the dirt beneath your feet. So, it's my responsibility to keep you straight while Sister Hua Si isn't around." Yi argued unrepentantly. "What does this have to do with Hua Si?" Lu Yi rolled his eyes. "How could it not have everything to do with Sister Hua Si? She's carrying your baby." Lu Yi exclaimed in alarm, "What are you talking about? There is nothing between Hua Si and I." "Bullshit. I heard the two of you as clear as day. Sister Hua Si called you her child's dad, and you played along with it," Yi declared loudly while looking very pleased with herself. Lu Yi let out a sorrowful sigh before looking out of the window. What the heck is keeping Zhu Jia? He had messaged Zhu Jia since he entered the Cloud River battlefield, and it had been almost 20 days since. However, the body-tempering cultivator was still nowhere to be seen. If he knew that Zhu Jia was going to take so long, he would have just summoned a divine opportunity column and had him teleport over from Jianghu. When a cultivator had claimed ownership of an arcane glade, they were granted the right to summon a divine opportunity column. However, it cost a lot of contribution points to do so, 20,000 contribution points to be exact, and it couldn't be taken away at a later date. If the arcane glade was conquered, then he would practically be giving away 20,000 contribution points for free. While the benefits were worth the cost, for starters, they could use it to purchase items from the Vault of Providence or teleport back and forth from Jianghu. It was generally inadvisable to summon a divine opportunity column in a small-sized arcane glade. Generally speaking, only middle or big-sized arcane glades that could accommodate dozens of cultivators or more had divine opportunity columns, not just because of the benefits, but also because the cost would be split among dozens of people. It would be much more affordable. In Lu Yi and Kitishin's case, it was a complete waste of contribution points to summon a divine opportunity column no matter how you cut it. There was no way to tell when the arcane glade would run out of spiritual power either. It could last forever or it could run out tomorrow. If that happens, then their investment would be totally wasted. Since Yi had revealed herself, Kitishin rarely left her house anymore. Sometimes, Lu Yi wouldn't see her for several days straight. One day, the ground suddenly shook like there was an earthquake. It felt like thunder was rumbling beneath the earth or something. Lu Yi thought that someone was attacking the arcane glade and rushed out of his house. However, he couldn't see anyone outside the ward. The door beside him opened to reveal a voluptuous figure. Kitishin asked seriously, "What's happening?" Lu Yi shook his head to indicate that he didn't know either. The abnormality lasted for a long time before it finally subsided. Then Kitishin flew into the air and looked left and right as if she sensed something. A while later, her excitement bloomed across her face as she cried, "A fortuitous opportunity has landed in our laps, Yi 6. Chapter 458, The Young Master of the Myriad Beasts Sect. The Spirit Creek battlefield, the Cloud River battlefield, and even Jianghu were full of opportunities. It was up to the cultivator to stumble upon them. The Spirit Creek battlefield offered mostly inheritances, while the Cloud River battlefield offered boons or artifacts that boosted one's power. The Token of Providence event was one such opportunity. Iridescent clouds would rain amulets at various corners of the Cloud River battlefield almost every day, and it was easily the most popular type of opportunity of them all. It was because the opportunity provided a solid reward while carrying a moderate amount of risk at worst. Of course, the Token of Providence event wasn't the only form of opportunity that was available in the Cloud River battlefield. There were all kinds of hidden realms as well. Lu Yi had visited a hidden realm once at the Spirit Creek battlefield, the lost city of Xianyuan. He had walked away with a massive amount of soul-cleansing water back then. The Cloud River battlefield offered far more hidden realms, however. For starters, some hidden realms always appeared at fixed times and at fixed locations. One could always find massive clumps of cultivators at these locations. There were also hidden realms that could only be opened by fulfilling certain requirements, and hidden realms that appeared randomly at various corners of the Cloud River battlefield. Those who happened to be at the right place at the right time would be able to enter these hidden realms. Right now, Lu Yi and Kitishin were standing side by side in the sky and looking at the horizon. Specifically, they were looking at a pillar of light that stretched from the ground all the way to the clouds. It was so massive that they could clearly see even from several hundred kilometers away. They knew that the unusual tremors they felt earlier were probably caused by the pillar of light. What is that thing? Although Lu Yi had purchased a basic information packet from the Divine Trade Association, it had only been less than 20 days since he entered the Cloud River battlefield. Naturally, he wasn't nearly as knowledgeable and experienced as Kirishin. I'm pretty sure it's a hidden realm, though it's impossible to say what it is until we get closer. It's always a treasure trove of opportunities and rewards though. Let's go then. But the arcane glade. We can afford to leave it behind. The concealment ward will hide it from most prying eyes, and on the off chance we were unlucky, we can just take it back from our enemies. Lu Yi looked down and beckoned Yi and Amber to follow him. After they were ready, he summoned his spirit boat and flew straight toward the pillar of light. Seeing as Yi 6 had made up his mind, Kirishin had no choice but to follow him. It wasn't a difficult choice to make anyway. She herself was highly interested in the pillar of light. The reason she even hesitated was because she was reluctant to give up the arcane glade. As most cultivators cultivated by inhaling world spiritual qi, a stable arcane glade was considered more valuable than even a stack of amulets. Even if the arcane glade was only an above-average tertius level arcane glade, it did not change the fact that it was a major time saver. On the other hand, Lu Yi did not really care for arcane glades. They were great but not essential to him, as inhaling world spiritual qi was not his main cultivation method. In fact, he might have abandoned it altogether if Wan Qingzhu hadn't robbed him via deception and betrayal. They already knew that the Pillar of Light was pretty far from their location when they saw it for the first time, but it was at least 100 to 200 kilometers away. By the time they arrived, the Pillar of Light had already transformed into a screen of light that was only 30 or so meters tall. The screen of light was as colorful as it was unstable. One could even catch glimpses of scenery if they looked closely. There were treacherous mountain ranges, unknown cultivators, and all kinds of birds and animals. Lu Yi and Kirishin were not the first cultivators to arrive at the scene. A big group of cultivators was already standing around the screen of light and examining the scenes intently. Lu Yi checked out his surroundings for a bit. Roughly 200 to 300 cultivators were already present at the scene, and more were flooding in from every direction as time passed. Their power level was also wildly different. There were newbie first or second order cultivators just like him, and there were veteran 8th to 9th order cultivators. Suddenly, Lu Ye's gaze became affixed to a certain person. She was an indifferent woman wearing a purple dress. As if sensing his gaze, the woman turned around and met his eyes. They stared at each other for a moment before she gave him a nod and looked away. Lu Yi also looked away as if nothing was amiss. He hadn't expected to meet her again so soon, but such was life. Be on guard, Yi 6. This is a large-sized hidden realm, Kirishin said suddenly while Lu Yi was still checking his surroundings. Her scent smelled like flowers as she moved closer. How can you tell? This is not the first time I've entered this type of hidden realm. I can tell you right now that the world is almost complex enough to be real. Moreover, each and every one of us will be granted an identity when we're inside. An identity? Oh. The heavens, of course. Lu Yi raised his eyebrows. Anything that the heavens had a hand in had never been simple, and this revelation spurred his curiosity even more than it already was. Assuming he wasn't mistaken, he, someone who had been chosen to receive the gift of providence, would enjoy some special treatment when he entered this hidden realm. What should we do after we're inside? Something that fits our identity most likely. The last time I entered a hidden realm, I was a spy tasked to infiltrate an enemy sect. My objective was to steal their greatest relic. That must be an exciting adventure. Don't remind me. I was this close from dying in the hidden realm. I succeeded in the end though. She declared proudly. What did you get for succeeding? Well, the sect rewarded me with a lot of cultivation resources, including a handful of amulets. Lu Ye's motivation immediately skyrocketed. Right now, there was nothing more desirable to him than the amulets. By the way, I'm not sure if we'll remain together after we go inside, and you're only a second-order cultivator right now. No matter what identity you're granted after we head inside, you must plan and act with caution, all right? Also, Communication through the battlefield imprint is still possible in the hidden realm, so just message me if we were separated and you need to ask me about anything. Gotcha. Time continued to pass as more and more cultivators converged on this location. Less than half a day later, the number of cultivators standing within 5 kilometers of the hidden realm had exceeded 600. At first glance, it did not look like a particularly large group. However, this was the Cloud River battlefield, not the Spirit Creek battlefield. Not only was the battlefield multiple times larger than the Spirit Creek battlefield, the cultivators were more scattered as well. That over 600 cultivators had gathered around the hidden realm in such a short time showed just how attractive it was. There was no fighting even though some of them had to be enemies. They were here for the hidden realm, and it made no sense to cause trouble before they even went inside. It was at this moment the screen of light abruptly transformed into an oval-shaped door of light. The disturbances gradually subsided into nothing as well. On the other side of the door lay a beautiful scenery. It was almost as if they were peeking into another world. "We can go in now," someone yelled suddenly. The next moment, countless cultivators began rushing through the door in groups or 2 or 3. The number of cultivators waiting outside the door steadily decreased as time passed. Lu Yi and Kitty Shen waited patiently for their turn. When it was time, they went through the door of light together. A wave of dizziness assaulted Lu Ye's mind the second he passed through the door. At the same time, an enormous amount of information began flooding into his mind. It felt very similar to when he was receiving a glyph from the Tree of Glyphs. His mind became muddled instantly. He had to fight to keep himself conscious as he sorted out the information that was pumped into his brain. The Myriad Beast Domain was a world where cultivators and spirit beasts lived together in harmony. As the number of spirit beasts residing in this world far exceeded that of Jiuzhou's, there were far more beast tamers as well. The large majority of cultivators were well versed in the way of beast taming. They were often raised together with a spirit beast so that the latter would become their chosen beast when they were older. Due to the limitations of the world itself, the highest cultivation level one could reach in the Myriad Beast Domain was the Cloud River realm. No one had ever broken through the limits and reached the real lake realm. The Myriad Beast Domain was a peaceful and harmonious world. Although there were occasional conflicts, they were never severe enough to affect the stability of the world itself. Things began to change a year ago, however. An inexplicable rabies had started to spread in the Myriad Beast Domain like crazy. Although the rabies only affected cultivators, any spirit beasts that were infected by it would become extremely bloodthirsty and uncontrollable. The disease was a world-ending threat for the Myriad Beast Domain as beast taming was their most popular cultivation faction. Not only did it massively weaken the beast tamers, some spirit beasts were so far gone that they attacked and killed the master they had grown up with. It didn't take long for things to fall into chaos. In just a year, the Myriad Beast Domain was turned upside down, and nearly all beast tamer sects had been destroyed by the disease. What was once a peaceful and harmonious world fell into complete disarray, and the remaining beast taming sects, less than 24 of them were left at this point of time, formed an alliance to fight against the endless horde of infected spirit beasts. If even they were unable to hold back the maddened spirit beasts, then it was only a matter of time before the cultivation world itself was destroyed. When that happened, the Myriad Beast Domain would truly become a world of spirit beasts only. The humans would not have a place in this world any longer. Currently, the cultivators of these sects were concentrated in the city known as Bylandia. Plenty of mortals were living in the city as well. They represented the remaining humans in all of Myriad Beast Domain. Naturally, the crazed spirit beasts had set their eyes on this final bastion of humanity. Lu Yi opened his eyes when he finally sorted out all of the information inside his brain. When he heard the sound of passing air and saw the scenery around him moving past him at high speed, he realized he was sitting on a middle-grade flying spirit artifact that could fit between 3 to 5 people. Multiple fragrant scents entered his nose. He could tell that they belonged to multiple women. Before he could figure out what was going on, he heard a familiar voice calling out to him, "Yi 6." He turned his head. Kitty Shen's beautiful face entered his view. It would seem that she hadn't been separated from him. There were two other women on the flying spirit artifact. One of them was a stranger, and the other was none other than the woman in purple dress he spotted earlier, Lan Zi. Lu Yi rubbed his temple as 3 pairs of eyes looked down on him. He was starting to feel a headache already. This was the first time he entered a hidden realm like this, and it would seem that Kitty Shen was right. According to the information that was pumped into his brain, he was the young master of the myriad beasts sect in this world. The heavens really did give him special treatment. He highly doubted that such a useful identity would be handed out willy-nilly to a second-order cultivator like him if he hadn't received the gift of providence. Kitty Shen, Lan Zi, and the stranger were all his attendants in this hidden realm. Chapter 459, I'm Just Lucky. A sense of unrealism grew inside his mind as Lu Yi stared at the 3 women in front of him. He was fully aware that he was Lu Yi of the Crimson Blood sect, but he was equally aware that he was the young master of the Myriad Beasts sect in this world. The Myriad Beasts sect was the strongest sect in the entire Myriad Beasts domain. Before the spirit beasts had gone mad from the disease, the Myriad Beasts sect was without question the ruling sect of the entire cultivation world. All factions in the entire Myriad Beasts domain must answer to them. Unfortunately, all beast-taming sects suffered greatly after the disease spread, and the Myriad Beasts sect was no exception. They managed to last longer than most thanks to their deep and all-encompassing roots, but in the end, even they weren't able to prevent their sect from being destroyed. 3 days ago, countless spirit beasts had attacked their headquarters and overwhelmed them. At least 70% of their people, including the sect master himself, had perished in battle. The survivors were scattered, but they had already made plans to seek refuge at Bilandia should the unthinkable happen. Lu Ye's group of 4 was one of them. Currently, they were still over half a day away from the city. Lu Yi was feeling a bit miffed. While there was no denying the value of his identity, he was the young master of a sect that once ruled the world after all. His sect had been destroyed 3 days ago. In other words, his value had greatly diminished. The sour taste in his mouth lessened when he looked at Lan Zi and the others, however. At least he wasn't forced to serve another person. He and Amber were nowhere to be seen, so he immediately sent Yi a message and asked her how they were doing. A while later, the girl replied saying that Amber was currently in a city right now, and that they were in a prison. There were countless other spirit beasts in the prison as well. Yi wasn't sure about their exact circumstances, but she didn't dare to act rashly because the prison trapping them was extremely resilient. Amber was unable to break free on its own. The city, she said. Bilandia was the only safe city left in the entire Myriad Beasts domain. Therefore, Yi and Amber were most likely in Bilandia. Lu Yi told Yi to continue lying low and wait for him. The girl had no qualms with the plan, of course. Watch out! A cry suddenly shook him out of his reverie. It came from the unfamiliar woman. Not a second too soon, he felt a terrific impact from the flank of the flying spirit artifact. Lu Yi hurriedly looked around. A dozen or so massive creatures had surrounded them before he knew it. They were spirit beasts of all shapes and sizes. Their sickly red eyes marked them as infected, and they were attacking the middle-grade flying spirit artifact they were sitting on like crazy. In the blink of an eye, their transport was shattered to pieces. All 4 cultivators hurriedly brought out their own flying spirit artifacts and flew away. As if on cue, the flying spirit artifact exploded into 1,000,000 pieces. On his spirit boat, Lu Yi unleashed his 9 flying weapons and attacked the spirit beast closest to him. His attendants were blasting away with their spells and flying weapons as well. The spirit beasts weren't weak, but they weren't so strong that Lu Ye's group were completely helpless either. One by one, the spirit beasts were slain until none were left. Of the 4 of them, the unfamiliar woman was the one who contributed the most to the battle. It was because her cultivation level was the highest of all of them. Assuming he wasn't mistaken, she was at least an 8th order Cloud River Realm cultivator, if not higher. What really concerned Lu Yi, though, was the fact that Lan Zi was a second-order Cloud River Realm cultivator already. The only reason he was able to ascend to the second order so quickly was because he had obtained a lot of amulets as of late. It must have been the case for Lan Zi as well. Infinite Island certainly wasn't sparing any effort to cultivate Lan Zi. There was no way she could match his cultivation speed otherwise. He was still thinking when the unfamiliar woman spoke up, "Let's introduce ourselves. It looks like we're going to have to travel together for the foreseeable future." The heavens had clearly intended for them to act together as a group. Otherwise, she would have left from the get-go. From her perspective, Lu Yi and Lan Zi were way too weak to be of any help, and even Kitty Shen just barely met her expectations as a fifth-order cultivator. Even so, it made no sense that the heavens would lump them together unless they had a specific purpose in mind. "I'm Yi 6, Lu Yi reported his nickname. He did not provide anything else. "Kitty Shen." "Lan Zi." The ninth-order cultivator nodded and said, "Xia Qian." That was that. From the start, Lu Yi had pretended as if he did not recognize Kitty Shen or Lan Zi. It was the same for Kitty Shen. As far as Xia Qian was aware, they were four strangers who had never met each other until now. "Now that we're introduced, please tell me your objectives next. The identities we are granted usually come with certain objectives that we are expected to fulfill," Xia Qian explained before looking at Lu Yi. "Let's start with you. What is your objective?" Lu Yi took a moment to think before looking at his right hand. On his thumb was a jade ring that he was 100% sure did not exist until he entered the hidden realm. Realizing what his objective was, he gave the thumb ring a wave before answering, "My objective is to seek out the ruler of Bylandia and buy the survivors of the myriad beasts sect a place in the city with our remaining wealth." That was his mission as the young master of the myriad beasts sect. The jade thumb ring was both a valuable storage item and the proof of Lu Ye's identity. "What about you three?" Lu Yi threw the question back to the girls. "My objective is to protect you," Kitty Shen was the first to answer. "Same," Lan Zi said next in an indifferent tone. Xia Qian didn't even bother to answer him, but Lu Yi could see from her faint smile that her objective was probably the same as the rest of the girls. It would seem that his group was made up of the former first runner-up of the Scroll of Supremacy, the ally he had signed a sacred pact with, and a ninth-order Cloud River Realm cultivator. It wasn't a particularly powerful group, but it certainly wasn't the weakest either. In fact, Lu Yi was fairly certain that they were strong enough to handle most of the problems they might face in this hidden realm. He was beginning to feel the heavens' favor more and more. "I wonder what you did to be favored so obviously by the heavens, young cultivator." Xia Qian started with a meaningful look. "I've entered this type of hidden realms many times already, but this is the first time I encountered a fellow cultivator who was granted such an important identity from the get-go, not to mention you get to enjoy being protected by three gorgeous attendants." "I don't know. Maybe I'm just lucky?" Lu Yi replied with a raised eyebrow. Xia Qian let out a deadpan chuckle but did not push further on the subject. Shen then looked at Lu Ye's thumb ring with sudden interest and asked, "Can you open the ring and show us its contents? I want to see what kind of good stuff it has." "I don't think I should do that, should I?" Lu Yi hesitated. After all, his objective was to offer the goods in this ring to the ruler of Bylandia and buy the myriad beasts sect a place to stay. Naturally, there must be a lot of valuables in the ring. "I'm not asking you to give us the stuff. I just want to take a look at it," Xia Qian urged. Kitty Shen and Lan Zi were looking at him expectantly as well. A few seconds later, Lu Yi gave in to his own temptation and nodded. "Fine. Just a look, nothing more." He tried channeling his spiritual power into the ring but could not elicit a response from it. He said, "It has a restraining lock. Let me see if I can unlock it," before inspecting the lock structure. Lu Yi was quite confident in his ability to lockpick most restraining locks, but the outcome of his inspection surprised him. The restraining lock was far more complex than he had initially imagined. A while later, he shook his head and said, "It's too tough. I can't open it." He could force it open, but it would almost certainly result in the destruction of its contents. All three women withdrew their gazes in disappointment. Xia Qianqian said dejectedly, "Forget it. It is an item from the heavens. I should have known it wouldn't be so easy to unlock." Kitty Shen spoke up, "Sister Xia, you're the strongest of all of us, and you said it yourself that you've visited this type of hidden realms many times. Is there anything you can teach us? I'm sure it would save us some trouble down the line." She was saying this for Lu Yi and Lan Zi's sake. It was obvious that Lu Yi and Lan Zi, two second-order cultivators, had next to no experience with hidden realms. Xia Qianqian replied, "I don't really have anything to say. No hidden realm is exactly the same as the other. Therefore, something that applies to one hidden realm might not apply to another hidden realm. That said, there is something you should all remember: everything in this hidden realm is real, and every event you're about to experience has happened in the past." Lu Yi frowned. "What do you mean by that?" Xia Qianqian smiled. "I mean exactly what I said." Lu Yi turned thoughtful. "Let me get this straight. You're saying that everything we're about to experience, are experiencing right now, has happened before, fellow cultivator Xia?" "Exactly. But how could you tell?" "I can't prove it, mind you, but it is what it is. Back in the day I was just as skeptical as you, but over time I came to realize the truth. You'll understand once you've experienced enough hidden realms like myself. Once upon a time, there was probably a myriad beasts domain that was destroyed by a great calamity. Somehow, the heavens were able to transform that dead world into a hidden realm and made it appear in the Cloud River battlefield from time to time for us. Anyway, you'll learn that there are hidden realms of all kinds in the Cloud River battlefield. If what you say is true, and the myriad beast domain was destroyed a long time ago, then how do you explain the remains of the spirit beasts we just killed? They sure look real to me." "You say that, but you don't actually know if they are spirit beasts, do you? It could be a construct or an illusion the heavens have created to fool us, and we're just not strong enough to see through it." Xia Qianqian's answer only confused Lu Yi more. He was going to ask another question when she cut him off. "Enough. I didn't bring this up to have an hour-long discussion with you. I just want to tell you that the heavens are unfathomable, and that dying here is the same as dying a true death. Perhaps we might figure out the truth of the world when we've reached the divine ocean realm, but for now, we just do as the heavens say, understand? You know the saying, obey the heavens, and good things are sure to follow." Unbeknownst to Xia Qianqian, her words had struck a chord in Lu Ye's mind. The truth of the world. He had heard this term once. The true dragon that was suppressed beneath the dragon's spring had said it to him. It had told him to seek him out after finding out the truth of the world. If what he was seeing right now wasn't the truth of the world, then what was? Chapter 460, Bilandia. The group encountered a couple more waves of spirit beasts on their way to Bilandia, but they were able to defeat them all easily. Lu Yi and Lan Zi's performance in particular were exceptional considering their cultivation level, so much so that even Xia Qianqian was a bit surprised. After all, there weren't many second-order cultivators who could fight as well as them at all. She herself was a much lousier cultivator when she was at their level. She knew then that they must have been quite famous when they were at the Spirit Creek realm. She strongly suspected that they were among the top 20 or even the top 10 rankers on the Scroll of Supremacy. Over half a day of travel later, Bilandia finally emerged from the horizon. It was a gigantic city that nearly stretched from one end of the horizon to the other. Not only were the walls over 70 meters tall, they were thick and glimmering a little. It was obvious they had been empowered with spells that made them tougher and more resistant to impact. Bilandia was the largest and final bastion of the human race of the myriad beasts domain. Without exaggeration, over half of the remaining humans in the entire cultivation world resided in this city. Those who weren't were making their way toward Bilandia as well. If the city was destroyed, then there would be no place left for humanity in the myriad beast domain. Annihilation and even extinction would become their final fate. When the group of 4 arrived, a man immediately rose from the walls and called out to them, "Who are you?" The man wore a set of shiny armor and wielded a long blade. His expression was stern, and there were bloodstains on the armor despite its shiny appearance. Judging from the fact that he was bubbling with killing intent, it was clear that he had just fought a battle. Looking at the ground beneath the walls, they saw a lot of cultivators casting spells to burn away small heaps of spirit beast carcasses. The acrid stench could be smelled from kilometers away. Lu Yi responded loudly, "It is I, Yi 6 of the myriad beasts." The myriad beasts sect. The man straightened his expression as he looked Lu Yi up and down. "Who is Yi Wushuang to you?" "Yi Wushuang. That's the sect master of the myriad beasts sect." The information flashed across Lu Ye's mind as he forced himself to answer, "He is my father." "So you're the young master of the myriad beasts sect?" The man clasped his hand and gave him a respectful bow. The myriad beasts sect was the strongest sect in the world. It might be gone, but its influence hadn't fully dissipated. "If you don't mind me asking, how is your sect faring?" the man asked again. Lu Yi faked a sorrowful expression and shook his head. He did not say anything because there was no need. "You have my deepest condolences, young Master Yi." The man let out a sigh before beckoning him to follow. "Please follow me into the city." "Thank you." Lu Yi and the others followed the man into the city. The airspace of Bilandia was rife with cultivators, and the ground even more so. Practically every crook and cranny of the city was filled with people. Even the streets were filled with mortals who managed to escape to the city, but had no place to stay. Barely anyone was wearing a smile on their faces, and why would they? They had lost their homes after all. Cultivators at least possessed the ability to fight back against the calamity besetting them, but the mortals, neither their fate nor their life was in their hands. Still, these mortals were the lucky ones. After all, they ultimately managed to escape to the city and survive. There were countless others who did not make it, and the blood they bled was enough to create an entire sea. Despite knowing that this was a hidden realm, the group could not help but feel sorry for these people. While they were conversing, they had reached the edge of the palace at the center of the massive city. Before they could do anything else, someone shouted, "Get down! No one is allowed to fly above the Lord's residence." Flying wasn't forbidden in Bilandia, but the airspace above the ruler's residence was considered a forbidden zone. It was considered disrespectful not just to the ruler, but also Bilandia itself. Lu Yi and Xia Qianqian obeyed the command and landed in front of the entrance. They saw a lot of panic-looking cultivators waiting for their turn to speak with the ruler. "What is your purpose for visiting the Lord?" The cultivator who yelled for them to land earlier asked impatiently while striding toward them. Lu Yi clasped his hand and said, "I am Yi 6 of the myriad beasts sect. I have come to speak with your ruler." "That's so." The guy replied indifferently, "You can fall in line with the rest then. Everyone here is here to meet with the Lord as well." It was as if he hadn't heard the word myriad beasts sect. The man was about to leave when Xia Qianqian abruptly released her spiritual power. He immediately stopped in his tracks and turned toward her with an incredulous look on his face. He asked uncertainly, "Are you at the 9th Order Cloud River realm?" The myriad beast domain was fairly small compared to Jianghu. In fact, it was only as big as the Spirit Creek battlefield. Limited by the size of the world, the highest power they could reach was the 9th Order of the Cloud River realm. The ruler of Bilandia and the sect master of the myriad beasts sect were at the 9th Order as well. In Jianghu, it wasn't difficult to reach the 9th Order of the Cloud River realm. They simply needed a sufficient amount of cultivation resources. That was not the case for the cultivators of the myriad beast domain. As soon as they reached the Cloud River realm, Ascending the minor realms became as difficult as scaling the highest peaks as a mortal. That was why there weren't many ninth-order Cloud River realm cultivators in this world, and each one was regarded as the greatest champion of humanity. Naturally, Xia Qianqian's display of power immediately drew the attention of everyone in the vicinity. Xia Qianqian asked indifferently, "Can you please tell the ruler that the young master of Myriad Beasts' domain has come to see him?" It was only then the man nodded. "Please give me a moment." He then ran into the palace. He could ignore Lu Yi because the Myriad Beasts' domain was already destroyed, but the same could not be said for a ninth-order Cloud River realm cultivator. Lu Yi gave Xia Qianqian a thumbs up. At the same time, he was beginning to understand why the heavens had arranged a ninth-order cultivator to be his attendant. Xia Qianqian was one of the strongest cultivators in this cultivation world. Her mere presence could grease the wheels, so to speak. A while later, the man returned while looking much more respectful than before. He clasped his fist at Lu Yi and said, "Young Master Yi, this way please." He nodded and led Xia Qianqian into the palace. A short while later, they entered a side building and saw the Lord of Bylandia. The Lord of Bylandia was an incredibly old man whose hair had turned completely white. Even his presence smelled faintly of rot. He was sitting on a chair and watching Lu Yi indifferently with a cup of tea in his hand. Lu Yi and Xia Qianqian stopped in front of the ruler before Lu Yi greeted, "Good day, sir." The old man nodded before shooting Xia Qianqian. She was currently standing a step behind Lu Yi, a seemingly innocuous glance. While stroking his beard, he said, "Time flies. You were just a kid the last time I saw you. To think you would be a young man already. I have heard of the Myriad Beast sect's unfortunate downfall, and you have my deepest condolences. Considering my long-time relationship with your father, I am glad that you would choose to join me. My city is your home, and you are free to stay for as long as you like. That said, you may have noticed that Bylandia is overcrowded right now. I am sorry, but I will not be able to offer you and your people better living conditions, so to speak. You will have to bear with it for the moment." "I am fine with this arrangement, sir," Lu Yi said before removing his jade thumb ring. He set it down on the table beside the old man and said, "This is the gift my father had prepared for you before he saw me off." The old man accepted the ring and, for the first time since they entered the room, looked visibly more spirited than before. He nodded. "You have my thanks." He waved a hand and called out, "Ah, si." "Milord," a thin, bizarre-looking man answered while stepping out from the shadows. He was covered in colorful, bizarre-looking tattoos. "Take them to their accommodations, will you?" "As you command," the man said before beckoning Lu Yi and Xia Qianqian to follow. "Please follow me." The man named Asi led them out of the palace before rising into the air. He brought them all the way to the outer edge of Bylandia before he finally landed. A while later, they arrived at a detached house. Asi pointed at the door and said, "This is where you'll be staying for the time being. Thank you for your trouble." Asi quickly left them after that. Lu Yi and Xia Qianqian exchanged glances with each other before pushing the door open. Chapter 461 Intel. The house was pretty small, and it didn't have many rooms either. It was big enough to accommodate 4 people though. Bylandia was absolutely jam-packed with people right now, but the ruler had still given them a detached house. It was because of Lu Ye's gift, of course. Without the thumb ring, there was no way the Lord would have offered them an acceptable accommodation. While Xia Qianqian was inspecting the rooms, Lu Yi took the opportunity to inform Cultivation and Lan Zi of their current location. He also messaged Yi and asked her if she was still doing okay. Nothing much had happened on Yi and Amber's side. The poor spirit beast was still trapped in its cage and yearning for release though. Less than an incense stick later, Cultivation and Lan Zi arrived one after another. In a room, they sat in a circle and began swapping intel with one another. Lu Yi said, "Now that we've settled down properly in Bylandia, does anyone have any idea what we should do next? One thing is for certain, we're going to have to fight against the maddened spirit beasts eventually. Xia Qianqian nodded in agreement. You're right, but there is more. Generally speaking, a hidden realm like this expects us to solve the crisis at hand. That is why fighting the spirit beasts isn't the only thing we'll be doing. We're also expected to find out the true reason the spirit beasts became sick and solve the root of the problem. Only then can we save the world. Save the world? Kitty Shen exclaimed in disbelief. That's a little much, don't you think? As I have said earlier, everything we're experiencing has already happened in the past. The real myriad beast domain should have been destroyed a long time ago. It is just that the heavens are somehow making us relive its past and even enabling us to change the course of history per se. Of course, the myriad beasts domain isn't going to come back to life even if we did manage to save the world, but we will be rewarded handsomely for our efforts. I'll grant you that this trial isn't easy, but don't forget that there are others who have entered the hidden realm. We're not expected to change the fate of the world single-handedly. Lu Yi nodded. Let's swap intel. What did you find, fellow cultivator Shen? Kitty Shen replied, not much. I only found out that a lot of Jiuzhou cultivators have entered Bailandia, and just like us they are all here to seek refuge. Some of them were also granted special identities and are currently employed in various positions throughout the city. On the subject of spirit beasts, the reason Bailandia became the final bastion of humanity is because most of their cultivators do not practice beast taming, but of course there are still some spirit beasts in the city. They are just held in captivity right now. Currently, Bailandia is still undecided if they should preserve the spirit beasts or kill them all. Where are they being held? Lu Yi asked hurriedly. Unless he was gravely mistaken, Amber must be imprisoned in the same location. Preferably, he would like to rescue Amber before Bailandia had arrived at a decision. They're currently being held in a beast prison to the east of the city. It used to be a marketplace where spirit beasts were traded until the disease spread. Xia Qianqian frowned deeply. The entire reason the myriad beast domain is facing annihilation is because of the rabies, right? What possible reason is there to keep these spirit beasts alive? It's because beast taming is the main cultivation faction of this cultivation world. Most of the refugees are beast tamers, and a good number of them have either lost their chosen beasts in battle or to the rabies. Without their spirit beasts, they are much weaker than your average cultivator. That is why they haven't killed these spirit beasts. At the very least, it'll restore the beast tamer's strength. That doesn't change my question. Aren't they afraid that these spirit beasts will catch the rabies and destroy them from the inside out? There are very clear symptoms when a spirit beast catches the disease. Xia Qianqian exclaimed in realization. I see. Gotcha. What about you, fellow cultivator Lan? Lu Yi turned to Lan Zi next. Lan Zi wordlessly dropped a pitch-black identity pass on the table. She then said, I went to look for the city's recruitment department and quartermaster department. I was able to obtain this identity pass from the recruitment department. Since we're taking refuge in Bailandia, we're expected to take orders from the city. What do we get for our services? Kitty Shen asked curiously. The pass can be used to send messages and record battle points. Battle points can be used to exchange for all sorts of cultivation resources. Lan Zi paused for a second before continuing. This includes amulets of all qualities as well. Everyone perked up when they heard this. The trials in a hidden realm offered not just training opportunities, but also incredible rewards. In the Cloud River battlefield, most of the rewards were cultivation resources. Before this, Lu Yi was puzzled because he was treated to the full scale of the risks one might encounter in the myriad beast domain, but not the rewards. If he didn't know better, he would have thought that hiding in a safe place and waiting out the hidden realm to be a reasonable option, much less everyone else. Now he knew that the heavens had, in fact, arranged it all. A while later, Lu Yi, Xia Qianqian and Kitty Shen left the house and flew toward Bailandia recruitment department following Lan Zi's instructions. Lan Zi stayed behind in case someone decided to take over their home while they were gone. There was a long queue outside the recruitment department when they arrived. They were cultivators who had come from every corner of the myriad beast domain to join Bilandia. Some of them were true natives of the world, but some were obviously Jianghu cultivators. The good news was that they didn't need to wait long for their turn. They were just registering their identities to receive an identity pass after all. It was neither a time-consuming nor a complicated process. Lu Yi gave the name Yi6 when it was finally his turn. He received an identity pass after the cultivator at the counter was done registering his name. It looked just the same as Lan Zi's identity pass. Lu Yi took a moment to connect his mind to the pass. It contained his name, his background, and his battle point. To his surprise, his battle points were over 30 instead of 0. After he communicated with Kitty Shin and Xia Qianqian, he discovered that their battle points weren't 0 either. Xia Qianqian in particular had over 70 battle points. I think it's because we killed those spirit beasts on our way here, Xia Qianqian guessed. That had to be it. The heavens were the ones recording the points, so there was no chance this could be a mistake. Xia Qianqian's battle points were the highest since she had killed the most amount of spirit beasts on their way here. Let's visit the quartermaster department next, Lu Yi suggested. The quartermaster department was just next door, and there were a lot of cultivators here as well. Most of them were made up of Jianghu cultivators though. Judging from the grins on their faces, it was clear that there was a lot of good stuff. A short while later, the trio received a jade slip from an attendant. It recorded all the cultivation resources one could exchange from the department and their price. A thorough check later, Lu Yi discovered that the quartermaster department offered not just a wide variety of cultivation resources, but a massive stock as well. Almost everything that a Cloud River Realm cultivator could use could be found here. He could not help but be impressed by how wealthy the myriad beast domain was. Then again, the heavens were masterminding things behind the scenes. Theoretically, they could create as many cultivation resources as they wanted. Lu Yi had good reason to believe that these items came from the Vault of Providence though. After all, the Vault of Providence was famous for having anything and everything a cultivator might want. It would make sense that the items in this quartermaster department really came from the Vault of Providence. What really caught Lu Yi's attention were the amulets. As far as he could tell, the prices were very fair. White amulets cost 200 apiece, green amulets cost 600 apiece, blue amulets cost 1,800, purple amulets cost 5,400, and gold amulets cost 16,200. It was almost the same price as the amulets would have been in contribution points. To make a comparison, Lu Yi had spent a little over 200 contribution points to purchase the white amulets. This was an opportunity for all the cultivators who entered this hidden realm. In the real world, they could not have purchased as many amulets as they wanted even if they could afford the contribution point cost. It took some luck to get the amulets you wanted in amulet auctions as well. But here in the Myriad Beast domain, they could exchange as many amulets as they wanted as long as they had the battle points, and battle points could be accrued as simply as killing the maddened spirit beasts. That was the one thing the hidden realm did not lack right now. It would seem that the rumors were right. The hidden realms really were golden opportunities for Cloud River Realm cultivators. They would not have obtained such a good deal on the Cloud River battlefield. Lu Yi's observation was shared by many other cultivators. Already, some cultivators were forming teams and getting ready to hunt down some spirit beasts. There were a lot of maddened spirit beasts in the outskirts of Bilandia. Lu Yi had seen some of their corpses at the foot of the wall when they first arrived. "What do you say, fellow cultivator Yi?" Xia Qianqian asked Lu Yi with an expectant look on her face. Technically, she could dump Lu Yi and hunt down the spirit beasts on her own. However, the heavens had specifically tasked her to protect Lu Yi. Therefore, the decision to head out was ultimately in Lu Yi's hands. If he agreed, then all was well. If he refused, then she would have to hold back no matter how much she loathed the decision. The last thing she wanted to happen was the heavens punishing her for abandoning her responsibility. Instead of giving her an answer straight away, Lu Yi said, "Why don't you girls head back first? I have a private matter I need to settle." After he bade them goodbye, he flew to the eastern section of the city. He had to ask a couple of passers-by for directions on the way, but he was ultimately able to find the place where the spirit beasts were imprisoned. The beast prison was an incredibly massive structure. Lu Yi could hear roars coming from inside from time to time. There were 2 cultivators standing guard outside the prison. They immediately grew alert when Lu Yi descended in front of them. Lu Yi shot both men a look before saluting the one to the left, saying, "Greetings, fellow cultivator." The guard raised an eyebrow before lowering his voice. "You're from Jianghu?" Lu Yi nodded wordlessly. The guard's expression immediately grew much friendlier. Obviously, he was a Jianghu cultivator as well, though he must be an unlucky one to be given such an undesirable post. He asked, "What is your business here, fellow cultivator?" In this particular hidden realm, all cultivators from Jianghu were on the same side no matter which faction they hailed from. Also, they were the allies of the natives and the enemies of the maddened spirit beasts. My tamed beast was separated from me when we came in, and I learned that it is currently in this prison. I would like to retrieve it, Lu Yi answered honestly. The guard frowned a little. That won't be easy, my friend. You're aware of the situation, no? There is no way the natives would allow you to retrieve your spirit beast willy-nilly. If the circumstances were different, then I could even get you 10 spirit beasts, let alone one. But now, it's just not doable. Please enlighten me on a solution, fellow cultivator, Lu Yi said while passing a bottle of vital spirit pills into the guard's hand. Chapter 462, I know a little about wards. Outside the beast prison, the guard accepted Lu Ye's bribe and winked. Give me a moment. He then went over to the other guard and whispered a little something Lu Yi couldn't hear. A while later, he returned and pulled Lu Yi aside. He then said, "According to my buddy over there, the only way to retrieve a spirit beast from the prison is to obtain a verbal or handwritten order from the lord of the city himself." Understanding bloomed across Lu Ye's features. Understood. I'll find a way. If Lu Yi hadn't been bestowed a special identity, he would have had a hard time trying to organize a meeting with the ruler, much less obtain a handwritten order from him. But since he had already met with the ruler and even given him a great gift, it should not be too much trouble. Just in case though, he returned to his detached house and brought Xia Qianqian with him. The same guy was keeping the order when they arrived at the lord's residence once more. His attitude was a lot more respectful than before though. He saluted Lu Yi first before asking politely, "What else do you need, young Master Yi?" "Sorry for the trouble, but can you please inform the Lord that I have something else I'd like to speak with him about?" "Please give me a moment," the guy replied before leaving to carry Lu Ye's message. A while later, the guy returned with the cultivator they had met before, Asi. At that moment, Lu Yi knew that it was unlikely he would be able to meet the ruler again. It would seem that his earlier predictions were accurate after all. The Myriad Beasts sect and Bilandia really didn't share a good relationship with each other. It made no sense that the city lord would not afford him a second meeting otherwise, especially considering that he had given him a great gift. Asi walked up to them and asked, "What is your business, young Master Yi?" Lu Yi replied immediately, "I would like to enter the beast prison and retrieve a spirit beast." "Excuse me?" Asi frowned before shaking his head. "My apologies, but I cannot do that. I'm sure I don't need to tell you how dangerous and sensitive your request is. We haven't even decided what to do with the spirit beasts in the city yet. I only need one. It's not a matter of quantity, it's..." Suddenly, Asi paused and tilted his head. It almost looked like he was listening to an invisible person. A while later, he continued, "Young Master Yi, I am aware that beast tamers are much weaker without their spirit beasts. I understand your urgency to recover your strength as well. However, you're aware of the saying, when in foreign lands, act like a foreigner, right? What do you need me to do?" Li cut straight to the point. He was pretty sure that Asi had received an order just now. It might even come directly from the city lord himself. "I see you are a straightforward man, young Master Yi. Very well. Our scouts have discovered many diseased spirit beasts approaching the city, and this is especially true for the valley about 50 kilometers east from here. If you will agree to take them out. Deal. Lu Yi did not wait for Asi to finish. Even if Bailandia hadn't requested him to fight the spirit beasts, he was going to head out with Xia Qianqian and the others anyway. Heck, the fast ones had already left the city. Regardless of whether they could save the world, they were truly here for one thing only, profit. Asi beckoned them to follow. Follow me. It wasn't long before they returned to the beast prison once more. This time, Lu Yi was allowed to go inside thanks to Asi's presence. The beast prison was split into 6 floors in total. The spirit beasts were divided based on their strength. The ones at the lowest floor were the strongest, and vice versa. Amber was held at the B1 floor. It took Lu Yi a long time before he finally spotted the white tiger amidst the sea of spirit beasts. The second the enchantments were deactivated, Amber immediately leaped onto Lu Yi's shoulder and growled in dissatisfaction. It was understandable. It had been imprisoned practically the second it entered the hidden realm. Asi was still waiting for him when he exited the beast prison. When he saw how obedient Amber was, he couldn't help but praise, as expected of the myriad beasts sect. Your beast-taming skills are truly impressive, young Master Yi. From his perspective, Lu Yi had subdued and tamed a wild spirit beast, a powerful one too, judging from its appearance, in just a short time. Of course it was due to his excellent beast-taming skills. Remember our promise, young Master Yi. I know. I will depart as soon as I finish my preparations. With that, Lu Yi and Xia Qianqian returned to their detached house with Amber in tow. Kitty Shen and Lan Zi were resting when they arrived. They emerged immediately after Xia Qianqian yelled, "We got a job, girls." Everyone was in agreement when Lu Yi told them about their mission to clear out the spirit beasts in the valley. It was decided that they would depart immediately. A while later, the group of 4 rose to the sky and flew toward the east. Right now, countless Jianghu cultivators were leaving the city in groups and exterminating all nearby spirit beasts. Therefore, Lu Yi's group didn't draw any attention at all. As they continued forward, they would sometimes encounter cultivators who were escaping to Bailandia and small groups of crazed spirit beasts from time to time. They were 50 kilometers away from the city when they finally arrived at their destination. Hiding behind a cloud, the group floated about several hundred meters above ground and stared at the valley beneath them. The valley was incredibly huge, but it was still jam-packed with spirit beasts. Lu Yi could not even begin to imagine how many spirit beasts there were. What was even more surprising was the fact that these spirit beasts were perfectly silent. It was as if they were a well-trained army that were waiting patiently for the time to shine. Are you sure that this is the valley Bailandia asked us to clear out, Yi 6? If it is, it sure looks like they sent us on a heavens-damned suicide mission, Kitty Shen commented worriedly as she stared at the sea of spirit beasts beneath them. There was no way in hell the 4 of them could clear out this entire valley by themselves. Lu Yi was expressionless. The only thing that betrayed his true emotions was the thumb brushing repeatedly against his saber. He wondered if Bailandia intel was outdated, or if Kitty Shen was right about the bastards sending them on a suicide mission. That said, they had already accepted the mission, and it wasn't like this was all bad news. Plenty of spirit beasts equaled plenty of battle points. Worst case scenario, they could just run and live to fight another day. I can set up a ward at that location. Lu Yi pointed at the flat terrain directly opposite of the valley entrance. You're a ward cultivator too? Xia Qianqian shot Lu Yi a surprised look. I thought you were a combat cultivator? I know a little about wards. Lan Zi's eyes twitched once when she heard this. Of the 3 of them, she was the only one who knew exactly who Lu Yi was. Lu Yi of the Crimson Blood sect was the first cultivator ever to breach a grand ward at the Spirit Creek realm single-handedly. He was also the man who had earned titles like the Vanquisher of Sects and the 3 Banes of Spirit Creek. To hear him say that he only knew a little about wards she would have punched him if she could. You go set up the wards, and we'll lure the spirit beasts to that location. The goal is to kill as many spirit beasts as we can, Xia Qianqian said. Lu Yi nodded and descended on the location he mentioned. The girls followed him and acted as his guards while he did his work. It wasn't long before the ambush site was filled with wards. They were all the same type of wards though, explosive wards. Their goal was just to kill the crazed spirit beasts after all. They didn't need a fancy illusion ward that played with their enemy's senses or something. All they needed to do was a ton of damage. Not all of the explosive wards shared the same size, but they were all interconnected to one another in some ways. A good number of them were trigger traps as well. They would activate as soon as a spirit beast had entered the ward. Some of the explosive wards could only be triggered via manual control. Lu Yi had specifically asked the girls to memorize their locations just in case. Lu Yi had plenty of ward flags, but since he was aiming to obtain as many battle points from this battle as possible, he did not save even a single one of them. But of course, he did not use the ward flags he received from the 100 Wards Tower. When everything was ready, 3 pairs of eyes turned to look at Xia Qianqian. She understood their meaning immediately. I'm the strongest cultivator here, so I should be the one to lure the beasts over. Get ready then. They nodded their heads, and Xia Qianqian flew straight toward the valley. A while later, the trio sensed a massive disturbance of spiritual power from the valley. They also saw the flashes of spell techniques. It was of course Xia Qianqian's handiwork. Xia Qianqian was a spell cultivator and a medicine cultivator. Her spells were great, but her medical skills were barely passable. In fact, there were a lot of cultivators in Jianghu who cultivated the medical arts, just like how most medicine cultivators would cultivate other cultivation arts. Generally speaking, their secondary cultivation was always poorer than their primary one. The ground shook like an earthquake as a beam of light flew toward them. Right behind her was what looked like an endless horde of spirit beasts. The good news was that the large majority of the spirit beasts were incapable of flight. All cultivators could fly without aid after reaching the Cloud River realm, but the same could not be said for spirit beasts. Some spirit beasts could fly after they became a champion-class spirit beast, but the rest were still stuck on the ground. Of course, avian spirit beasts could fly no matter what their power level was. Xia Qianqian cast one spell after another as she escaped her pursuers, unwittingly showing off the true power of a 9th-order Cloud River realm cultivator. Every time she launched a spell, multiple avian spirit beasts would fall from the sky and be crushed underfoot by the spirit beasts. Despite their preparation, Lu Ye's group could not help but feel a tingling in their spine as they watched the horde of spirit beasts charging straight at them. Lu Yi was the first to attack when the spirit beasts were about 300 meters away from them. His fiery red spiritual power joined together to form a beautiful fire phoenix before flying straight toward the horde. It was so lifelike that even the details of the feathers were clearly discernible. Since Lu Yi had reached the 2nd order, his fire phoenix spell was a lot stronger than before. He did not dare to use glyph, fire phoenix though. It just required too much spiritual power. Even at his current level, it would strain him too much to cast it. You know spells too? Kitty Shun blurted out in astonishment. She felt like she was recognizing the young man for the first time because he had not displayed any spell-casting ability until now. As if that wasn't enough, his spell-casting speed and the power of his spells were on par with that of a true spell cultivator. From her perspective, Yi 6 was a combat cultivator who knew wards, spells, and even had a tamed beast. Not only was he a dabbler in at least 4 types of cultivation, it looked like he was damn good in all of them. Kitty Shun really wanted to know if there was anything that the young man wasn't good at. The fire phoenix dove into a group of spirit beasts before transforming into a massive inferno. The terrific heat instantly killed or injured most of them. It wasn't until Lu Yi had launched his 3rd fire phoenix that Kitty Shun and Lan Zi finally had the opportunity to act. Kitty Shun threw the ribbon wrapped around her arm at a spirit beast, and the spirit artifact wrapped around her target like it had a life of its own. The next instant, the spirit beast exploded in a shower of blood and gore. Chapter 463, Run. Lan Zi's range option was a single flying weapon, a short sword about 1/3 of a meter long to be exact, but it was incredibly swift and powerful. It pierced through the spirit beast's foreheads like a hot knife through butter and killed them instantly. Right now, everyone was targeting the avian spirit beasts because they were the only creatures who could pose a real threat against them. They could afford to ignore the landbound spirit beasts for now. 300 meters were but the blink of an eye for cultivators. When Xia Qianqian rushed past the group, they also turned around and scattered in every direction. Each person was pursued by a massive group of spirit beasts, and every spirit beast's eyes looked unnaturally crimson. Suddenly, there was a loud boom and a rumble. The spirit beasts had finally triggered one of Lu Ye's explosive wards. A massive fireball injured or killed every spirit beast within its vicinity. It wasn't just one explosion either. The explosive wards kept being triggered one after another as the spirit beasts trampled over them, not to mention that Lu Yi was waving a ward flag and triggering the remote-controlled explosive wards as well. At the same time, 9 flying weapons slaughtered every flying spirit beast chasing after him. The spirit beasts were numerous, but their power level was a mixed bag at best. In fact, only a small number of them were champion-level spirit beasts, while the rest were normal spirit beasts, the spirit beast equivalent of a Spirit Creek Realm cultivator. Not only that, a normal champion-class spirit beast would find itself hard-pressed to handle anyone in their group. Only the truly strong ones could pose a certain level of threat against them. Unfortunately, it wasn't long before the sounds of explosions faded into nothing. Despite the incredible amount of explosive wards Lu Yi had laid down beforehand, they had still run out in less than an incense stick. Not only that, the horde before their eyes still looked positively unmanageable. By now, the group had become completely separated from one another. Kitty Shen and Xia Qianqian were nowhere to be seen. Lan Zi was being surrounded and attacked by a bunch of avian spirit beasts. Though judging from her swift movements and occasional sword flashes, she was in no danger of dying just yet. Lu Yi himself wasn't doing too well. Among the massive group of spirit beasts were 2 incredibly powerful champion-class spirit beasts that were on par with a 5th or 6th order Cloud River Realm cultivator. Their pincer attack wasn't easy to handle, to say the least. The one silver lining in their situation was that the maddened spirit beasts were a lot stupider than they should have been. They were also extremely bloodthirsty and impulsive. Whatever power they gained was offset by the decline in intelligence. Otherwise, he might have decided to make a run for it already. Lu Yi tried a couple of times to eliminate one of the 2 champion-class spirit beasts that were keeping him on his toes, but unfortunately he did not succeed. He could only fly circles around his pursuers while cutting down the weaker spirit beasts. Suddenly, a burst of light caught his attention. He saw the spirit beasts surrounding Lan Zi abruptly exploding into a shower of blood and gore and falling to the ground. The tall, slender woman was twirling on her toes and slaughtering everything with her 2 long swords. At that moment, she looked as brilliant as a blood flower. Lu Yi had fought Lan Zi once to defend his spot in the Scroll of Supremacy, and at the time he already thought that her fighting style was incredibly suited for 1 versus many battles. That assumption was finally proven today. Lan Zi's breathing was visibly heavier after executing the technique though. It was clear it wasn't something that she could repeat endlessly. After that, she charged toward Lu Yi not to ambush him, but to fight alongside him. Lu Yi immediately felt a load being lifted off his shoulders when her long swords annihilated most of the spirit beasts harassing him. Lu Yi and Lan Zi were the type of cultivators you only ever wanted as allies, not enemies. In this case, both of them were glad to have someone they could fully entrust their backs to, relatively speaking, of course. The duo flew past one another again and again. Although this was the first time they fought alongside one another, their cooperation was practically flawless. Even better, they moved as if they could guess each other's thoughts and next moves despite not having exchanged a single word. The storm of saber and swords mowed down the spirit beasts in unstoppable fashion. Even the two champion-class spirit beasts that gave Lu Yi trouble earlier were no match for them. Lu Yi and Lan Zi had already slain one of them, and it was only a matter of time before the other one was dead as well. Suddenly, they felt a burst of spiritual power from their flanks. When Lu Yi looked back, he saw Cultivation flying toward them with a dozen or so spirit beasts on her tail. She yelled as soon as she got close to them, "Yi 6, we got reinforcements." Just now, she was attacked and hounded by so many spirit beasts that she had no choice but to escape in the direction of Bilandia. About halfway there, she suddenly saw a massive group of cultivators rushing toward her and killing all the spirit beasts chasing her. It was only then she turned around and flew back to the valley. Her rescuers were obviously cultivators from Jianghu. They were all busy collecting battle points when Cultivation had flown up to them with a horde of spirit beasts. Sensing an opportunity, they followed her back to the valley and were overjoyed to see that their intuition was right. They immediately spread out and started mowing down the spirit beasts. Just like Lu Ye's group had done earlier, they prioritized killing the avian spirit beasts. Once the enemy's aerial units were all dead, it was only a matter of time before they cleaned up the rest. Worst-case scenario, they could withdraw and live to fight another day. Spells and spirit artifacts erupted across the sky like fireworks and killed down dozens of avian spirit beasts per second. Now that they were joined by a dozen or so cultivators, the speed at which they were mowing down the horde had increased drastically. A while later, Lu Yi, Lan Zi and Cultivation landed on the ground and formed a triangular formation. Although they were attacked from all sides, the spirit beasts usually died before they could even get close to the trio. Amber had also jumped off Lu Ye's shoulder and manifested its true self. From time to time, it would roar to stun the enemies and bite a wounded spirit beast to death. The white tiger was really happy that they were finally fighting on the ground. Just now, the most he could do was to let out a roar or two to stun the enemies. Eventually, the entire mountain range was covered in the corpses of spirit beasts. So much blood was shed that the entire battlefield reeked of it. It looked like it was only a matter of time before the spirit beasts were all killed, but the maddened creatures continued to attack them with the same ferocity and madness as before. They were as immune to fear as they were to pain. Time passed as the howls of the spirit beasts lessened. Lu Ye's saber arm was numb, and even Lan Zi and Cultivation were looking pale. Eventually, the only ones left standing on the battlefield were blood-soaked cultivators. The chaotic battle had finally come to an end. Xia Qianxian appeared out of nowhere and shot the group a glance. "Is anyone hurt?" She looked as dirty and tired as they were. She would have joined up with Lu Yi and the others sooner, but she wasn't able to extricate herself from several powerful champion-class spirit beasts until the battle was almost over. Lu Yi slowly shook his head as he flicked off the blood on the inviolable and returned it to its sheath. He then tossed 2 vital spirit pills into his mouth and chewed slowly. Lan Zi and Cultivation hurriedly ate their pills to recover as well. Without exaggeration, this was one of the hardest battles Lu Yi and the other cultivators had ever fought. There were just too many spirit beasts. Even Lu Ye's group had underestimated just how many spirit beasts there were in the valley despite having seen it all from the sky earlier. If they had known this, they would never have agreed to Asi's request. It all turned out well in the end though. The dozen or so Jianghu cultivators could not have arrived at a better time. The battle was hard, but the rewards were well worth it. There wasn't a single person who wasn't smiling after calculating their battle points. Lu Yi checked his own identity pass and noted that he now had over 3,000 battle points. One blue amulet cost only 1,800 battle points, and he had almost earned enough battle points to buy 2 of them. The main reason he was able to accumulate this many battle points was thanks to the explosive wards he had laid down earlier. They had taken out a considerable amount of spirit beasts before the battle was engaged. Fighting alongside Lan Zi and Kirishin also meant that he could focus far more on killing the enemies and less on defending himself. He was sure he had earned more battle points than Kirishin and Lan Zi. Not even Xia Qianqian, a 9th Order Cloud River Realm cultivator, could have earned more battle points than him. Suddenly, Lu Yi realized that ward cultivators held a massive advantage in this type of battles. If he had known this would happen and prepared more ward flags beforehand, he could have earned even more battle points. Battle points weren't the only reward they got from the battle. The champion-class spirit beasts had mutant cores in their bodies. Already, the others were scouring the battlefield for them. Naturally, Lu Yi was doing the same with Amber. Unfortunately, champion-class spirit beasts did not really look that different from normal spirit beasts. In extreme cases, one could spend half a day searching a battlefield of carcasses and still not locate a single champion-class spirit beast. Amber loved eating mutant cores, but Lu Yi forbade it from eating them because these spirit beasts had gone insane from some unknown disease. Until they had found out the real reason they went insane, Lu Yi wasn't going to risk Amber going insane as well. 2 hours later, they were finally done scouring the battlefield for loot. Every cultivator had found some mutant cores, and Lu Yi himself had collected over a dozen of them. He stored them all in his storage space. None of the mutant cores shared exactly the same size and color, but they all contained a tremendous amount of energy. A mutant core had many uses. A pill cultivator could refine a mutant core into pills, a ward cultivator could use it to create wards, and an artificer could use it to refine an artifact. In any case, it was very valuable. Everyone was beaming and chatting happily with each other. They were just discussing if they should join hands and kill more spirit beasts when suddenly, the ground started rumbling unnaturally. Everyone's expression changed as they spun around to face the source of the commotion. It wasn't long before they saw a swathe of black clouds flying in their direction. They were all avian spirit beasts. Lu Yi and a couple more cultivators immediately rose to the sky and looked again. Their expressions slowly turned grim as they observed the incoming tide. The biggest horde of spirit beasts they had ever seen was moving toward them. They literally stretched from one end of the horizon to the other. It was impossible to calculate how many there were. There was no way their little group could handle this many spirit beasts. In fact, everyone realized what they were seeing at the same time. The spirit beasts had come to conquer the final bastion of humanity, Bilandia. Fly! A cultivator yelled before taking off in the direction of Bilandia. The others followed him without question. The city might be the only place left in the entire world that could give them some sense of security, but chewing inside their hearts was the ominous feeling that even Bilandia might not be able to hold back such a large army. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Immortal Journey YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.